Book 8. The Brothel of Redcraft. The Brothel of Webs. About the author. This book was created by Dylan Herbert, who has created and written 7 other titles. These titles include Jingleman Vol.1, The Wayward Lady, Dearly Beloved Vol.1, Sergio, Even Lilies Weep, The Vent People, Mr. Goosehead, and The Chad Billings Game, Parts 1 and 2. All works by Dylan thus far relate to each book, diving deeper to create a world of horror as you learn more of the world of the Websters, Detective Robbie Wayne Clark, The Wayward, Earth, and those affected by the various characters. You will be captivated as you go down this rabbit hole. If this is your first time reading any books created by Dylan, you may get lost as to who the characters are. To understand the main protagonist and the universe, read the titles. Jingleman Vol.1, The Wayward Lady, Dearly Beloved Vol.1, The Vent People, and Mr. Goosehead. Detective Robbie Wayne Clark has just picked up a new case in the winter of 2094. Robbie had tracked down a young girl who was believed to be just a runaway child. The young girl had stopped at a gas station. He suspects nothing when he confronts the girl and drives her back home. The winter storm is picking up, and soon a blizzard will leave them stranded. As Robbie is driving, his car is attacked by a swarm of ravens. The birds broke the window and soon Robbie swerved off the road. When Robbie wakes up, he is in a strange building surrounded by a group of women. The women offers to help Robbie get back home with the lost girl. Robbie was soon escorted to a bedroom where he could rest for the night. However, when Robbie woke up, he noticed the room he was in had no windows, doors, and only a mattress on the floor. The room is only lit with a candle, and in the corner there is a tapping noise and a figure of a person. How will Detective Robbie Wayne Clark escape this room? All works by Dylan Herbert are based on experiences he has had in his lifetime. Most characters describe people he has met. Although the stories are exaggerated, they are still true experiences he has had during his lifetime, or experiences others have told him. In 2022, Dylan began this journey. This is the 8th book. The Brothel of Redcraft is its own story and follows the story of Detective Robbie Wayne Clark. However, this book is gradually connected to the other books. You only need to have basic knowledge of the other books in his previous books. This book introduces new characters to the series. This book can be found on YouTube, Spotify, Wattpad, Goodreads, Apple's iBooks, the Kindle Bookstore, and Amazon. Thanks for reading. Chapters are better known as the table of contents and are as follows. About the author. Chapter 1, A Bird in a Cage. Chapter 2, The Gas Station. Chapter 3, The Blizzard. Chapter 4, Cirilla. Chapter 5, Jorogumo, Part 1. Chapter 6, Jorogumo, Part 2. Chapter 7, Mama, Where is Daddy? Chapter 8, Exhibit 0. Chapter 9, The Underlying Issue. Chapter 10, A Sexual Predator. Chapter 11, A Bird in a Cage, Sings. Chapter 12, My Fair Lady. Chapter 13, Knuckleavee, Part 1. Chapter 14, Knuckleavee, Part 2. Chapter 15, Knuckleavee, Part 3. Chapter 16, A Journey into the Godless Lands. Chapter 17, Webs and Mead. Chapter 18, The Hotel Room. Chapter 19, The Infinity Room. Chapter 20, Nunu the False God. Chapter 21, The Leviathans. Chapter 22, A Bird in a Cage Does Not Sing. Chapter 23, Deadman Walking. Chapter 24, Jane O'Bloody Jane Part 1. Chapter 25, Jane O'Bloody Jane Part 2. Chapter 26, Kidnapped. Chapter 27, The Bird That Rode Through Hell. Chapter 28, The Death of Dr. Noah Webster. Chapter 29, The Evolution of Man. Chapter 30, Kekili Lumiere Gravebox. Chapter 31, Nancy's Tales and Travel. Chapter 32, A Lavendian Story. Chapter 33, The First Son of Chaos. Chapter 34, A Different Time. Chapter 35, Experiment 10,125. Warning. This book has topics on sexual assault, language not suitable for younger audiences, and topics that may be deemed as offensive. If you are suffering from thoughts of suicide, please call the National Suicide and Crisis Hotline at 988. If you have been a victim of sexual assault, please contact the National Sexual Assault Hotline at 1-800-656-4673. Thank you, and be safe. Chapter 1. A Bird in a Cage. In the words of Jacques Duval, God loved the birds and invented trees. Man loved the birds and invented cages. These are true words, and I would soon realize they held value. At any given time, we can become slaves of our own selfish desires. I have seen many things in my lifetime, but no story comes close to this one. I remember the days of first discovering the wayward, hearing of vast worlds, things that would blow your mind. I remember the days of Valentino Torres and Mr. Goosehead. I even remember the aliens from a different world led by Tommy Shigatsu. However, this is a tale of a caged bird. The Ohio Man, Jingle Man, the Wayward Lady, and Dr. LeVar were all monsters. But Madame Vivi Redcraft, Madame of the Hall of Webs, really was a different breed. Where she came from, I may never really know. However, she was a woman filled with lies and deceit. I sometimes reminisce on days when life was simple as a child. The worlds of gods, magic, and darkness were foreign to me. All I had to worry about was school. This was before my childhood friend Noah Webster's father tainted my life with this parasitic darkness that gradually held me captive. I wished so deeply that Sergio Webster was the only monster of my lifetime, but there were far greater threats to our green planet than him. Oh, to be young again. All heroes must go through the fire. This would be no story of heroism, for the devil lurks in the very crevices of man's hearts. Madame Vivi Redcraft was a woman filled with love on the surface but held a dark secret. She would devour the very souls of men. Crushing relationships? For once she set her eyes on you, you would become her puppet. Her strings would affect all men, and it didn't matter if you were young or old, black or white, Spanish or European, from the United States or Germany. Men in love with her would do anything. Her followers would even go as far as killing themselves in the name of love. It would take courage and bravery to stop this wicked witch. She came from the second family branch of the Eldritch Shadows of Owls. This group was founded by Noah Webster decades ago, back in the 2040s. Little did I realize that she would be a threat to not only me but the fragile minds of all men. She captivated and seduced lonely men through sexual desires. I did not believe in succubae, but she was the closest to one anyone would get to. Madame Redcraft was cunning, and through all the cases I solved as a detective, this would be by far the darkest one. I had solved numerous cases up till now. Only years after my fight with Dr. Noah Webster, I had not seen him for some time. Sometimes I think about what happened to him. Not even cases like Mr. Goosehead could compare to this case. Ron Oliver was a madman, but Madame Redcraft was far worse. Dr. Sean LeVar was evil, but Madame Redcraft was the actual devil. Bruce Odesky was a vile man, but mere child's play compared to Madame Redcraft. Even Lexi Drivel Baldwin didn't hold a candle to Madame Redcraft. Lexi was a childhood friend, corrupted by the influences of Sergio Webster, and would be the monster to replace him after death. But even when she was adopted into the Webster's bloodline and donned the name Lexi Drivel Vrimniger, she would be nothing compared to Madame Redcraft. It happened in the cold winter of 2096. I received a disturbing call. Maybe disturbing wasn't the right name for this. An officer Kleindenberger puts out a report on my desk. It was a slow morning, but he told me I might want to look at this one before I called it a day. I paid it no mind, for it seemed like a regular missing persons report. However, soon, I would be on the road to Donaldsonville, Louisiana. The person in question was Nancy Brownfield, a girl who ran away from home. This wasn't the first time either. However, to ease the mind of her parents, I began my search. The sooner I finish this case, the sooner I can go home to my wife, Harmony. I had married my second wife when I solved the case of Mr. Goosehead, better known as Ron Oliver. During this time, I saved a young Valentino Torres. This journey would take me deep into the lands of Louisiana. Since the days of Mr. Goosehead, I relocated to the state of Alabama. Himoni, our 5 children, and I lived in Birmingham, Alabama. It's a different atmosphere compared to the dry climate of Sedona, Arizona. Donaldsonville, Louisiana was a 6-hour drive, so I left immediately. Time was not on my side, for this young child was reported missing 15 hours ago. Real missing persons would be known never to be found after 36 hours. A missing person is believed to be harder to find. 600,000 people go missing in the United States of America annually alone, and on average, a person will go missing every 90 seconds in the United States of America. 60% of missing persons are adults, and 40% are believed to be children under the age of 18. Missing person cases are usually resolved within 168 hours or 1 week. In the early 2000s, TRAC was established to find abducted and missing persons, specifically children. TRAC stood for Technology to Recover Missing Kids. Since then, this technology has been upgraded to TRAP, which stands for Technology to Recover a Missing Person. As of 2086, this technology has helped police officers and law enforcement find many missing kids. How this tool would work was that you would install an app, but the person's info would be put into the app and law enforcement would automatically be notified. It would scan the entire United States for that person, first by description, then by facial and fingerprint scans. It helped create a better tomorrow and helped parents find kids. However, most times it was just a runaway child. "Hey, Officer Klindenberger, I am off to find this girl. Tell everyone they can reach me on my work phone. I am taking Unit Charlie 97 with me." I say to the officer who had given me the report of the missing girl. Unit Charlie 97 was an SUV police car unit, which would be good if I got stuck in mud or something. Officer Klindenberger told me to be careful, for he heard rumors lately of a missing couple who went there for a vacation and never returned. I promised the officer I would be good and soon left. I left for that seemingly unimportant town, but this would be the last time anyone who loved me would hear from me for almost a year. What awaited me in this town, only time would tell. Chapter 2. The Gas Station. When I arrived in Donaldsonville, Louisiana, nothing out of the ordinary took place. The girl I was looking for was Nancy Brownfield, the daughter of Mayor Jesse Brownfield and Jackie Brownfield. Nancy's birth was a miracle, according to her 2 mothers. They had been trying for years to have a baby, and in the year 2080, in the spring, they finally conceived of her. Jessie Brownfield was strict and demanded her daughter uphold the morals she deemed good, for she had a public image to uphold. Jessie was the mayor of Birmingham, Alabama.
Did you memorize all of the American Constitution? What about your hair? You do know makeup ruins the skin, and I won't have people looking at my daughter thinking she is a prostitute.
Jessie would often say as she passed by.
"Mother, let me be my own person, Jesus fucking Christ. I am not you and never will be you."
Nancy shouted angrily at her mother. Jessie and Nancy were always at each other's throats. Jessie always pushed her daughter to be the best, no matter how uncomfortable it made her.
Young lady, you will not talk to me that way.
Jessie scolded her daughter. It was Jackie who always calmed down the 2 of them. I had overheard this conversation often when I visited Himagrinal High School of Better Learning, which was better known as Himagrinal for Better Learning, or HBL. This was the same high school that Timothy Black, Sandy Black, Louis Clark, and Dillian Black often attended. You see, I was married to Himoni Black, who was a judge. I met my beautiful wife during the case of Valentino Torres when Ron Oliver, who was known as Mr. Goosehead, kidnapped him. Himoni Black was the judge who condemned the souls associated with that bastard. Himoni had 3 kids from her previous marriage. Her kids were Timothy, Sandy, and Dillian. I loved them like my own, and we often got along just fine. Timothy was 17. He had long blonde hair and bright blue eyes. He played the piano and was amazing in school. He had a scholarship for Weston's Musicians Community College in Birmingham, Alabama. His skill with instruments would be second to none. He would aid me in later years against the infamous Big Belly Joe, for he was gifted with powers due to the Cicero anomaly, which was a drug based on the properties of the Blue Box Protocol, which used the structure of the Chad Billings CZ8 chip. However, that would not come to pass until later in life. Sandy was 16 and filled with so much energy that some days I could not keep up with her. She had black eyes and red hair. She loved boxing, and really, as a father, she made me so proud. She would later play an essential role in stopping Lexi years later. Dillian Black was another case. However, he was my only child who sided with Sean LeVar's teachings and became the lifelong ally of Bruce Odesky. He was once filled with positivity. However, one day he was corrupted by a man called Darius Von Dale Gatto, who was very cunning. He would try most of his life to be good, but Wisdom's Edge bark would corrupt his personality, and he would be one of the worst villains on our planet. Those innocent people who were caught in the crossfire would call him Manny McRanny. Louis Clark was my second child and the first child I had with Himini. He was a seemingly average child, but he still brought me joy like all my children did. He later created a building with his older brother Justin Helios Clark that would strip powers away from those who held the magic of the wayward, and for a time the planet was saved. He was banished along with Jason McDines to Glimmer Prime, and would never be heard from again. My youngest child was Miranda Clark. She was only 5 years old. She was a beautiful soul. However, she was murdered before she could enjoy life. A baby would be killed for just being related to me. She died at the hands of Noah Webster. This sent me into a dark path, and it was during this time I would be called the Ragged Robin, for I would do what these monsters did to my beloved Miranda. Soon after thinking of my children, wife, and my life until this point, I soon arrived at a gas station in Donaldsonville, Louisiana, and it was here I stopped for gas. At first glance, nothing was unusual or out of the ordinary. However, things started to get strange when I went in to grab a bite to eat. "Hello, sir. Have you seen this kid around here? She was reported missing. I am Detective Clark, part of the Birmingham, Alabama Police Department," I say to a young man. The man told me he hadn't seen the child I was looking for, and that I should go back to wherever I came from, if I valued my life. He said it in a hushed voice as if he did not want to be heard. I thought it strange, for it was only him and a woman working in the back. However, if he did not want me here, I would not intrude, so I began to leave. But then he grabbed my arm, and in a hushed voice, he frantically began to ramble.
"Detective, you've got to help me. You fucking got to save me. Please, I beg of you. Me and others are stuck here. Ms. Redcraft stops us from leaving. No, Webbs, they all lie. I lay with witches, brothel, not safe. Men go mad here. Women are all feral monsters. Please, sir, kill me,"
the man says. I told the man to calm down, but he wouldn't let go of me. During our little fight, I accidentally knocked down some bags of chips. It was then a woman came out to see the commotion. She soon apologizes on behalf of the wild man. His name was Diggy, according to her, but then she offered me some advice to go to the town's festival in town called the Festival of Webs. She assured me that I would be welcomed there, and that I would most likely find the girl I was looking for. So I thanked her and turned around, about to head out. But then my brain started thinking, wait, how did she know I was looking for a girl? I quickly turned around, but she had vanished. I told myself I was tired from the long drive and returned to my car. When I get back outside, I see a girl next to my car. She matched the very description of the missing girl, so I went to talk to her. I introduced myself as Detective Clark, and I soon found out that she had run away from home. But after hitching a ride, she was lost. She told me that a woman had given her a ride here in her truck. She said she was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. I assured her I would take her home, and thus, she rode in the passenger seat as we tried to make it to an inn for the night. It was cold, and it had started to snow. However, we wouldn't make it to that inn or motel that night, for a blizzard was coming. Chapter 3. The Blizzard. Louisiana's winters got cold, vastly different from life in Sedona, Arizona. The temperatures would range from -30 degrees Fahrenheit to 0 degrees Fahrenheit. When Nancy and I left the gas station, it had begun to snow. At first, it was just small snowflakes, but eventually it would be a blizzard. The town was about 30 miles south of the gas station, and at first it was a simple fun ride. I turned on the radio, and Nancy and I began singing old tunes, from Don't Stop Believing by Journey to songs by Linkin Park. It was fun, and I was glad I had found Nancy and that nothing gruesome had happened to her.
Just a small town girl, living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. A singer in a smoky room, a smell of wine and cheap perfume. For a smile, they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on.
The both of us sang. Well, mostly Nancy, for she knew the lyrics. I was just humming along. We reminisced about the times we first met each other, and both agreed that Nancy's mother was crazy. The first time I met Nancy, Jesse, and Jackie Brownfield was during a school event. HBL was raising money for a field trip during a softball game. Nancy was on the Heimagrinal Falcons team and was amazing. Jackie cheered her daughter on. My daughter Sandy was also part of her team as well. It was here I met Nancy Brownfield for the first time.
Oh dear, what a waste of talent. For in 10 years, who is even going to care about who played who? I wish Nancy would grow up. This won't help her be her best self. She would better be suited to be away from this filth. Especially that girl with the red braids.
Nancy says out loud in a disgusted tone. What the hell was this lady even talking about? Sandy was the only girl on the team with red hair. I don't know what crawled up your ass and died, you fucker, but that's my daughter. Instead of speaking ill of your daughter, you should praise her, for the entire team has worked hard for this. You may not like her choices, but it teaches the kids teamwork and hard work, I say to Nancy. Nancy just stared at me and scoffed.
Do you know who I am? You probably don't know anything about hard work. You look just as dirty as that red-haired brat.
Nancy said to me. I told her I was the lead detective and deputy chief of the Birmingham, Alabama Police Department. She was shocked and quickly recanted her statement. Many times after this, Nancy would run away. But who would blame her, for her mother Jessie was a ticking time bomb, and I always wondered who would vote for her. However, seeing her not with her family, you could never tell that she was the nicest woman in the public eye and loved all people. As time passed, Nancy had the same look in her eyes as Jackie Brownfield did. Jackie was a quiet woman, very nice on the eyes, and had a sweet voice that could make any man bend to her will. Nonetheless, I was a married man and I loved my family. The universe had given me another chance at love, for I had failed the first time around, and I would not squander the gift I was given.
I apologize for my wife's demeanor. We meant no disrespect to your daughter, Detective. I know a strong man when I see one. Thank you for your service,
Jackie said as she gently caressed my arms. I appreciated the gesture but knew I couldn't have a strange woman touching me like that. After all, I was a married man. I accepted Jackie's apologies, and we moved on. Later, our families would be connected, for I befriended Jackie, and we would all eat dinner from time to time. It was Jackie, Jessie, Nancy, Himoni, Sandy, Dillian, Timothy, Louie, little Miranda, and I. We became close friends. Well, most of us did. It wasn't me alone. My wife also did not enjoy Jessie's presence. I agreed with her, and we often excluded Jessie from events. This was because of the way she treated her daughter.
Sit up straight and proper like a lady should. Your grandmother and aunts would be disgusted with all your many failures. You are acting like a spoiled brat. Oh, great. Wasting time again with that damned softball team. You know, nothing great will ever come out of this. I am embarrassed at the person you are becoming. An utter failure, if you ask me, Nancy.
Jessie would often say. Nancy had had enough of the mother, so in the summer of 2095, she would often run away. For some reason, I felt like Jackie knew exactly where her daughter went, but I was not going to intrude into affairs that weren't meant for me. Nancy was becoming colder and often spoke of myths of her bloodline. I thought she was just writing some paper for school because what was she talking about? Stories of vampires, witches, and succubi. Something was off about Nancy, though. She kept looking out the rearview mirror as if something was following us. I looked at Nancy for a second and swore her eyes were a deep violet. This sent shivers down my spine, and the last time I had this sinking feeling was in 2092 when I faced off against Noah Webster. I looked back again, and her eyes were their typical colors. By this time, the snowflakes could be seen on the windshield of my SUV. It was so cold outside you could even see your breath inside the car. Why was it getting so cold? The more I increased the heat inside the car, the cooler it would become. Suddenly, Nancy shrieked, and I almost jerked the entire car, for this startled me. Nancy shrieked again, and this almost made me crash into a nearby tree. I stopped the car, for I saw a man covered in snow screaming. I stopped the car and asked if she was okay. She said yes, and she told me that a raven had flown next to the vehicle. I just laughed it off, and we kept riding down the snow-filled road, towards the man. When I finally approached the man, I asked if he needed help. However, talking to him served no purpose, for he started rambling just like that man called Diggy did.
Feral monsters. All woman here will suck you dead. Flee now while you can, sir, before Madame Redcraft sees you. Not only her, but the Jorogumo stalks these mountains. All men are caged like wild beasts, and we have no choice but to serve that wicked wench. Please, sir, I beg you, help us.
The strange man said before stopping for a second. What the fuck was going on with all the men of Donaldsonville? Just then he starts bashing his head with his fist till he bleeds, and then he smashes his head on a nearby tree, before jumping off the cliff to his death. The snow soon hit his body as he fell to his death. Jesus fucking Christ! What is wrong with these people I have been encountering? I say to myself. I soon head back to my SUV and keep driving with Nancy. Only moments later it happened that a raven flew into the windshield, breaking the glass. Smack, crack, and another smack. Shortly, the cold, deathly chilling breeze soon flooded the car and I lost control. I started to panic, for I knew that I had lost control, and we started spinning on the icy road of Louisiana. The car screeched as I tried desperately to maintain control of my vehicle. Just then, a barrage of ravens came and tore up our car as if something was drawing them to us. The ravens rip through the windshield and the car flips over and tumbles down the hill we were on. The first roll busted my head wide open, and a sharp pain entered my skull. The second roll lodged glass shards into my body, and the third roll sent me flying into and out of consciousness. When I awoke, Nancy was standing above me with those piercing eyes, and proceeded to stomp my face in until I passed out. Smash, 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 smash. It would not stop, and soon I would pass out. When I awoke, I realized that I had been out here for a while. My body was frozen, and I could feel the glass shards lodged into my body. My arms were fractured at best, but they felt broken. I reached into my pockets to call for help, but my phone and wallet were gone to my dismay. However, I did not want to panic, for panicking only caused people to make mistakes. I stumble and try to get up, but I only see an old newspaper article that reads, "Missing person, Christy LeVar and her husband." That name seemed familiar, but the harsh wind soon blew the article off the cliff. I thought I might die here, but a woman in a black and red dress came to my aid and asked if I was okay. She soon told me she would take me into town where her mistress, Mrs. Redcraft, would take care of me. She promised that on the morning when the blizzard had passed that I could get back home. However, I needed to find Nancy first. What had happened to her? Why did she attack me? Where had those ravens come from? As fate would have it, my stay in Donaldsonville, Louisiana would only worsen.
Oh my goodness, are you okay, sir? You are bleeding, and I worry that this blizzard will take you. Do not worry, the town is this way. You can stay at my place nearby until you have enough energy to go into town.
A beautiful woman tells me. This was the woman who came to my aid during the violent blizzard. She wore a black and red dress. On her dress, it had a symbol of a web. Or was I dreaming this? My eyes burned from my blood dripping into them. My body was weak from the shock of the violent crash. I was fading away. When I awoke, I was in a cabin somewhere. The woman who saved me was there, and she offered me a cup of tea. I accepted her gift because she was nice enough to rescue me, but what happened to Nancy? Did I dream of her attacking me? Was she actually the cause of the ravens? No, that couldn't be. The events would only get stranger. Chapter 4. Cirilla. After saving me, the woman offered me a cup of tea. I accepted her gift and was glad she wasn't as crazy as the two men I had seen since coming here. Cirilla was her name, and we exchanged names after a brief conversation. She was so beautiful, but I had no desire to defile her. I was married, and the only woman I desired sexually was my living wife, Himoni. Cirilla gazed out the window of her cabin into the raging blizzard, her raven hair whipping about as snow seemingly knocked on the cabin's outer walls. She welcomed me into her house, but I wondered why. Her cabin was cozy and one could hear the fire crackling in the hearth. I want to thank you immensely for saving me from the blizzard outside. Without you, I would have been a goner for sure. After getting attacked by someone I knew, I wasn't sure what would happen next. That madman in the road who jumped me probably just startled me, and the child I was sent to save vanished, I said as my voice strained with exhaustion.
You're safe now, honey. You need not worry. This mountain is dangerous to the untrained eye. Many men near town have gone mad due to drugs, and the women out here are scared senseless, for they do not know if these wild men will attack them. I'm just glad you weren't a violent-natured man who sought to defile my body, but now looking at you closer, you are not bad to look at,
Cirilla said. Her voice was like a calming mother's voice. Her voice calmed my anxiousness and was like velvet. She leaned closer to me, and the scent of cinnamon, pine trees, and lavender captivated me. Her very being captivated me. Her elegance enveloped my entire being, and I felt like she was my soulmate. Had I known her all my life? Was this all just a dream? One could not really be sure, for like a magnetic pull, she was pulling me into her net. What was I thinking? I felt this was mad, insane even. I took another sip, for I was married, but who was I married to? I couldn't remember. My heart started racing, for now I started to desire this woman. Cirilla began to smile, but something about her made me feel uneasy. However, I found out too late, for when I had finished the tea she offered me, she came closer. There was a dark sense of danger lurking beneath all that beauty. Was Cirilla as innocent as she wanted to make me believe she was? We soon sat by the fire as it hummed, repelling the coldness of the blizzard. Cirilla began to hum to me. Her beautiful voice made me forget about why I was even in Donaldsonville, Louisiana to begin with. Cirilla's hum was wrapped in a haunting melody that I would never forget. She sang the song of the caged robin.
Under the warmth of fire, a red robin flew into safety from the spider's net. But at midnight, the robin did forget. The spider lurks within the very shadows of the net, and soon the little robin forgot about the danger that beset. He was captivated by the fire, which sung and sung. When the clock struck 1, the spider pranced on the robin. Now the robin is a caged bird, forever stuck in the spider's webs. Dear Lady Spider, the robin is caught. Dear Lady Spider, he was caught in the net. Dear little robin is now a wingless bird, stuck forever in her net.
This song sent shivers down my spine and very soul. The top part of Cirilla's dress now exposed her breasts, and she sat on my lap facing me. She asked me if I wanted her. I struggled to move. But what was this? I couldn't move at all. She had the same deep violet-colored eyes as I had seen on Nancy. What was this? Was this a dream? I needed to wake up, and now. I told the lady who had saved me that I was married, and she laughed and laughed.
Oh, you silly robin. We have been lovers for some time. Every winter you forget me, for you had a traumatic experience 2 years ago and you relived the worst moments where you almost died. Those memories you may feel are real, are nothing but illusions and trickery due to the disease all men share in this town. We do not know why only men are afflicted by this ailment, but how I have missed you so much, my little Robin. My beloved Robbie, please let us make passionate love till the sunrise.
Why did this lady know my name? Do you mean to tell me I wasn't married to Hymene? I felt like I had finally been driven mad. Sometimes through the cracks, I would remember Hymene, but that name was fading quickly from my memory. However, in this moment of time, I had the strength to move, for my paralysis vanished. It was strange, for this cabin had no mirrors and only statues of men all about. As I focused, I felt like these statues were screaming for help. All these statues of stone looked sad and all seemed to depict men. It sounded muffled, but now I was alert and realized why I couldn't move. For whatever was in the tea she gave me made me unable to move. One of the statues was blocking something, but what? I finally saw it. This statue was in front of a mirror, and to my dismay, when I looked into the mirror, I saw Cirilla and me. However, Cirilla had a woman's upper body and a spider's torso. I would later come to find out she was a Joragumo. This world would have gotten worse and worse. What would I do next? Why did I always find myself in these types of situations? Chapter 5. Joragumo Part 1. In the words of Alan Watts, by replacing fear of the unknown with curiosity, we open ourselves up to an infinite stream of possibility. We can let fear rule our lives, or we can become childlike with curiosity, pushing our boundaries, leaping out of our comfort zones, and accepting what life puts before us. You see, we as humans are naturally curious. However, in my experience, curiosity only leads down paths of fear. Whether through determination or happenstance, we are all curious. Curiosity is woven into the very fabric of our species. It would be this curiosity that led to finding out the truth about this town. Before I tell you what happened after I glimpsed into the mirror and saw a beautiful woman turned into a hideous monster, let me tell you what exactly she was. Cirilla would be one of many monsters believed to be of urban myth and folklore. Cirilla was a Joragumo, a deadly spider woman with the ability to both enchant and bring great misery to those it dealt with. The folktales did not encompass everything this creature could do. The Joragumo is of Japanese origins. This myth started by a waterfall near Izu City, located in the northern central portion of the Izu Peninsula, and includes most of the Amagi Mountains. According to the tale, one day, a working man took a nap by a waterfall after a long day of work. He slept and slept until he was fully rested. While he was asleep, recovering from fatigue from his long day, the Joragumo entangled him inside her webs. When the man awoke, he moved the web to a nearby tree. It was moments later he was shocked to see that the entangled tree was ripped to shreds from the earth and dragged into the water. The man soon left and spread the news of a dangerous creature that dwelled by the waterfall, and soon the legend spread fast. The tale of the Joragumo continues from here. It is said that a lumberjack was visiting the site years later and dropped his axe into the water and fell in love with the Joragumo. The Joragumo was disguised as a beautiful maiden when it returned the lost axe to him. Falling in love with the spider woman proved to be a fatal mistake, and shortly, the lumberjack went missing, never to be seen until a week later, when his body passed down the river's water. Soon the tale of the murderous man-eating spider grew. The Joragumo was said to be a yokai, which was a demon. Since then, the Joragumo has since appeared in a number of tales from Japanese folklore, and is more often than not depicted as a deceitful creature that first tricks its victims by posing as a beautiful young lady. In some parts of Japan, it is even seen as a benevolent creature that helps people who are drowning in waterfalls. The Joragumo is a deadly spider woman who can both enchant and bring great misery upon those whom it deals with. It is one of a large number of yokai, which are supernatural spirit entities that can be both benevolent and malevolent in nature. As I saw the true form of Cirilla, the hairs on my arm stood up, and I mustered the strength of my ancestors, and I was in a trance. The beautiful Baron of Love, Pichili Ragnavar, came to me. I did not know until years later that only the strength of the descendants of the wayward could temporarily bring back all who were birthed from the wayward. Pizzili was filled with love, beauty, and wisdom. She told me that I needed to reverse the tease effect by looking deep into my heart and remembering who I was. Her words echoed in my very heart, and soon I awoke, realizing this lady only told lies, and now her trickery would be exposed. I searched the depths of my soul and thought about creating a pistol imbued with the holy soil of the wayward. When I awoke to reality, that very pistol I had thought about was in my hands. I did not hesitate to shoot Cirilla in the head. She shrieked in pain, and soon her voice changed, from a sweet, beautiful tone to a dark, evil, and vile tone.
You fucking man! I have not eaten a man's essence in forever, and now you will die. I do not care. Madam Redcraft will scold me. You will die. Men have been trapped by the blizzard in the mountains for some time. I wield the magic of ice and captivate the souls of lustful men who meet their end here. When I have sucked the essence of men through their sexual desires, I then turn them into stone, where they will be saved in the halls of Madam Redcraft. No man can escape. I thought you were different, but how easy it was to seduce you. You quickly forgot about your beloved wife. Meet your end here, little Robin,
Cirilla said to me. However, I would not let her do anything else. I shot her 3 more times in the head and planned my escape. She screamed in pain, and I tried to escape. I ran at speeds I had not ran in years. My heart is beating out my chest as fear rises. I look for a window to escape out of, or maybe just a door. Then I see it. A door. I run and run, but I am greeted by a hideous-looking monster. A spider. The upper body of the woman was now only deformed breasts with a white substance leaking from its tips. Long hair touching the floor, fangs of a devil with deep purple arms. Her lower body was a spider. She swung her spider legs at me, and I quickly dodged, but it hit a portion of the wall which soon dissolved like acid. What was this? She could easily rip me in two. This was the true form of Cirilla the Joragumo. However, I wouldn't let this stop me. I soon heard a familiar voice call to me. I reached into the depths of my soul and called upon the strength of another ancestor. I called upon Kali Braxitinvini, who was the Baron of War. I felt great power surge throughout my entire body. Cirilla swung again, but I easily dodged and began pummeling this beast until soon she lay down on the ground, not moving. I had broken 5 of her 8 legs. Cirilla soon reverted back into the form of a beautiful lady. She praised my power and told me Madam Redcraft would want me for herself. She also told me what she was. Chapter 6. Joragumo, Part 2. A defeated Joragumo lay on the ground gasping for air. The punches I dealt shattered her body. Her legs were broken like twigs. But it was Cirilla who told me of her origins. This is a long tale, a heartbreaking tale filled with lies, deceit, and darkness. If you cannot stomach dark, traumatic tales, then please do not listen to this. For this story of my stay in Donaldsonville, Louisiana, was only getting started, and the road ahead would only blacken with madness. I thought I had witnessed all a man could witness, learning of the wayward and its vile, forbidden magic, which was created from the hatred of man by a monster that would shake the very fabrics of reality. Sergio Webster was the catalyst of chaos and madness. However, he was not the most vile man. Noah Webster sent a wave of destruction with all he touched, and killed hundreds, the world's most cunning and intelligent monster. But he was not the worst monster to exist as of yet. Ron Oliver was a menace who was birthed from the darkest places of the internet. But even he did not hold a candle to this story. If I had not been gifted with the powers of my ancestors from the wayward, I would have been dead long ago. Strap in and witness a tale of pure madness. This was the story of Cirilla the Joragumo in its entirety. I would learn more about the Joragumo as time passed. A story of love turned into hate. That hate cooked in the heart of this beast, and soon, all men would be driven into madness by the second family of the Eldritch Shadows of Owls. To understand about the Eldritch Shadows of Owls, you need to know what this group was. The Eldritch Shadows of Owls consisted of 3 branches: Leviathans, spiders, and bulls. The Leviathans were the main branch of this group and were led by Noah Webster. In its ranks were the following people: Big Belly Joe, Pam J. Richards, better known as the Bodian Killer of Suffolk, Virginia, Nana J. Richards, the twin sister of Pam, who was better known as the copycat Bodian Killer of Suffolk, Virginia, Timmy Blastomite, better known as the Leviathan Killer, John Anumi, better known as the Wingless Baron. This branch of the family housed the strongest of its members. They were all calculated and had an IQ far greater than anyone else who walked this green planet. The spiders were the second branch of the Eldritch Shadows of Owls family. They weren't as smart, but still amongst the worst people on planet Earth. Madame Vivi Redcraft led this branch. She had no morals to speak of and was filled with hatred for all men. She defiled men and trapped boys in her lair like a queen spider. Amongst their ranks were the following: Cirilla Madstone, known as the Joragumo, Vicky Armstrong Redcraft, the older sister of Vivi Redcraft, Tabitha Redcraft, on the surface the sweetest soul but a real-life living vampire and witch. I would later find out who she was. Jezebel Quarterstaff, a witch who drove men into madness by just a touch, and the greatest alchemist of her time. The Bulls branch were basically their own branch of the family. Here housed the very essence of corruption. They spat in the face of integrity, love, and hope. Leading this group was a man we would soon come to fear. However, I will not spoil that until he shows up later in this story. Ultimately, the man who led the Bulls was the smartest man in the universe. He was once a kind soul, but the power of the wayward lady and more had corrupted him. He later slaughtered millions in the name of science and human evolution, and he would later surpass Sergio Webster in strength. In its ranks were the following: Ron Oliver, better known as Mr. Goosehead, Willa Nitzberg. Coming from the second branch of the Webster's bloodline, she was vile and the oldest cousin of Noah. She spared no soul and wielded the Nitzberg curse. All those who came from the Webster's bloodline held a curse. She could wield the power of force suggestion with just a glance or touch. However, madness would affect all people who shared their tainted bloodline. Kenny Obama, a distant relative to Barack Obama, who was the 44th President of the United States and the first African-American President of the USA. Kenny was vile and had the power of a power called Take Back. This power would give the wielder the strength of gods for a time. However, all things must come back to the earth. When the power was taken back, the person would wither away into dust, feeling their body decay and die. Kenny led the Illuminati and was one of the only members who weren't human. Kenny was a reptilian originating from the constellations, Orion, Sirius, and Draco. Kenny could shapeshift and was a threat to me years later. Now you know of the branches of the Eldritch Shadows of Owls. This tale will focus on the second branch of the family, led by Madame Vivi Redcraft. Cirilla soon begins her tale, in her normal, sweet voice.
Years ago, I was once just like you, Robbie. Normal and average. Oh, my sweet little Robin. Before you judge me, I was not always this way. I met a man who often fell asleep next to my tree. Time and time again. After the 6th time this happened, I was intrigued, but I feared I may scare him off when he saw my true form, so I came to him looking as I do now. At first, it was amazing because I was lonely, and he talked to me for hours. However, he would leave in the night so his wife would not nag him about where he was during the night. I was content with just being friends, so we were friends for 2 months. Unfortunately, all men share the disposition of lust within their hearts. One day, I showed the man who was called Mr. Itsumono my true form. I told him I could cut down trees with ease with my legs. I only wanted to ease his pain of having to work long days and carry wood for the house. He shrieked back in disgust, but then smiled, for he did not care. And at first, I felt like I had found someone who could look past my physical features. The man, however, soon tried forcing himself onto me. How could a married man do this? The bond of 2 souls needed to be sacred. He ripped off my dress, exposing my naked breasts and undergarments. Then, soon, he tried defiling me. He was not the first man to try this. Men would befriend me for they thought me to be beautiful, knowing they only held lust in the depths of their hearts and minds. So, to save myself, I pushed him off. He soon apologized and told me he had to go. I often went into town in the evenings to buy some food. It was here that shopkeepers would no longer let me buy from them. They shouted and screamed at me.
Get out of here, you fucking demon. Mr. Itsumono has told us of how you created a net and tried defiling him. He said you tried to eat him alive. Get out of here, you yokai. You are not welcomed here, you fucking Jorogumo.
A woman screamed at me. I was broken, for the one man I showed my true self to betrayed me. Mr. Itsumono soon became popular for telling the world about me, through lies and deceit. I soon cried by the waterfall for days until Madame Redcraft found me. She said it was okay, and we would get revenge. She promised never to treat me like that man Mr. Itsumono did, and thus, we plotted our revenge. Madame Redcraft showed me how to enchant and cause reverse enchantments. She taught me how to turn these vile men into stone, and thus, with the help of Vivi Redcraft, we found that man sleeping in his house. Snoring sounds could be heard that night. He looked so peaceful, but the rage in my heart could not be quenched, for this man had lied and destroyed my life. I could no longer even buy food because of Mr. Itsumono. I slit his throat and ate the man whole. If this town believed I was a monster, I would show them a real monster. Soon I turned him into stone and kept him as a trophy. Muffled sounds of terror could be heard from Mr. Itsumono. However, nobody would suspect anything. Soon, Madame Redcraft and I killed all the village's men and left in the night. We traveled and traveled through Madame Redcraft's portals until we reached a town in a different country called Donaldsonville, Louisiana. When we arrived, I met her other family there. It was amazing they welcomed me with open arms, and soon I would become who I am today. The story of what I was would be passed down and twisted, but I did not care. I had a purpose to serve Madame Redcraft. I soon pledged my loyalty to her, and life was amazing. I learned how to wield ice magic, and thus created blizzards for wandering men on this mountaintop. I would seduce them and eventually turn them into stone. All men must pay for their lustful hearts. You do understand, don't you, my little Robin?
Cirilla said as she finished her tale. I understood where she was coming from, but she did try to kill me. I had no time to waste, so I shot her in the head again as she lay on the cabin's wooden floor, seeming to be dead. I did not want to kill anyone, but this monster had tried to kill me. This battle left me exhausted, but I soon opened the door and began to leave. I whisper under my breath, I hope you survive and find peace, Cirilla. Goodbye. With those words, I opened the door, and the blizzard seemed to die down, even though it was still snowing. I see something from the corner of my eye as I'm walking out of the cabin. All of a sudden, I am hit with something, not once but 5 times. Whack, whack, thud, smack, smack. Now my ears are ringing, and my head is spinning. Would the universe not give me a break? Blood leaks out of my newly created gash from my head, and I start galling down to the ground. Yet another woman greets me. I could not make out her features, but then she stomped on my head until I lay down. She kept stomping and stomping until I passed out, and when I woke up, I would be on a bench in town. I slowly began to wake up as I still felt my head injury, but I had a bandage wrapped around my head. I was cold and tired of this day, and felt like it would never end. I hear loud noises and a man comes running towards me. Would this day ever end? I hope so. Chapter 7. Mama, Where is Daddy?
The night cast a dark shadow over the population of Birmingham, Alabama, as a woman took the stage to address the entire city. The winter's harsh wind could be heard knocking on the walls of every family's house, and an eerie feeling was about in the air tonight. There was no town hall meeting, no talk of helping fund schools, and there wasn't even news of how taxpayer money was being used for the year. On this night of January 5th, 2096, a well-known, loved and respected woman would give a speech to all residents of Birmingham, Alabama. Hearts would race, children would cry, and the woman believed to love all would be exposed. Her position in politics would be questioned, and her past dug up. This would be a troubling time for not only Alabama, but also the nation. As stories go, this would shed light on the strange and curious cases that were happening in Donaldsonville, Louisiana. This was the curious case of Mayor Jessie Brownfield, and by the end of the week, she would plead guilty to the death of both her daughter, Nancy Brownfield, and Detective Robbie Wayne Clark. I have lived in Birmingham, Alabama for some time now. I was a native resident of this beautiful city. On this fateful night, fear and terror would reach all of our eyes, for an emergency meeting was held. The speakers of this meeting were beloved and respected by all. We got a message from law enforcement informing us that a mandatory meeting would be held tonight at 6:30 p.m. The speakers included Mayor Jessie Brownfield, House Representative Kenny Obama, Chief of Police Veronica Sanders, and renowned Dr. Noah Webster. This night would usher in the origins of madness, for the following news would shatter us all to our core, especially my family. My name is Himony Blackclark, the wife of Detective Robbie Wayne Clark, and we would never be ready to hear this tragic news. However, before we go into that night, let me tell you what happened the day before. It was late and my husband texted me he had to go to Donaldsonville, Louisiana, to find a missing girl. Of course, I asked my husband why, but he told me what he always told me, that he couldn't release sensitive information to the public. He told me to visit Officer Klindenberger and he would fill me in. According to Robbie, by 10 p.m, my husband would have made it to the state of Louisiana, and by 2 a.m, he would have been on his way back home. This was normal in his line of work. However, soon, 10 p.m. came, and I had not heard anything. Then, midnight came, and I started to worry. Then 1 a.m. came, and still nothing. At first, I was angry that my husband did not communicate with me about what was going on. So, I start calling him. My calls to Robbie went straight to voicemail. What was going on? My mind started to race, my brain was flooded with endless possible scenarios. It was later when my daughter Sandy and son Timothy told me to watch the news. In today's news, a police officer's car was found on the side of the road in flames. No people were found inside, but Donaldsonville, Louisiana Police Department suspects foul play, the reporter said.
Wasn't Papa going there, Mommy?
Sandy said with concern in her voice. I reassured myself and my kids that he was running a little late and that the service was bad. However, in my heart, I knew my kids knew I was worried. Thus, I grabbed my kids and we headed to the Birmingham police station late in the night. The ride to Officer Klindenberger seemed longer than usual, or maybe it was just my senses heightened. 20 minutes later, we finally arrived at the station. I quickly tell Officer Klindenberger of the situation.
I just thought Robbie just forgot to check in. We were going to give him 45 minutes to check in to make sure the case was going well.
Officer Klindenberger says to me. Just then, in the middle of his talking, I get a call. Ring! 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 I quickly apologized to the officer as I told him it was Robbie calling. However, what we heard on the other side of the line wasn't a happy tale, and soon we would race against time to determine the validity of this call.
Hello, Mrs. Clark. My name is Mrs. Redcraft, but you can call me Tabitha. I saw your husband attacked by a group of savage animals. I came running to him, but at 11:30 p.m. local time, a pack of wolves killed your husband. There is nobody to retrieve, for the pack of wolves ate everything, including the bones. I am sorry. I must go, but I will return this phone to you. I will contact you in the morning. Others have been attacked and killed as well. Bye, Mrs. Clark.
The strange woman said as she hung up the phone. Oh my God, why, how could this happen? Robbie, please don't leave me. You promised me. You promised me. You fucking promised me, baby. I cried and cried until my eyes dried up like a waterless well, and then I cried some more. The precinct could hear the hall's echo as a wife was left widowed and broken. My kids came and comforted me, and for the first time, I felt a pain in my chest as sharp knives and daggers pierced the very structure of my heart. My youngest daughter comes to me and asks,
Mommy, when is Papa coming home? I miss him.
I kissed little Miranda on her forehead and told her, soon, baby girl, soon, with tears welling up in my eyes. I stayed at the police station until 4 a.m, and by 6:30 p.m. the following evening, there would be an emergency meeting. All residents were required to join. However, little did we know that the search to find out what happened to my husband would leave this town, this state, this very nation in turmoil. Thus, in the winter of 2096, I became a widow. Until we meet again, my friend, my lover, my husband.
Chapter 8. Exhibit 0. A determined mother and wife embarked on a perilous journey to find her missing husband, who turns up dead. What happened to Detective Robbie Wayne Clark was a mystery for those who did not travel to the snow-filled state of Louisiana. What was Officer Clyendenberger, the Birmingham, Alabama police station, House Representative Kenny Obama, and others who held power hiding? How did the case to find a missing Nancy Brownfield turn out this way? Well, to understand that story, one would have to have participated in an event called the Birmingham Summons. It was a 2-day-long event that consisted of speeches and the harsh truths that nobody would want to face.
Hello, my friends, my community, and my beloved family. Today, you have all been summoned here, for I regret I am the messenger of grave news. Today, we lost a beloved fellow resident. Some of you may have known him as a police officer, others as the Chief Deputy of Birmingham Police Station, others as a father, and one as a husband. It pains me to say that in the winter of 2096, former Detective Clark was announced dead. He was eaten and mauled by savage wolves. Detective Clark was investigating a missing persons case, which led down a path to his death. We must stay united during these troubling times. I feel your pain and grief. In addition, I want to start a citywide curfew for all residents, which will start at 9 p.m. To save those people from the dangers lurking in our nation, all shops, organizations, and places of work will be closed by 7 p.m. We need to uphold the standards.
Mayor Nancy Brownfield said. A girl with tears in her eyes screams.
Yeah, like you even care, Jesus fucking Christ, you are the actual devil. And any more who believes your crocodile tears are just as delusion as you fucking bitch. You only started caring when your daughter ran away from home. Shit, I would have ran away from home too, if you were my mother. You didn't care to even check up on the detective when he left for another state to save your daughter. It is no secret to me that you treated your daughter so cruelly. You treated me so cruel, and you are really the worst fucking human in this world. Mayor or not, the people have a right to know that the woman they voted for is filled with lies, lies, and more lies. You see, me and some friends did some research on you, Madam Mayor, and the dirt we found out on you would make any person disgusted.
As the girl said this, you could hear gasps.
You have no idea what you are talking about. I uphold the virtues, the morals, the fundamental beliefs of all. My daughter is gone, and you are trying to make an enemy out of a heartbroken mother. You are a very disturbed individual. Sadly, you want me to be a bad guy. But I am no villain of this story.
Jesse said to the girl. The girl nodded in the direction of Mayor Jesse Brownfield. The girl brought forth a man to speak, a man nobody in this town knew personally. It was a man vile, twisted, and mentally disfigured. Who came to the eye of the public was a man people had not seen since 2028. During those years, former presidents Bill Clinton, George W. Bush Jr., Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden publicly initiated a mission to stop crime completely within its borders called the House of Cards. However, who were these presidents really? It was Tony Carletzian who found out the truth about the former president, and now they were serving time in Sedona, Arizona's prison for the mentally insane called Red Sky Pines Prison for the mentally insane. Somehow this man was still alive, for in 2028 he was 32 years old. Now, he was 100 years old. His name was Kenny Obama, and people always thought he was gifted with good genes. You know what they say, black don't crack unless they smoke crack. A strange man who looked as if he was only 50. Kenny was a former police investigator and reporter, and now he was a House representative. The combined efforts of Kenny and the girl led to even more questions.
The fact remains true, Madam Mayor. You are not only a terrible mother, but you are a list of other things. Everyone, please place your attention at Exhibit A. These are exhibits of Mayor Jessie Brownfield. By the end, you can determine whether or not she is to be believed or if she should step down as mayor.
Kenny said. The first exhibit was something we were not ready for. It told of a story where Jessie would be found guilty of adultery by not another woman, for she was known to be part of the LGBTQT, PMV+ community. It was only originally the LGBTQT+ community, but it was added to the list over the years. Alabama, Florida, and Virginia were the only states allowing marriages of couples of same genders and sexes. However, the town of Birmingham did not like queer, gay, and couples who were not straight. Thus, the night would only get worse from this point on. Chapter 9. The Underlying Issue. House Representative Kenny Obama plays the first tape of the exhibit. This documented the real, unedited, raw Jessie Brownfield. Until now, Mayor Jessie Brownfield was believed to be the sweetest woman ever. She went to school events and talked to parents and led events for the youth, but the real Jessie was something darker, viler, and more sinister. Thus, Jessie would be the target of this town's rage and hatred on that fateful evening.
Nancy, the school emailed me about your grades so far. You have a B average. Not terrible, but we need to talk. No daughter of mine will get a mediocre B. Young lady, greatness starts with you, so you will be grounded for not getting an A. I can't even stand the sight of you. You act like it's hard getting a good grade. You knew the rules. Your only job is to get passing scores, which only consists of A's. How do you think this city will think of me and your mother if you only settle for bad grades?
A Jessie Brownfield says to her daughter. Nancy was scolded time and time again even when she put in effort to please her mother. Nancy explained to her mother how hard she had been studying, along with tutoring, softball practice, and spending time with the family. Jessie just scoffed at her daughter.
You ungrateful child. Imagine having everything handed to you and still being ungrateful. Have you learned nothing from church and life? I am disgusted at the person you have been lately. If I am being honest with you, Nancy, there is nothing spectacular about you, and there never was. You are just as retarded as these sluts your age. All they do is sell their bodies for a little cash, hoping to make a career but fail before they even begin a real life. My body, my rules, they say, thinking they have reached enlightenment, but still they are doing what men want them to do.
Jessie says. Nancy's face began to turn red as she was getting angry. From the bowels of her heart, which was blackened by rage, Nancy would soon not be able to stop herself. Nancy always suffered from emotional and anger issues. Her mother would not stop and would end up old and alone when Nancy left her house. Jessie would not stop until her daughter submitted to her.
You know what, Mother? I try so hard to please you, and not once have you praised me for my efforts. I try, but you will never be satisfied. You say everything I do is dumb. No, everything that spews out your mouth is just jealousy. Don't fucking talk about church when you married another woman. You know what the Bible and churches say about that. I love Jackie. I wish she had never met you, you old decrepit mad hag. Fuck you and your twisted ideations. It's always about your fucking image. This and that, I hope you die alone. I hate you.
Nancy said. Suddenly, Nancy was slapped in the face by her mother. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. However, in the videotape, you could see slightly Nancy's eyes turn a light purple. You see, in this time, all houses and structures were equipped with a surveillance camera, which could only be retrieved by law enforcement if they suspected someone was involved in a crime. It was the mysterious girl who sent an anonymous tip about Madam Mayor Jessie Brownfield.
Don't you dare ever talk to me like that again. Next time will be your last mistake, young lady.
Jessie shouted. However, things eventually calmed down. Jessie went into her home office and Nancy went into her room. 2 hours later, Jackie Brownfield came home but would only be met with strange events. Jackie Brownfield looks to see if anyone is home, for it is quiet and seems abandoned.
Hello, is anyone home? Nancy, Jessie? I'm home.
Jackie says. She smelled something strange. First you could smell smoke, but that was strange. Was there a fire? She then saw clouds coming from Jesse's office, and when she reached to open her wife's office door, it was locked.
Babe, is everything okay? You know we don't lock doors in this house. Baby?
Jackie said with fear in her voice. However, on the video you could hear muffled sounds, and then the door eventually opened. The room reeked of cannabis. Jackie never knew her wife even smoked. When their eyes met, she had a look of fear about her. Jesse explained she just needed something to calm her down. Jackie was always the calm one, so she just held her wife in her arms, and they hugged until Jesse calmed down. The following morning, Jackie would find something in that very room. Ever since that day, Jackie found out Jesse's secret, and this course of events would change the dynamics of their relationship forever. As the video briefly paused, you could hear a group of people shout in the background,
"You are a fucking terrible mother, and how could the very mayor be involved in drugs? What a typical fucking woman, being a hypocrite. The world would be better off without you."
However, there would be more to come. A Jackie Brownfield is humming as she woke up early to clean. Her humming could brighten up the world, like a beautiful hummingbird flying about in the sky. Her wife had been caught smoking cannabis. In this family, they did not do this. Jackie was not mad, but wished her wife had told her. She did not want them to have secrets, for if she was hiding this, what else was she hiding? As fate would have it, the very fabrics of their relationship would be tested. Jackie goes into the office to clean up. Jesse always told Jackie to leave her stuff alone, but the room was filthy. There was empty liquor bottles everywhere, an ashtray full of blunts, and an empty bottle of pills. The label of the pill bottle had long been faded. However, Jackie soon spots something underneath the sofa that was in the corner of the room, something white. She goes to pick it up, but what she finds is a pair of white underwear. It definitely wasn't hers, and as far as she knew, Jesse only wore purple lacy panties. Wait. At second glance, these were men's underwear. Why? How could she do this? Jackie's mind began to race. However, she would subtly ask her wife about this. So it began.
Good morning, babe. I hope you had a good night's rest. Before you go out today, I want to talk to you about two things real fast.
Jackie says to Jesse. All you could hear was groaning noises, for Jesse was not a morning person. Jackie asked her wife if she was planning to ever tell her about smoking. She just wanted to let her wife know that she was always here for her.
It's not that serious, babe. I just needed to calm down after talking to Nancy about her behavior lately.
Jesse assured Jackie that it wasn't a regular occurrence. Jackie told her that she was always here for her and that she didn't need to stoop to drugs to get through hard times. Jesse just nodded, but then was thrown for a loop when Jackie asked her next question.
Jesse, do you ever have company over in your office when I am not around?
This shocked Jesse, for how dare she accuse her of having people inside their home.
So what? You think I am inviting people over? Like, this isn't my house? I can have people over if I want to. Unlike you, I do enjoy people's presence some days. We all can't be caged animals like you. But to answer your question, no, I did not have anyone here while you were gone.
Jesse yelled. It was as if she knew she was getting baited. So she told her wife that if it was the white man's underwear, it was because she worked long days and wanted to try something more comfortable. Jackie soon apologized, and they let bygones be bygones. The two started passionately kissing and making out for 30 minutes. They soon both went to their daughter's room after getting ready for the day to drop her off at school. However, when they arrived at Nancy's door, she would be gone. Her bed was made as if nobody went to sleep in it. This was strange, for Nancy rarely made her bed. Exhibit B would tell of a tale of the crimes of Jesse Brownfield. The night would only reveal more lies. Chapter 10. A Sexual Predator. The two mothers race against time, for where had Nancy gone? Sure, Jessie and her daughter rarely saw eye to eye. However, that seemed of little importance now. They frantically rushed throughout the entire house. They searched and searched. The living room was empty, the office was empty, and no Nancy was found in the closets or restrooms, not even the attic or basement. They flew outside, past the kitchen, and to the porch, but nobody was there. They race into their car and speed off, and they search for hours, but finally find her sitting next to a man. This sent Jessie over the edge, and she angrily shouted at her daughter.
You had us worried, Nancy. You can't just fucking do that.
An upset mother says to her daughter,
Oh, so you do care about me? I just needed a walk, Mother. It is not even that serious.
Nancy explained. The man just stared at Nancy and Jackie for a while before speaking.
Hello, you must be Nancy's mother. She has told me so many things. Your daughter is smarter than most people her age. Oh, my apologies. Where are my manners? My name is Dr. Noah Webster.
The man told the woman. Jessie soon scolded Nancy harshly, as she always did. However, when things had settled down, Dr. Webster asked Jackie a question before they left.
By the way, how are the tutoring lessons going with Jessie and Max?
This surprised Jackie, for she had no idea what the doctor meant. He apologized and said Jessie knew what he was talking about, for Max and a group of his friends would come over to the Brownfields' house. Dr. Noah Webster said he was a substitute teacher at HBL, and that their grades had vastly improved since being tutored. This created tension in the Brownfield family. However, now that the seeds had been sown, time would reveal Jessie Brownfield's dark desires.
You are nothing like the person you have been pretending to be. I wouldn't even trust my dog near you. You reek of a slut and a whore. If I were your daughter and wife, I would have left you long ago. Fuck you, you faggot. I pray you burn in the very pits of hell itself, you bitch.
A man said angrily. However, the course of events would soon lead to the arrest of Jessie Brownfield. Dr. Webster had sown seeds of doubt. So soon, Nancy Brownfield's two mothers dropped her off at school. Jackie did not know who to trust, and she resorted to tracking the whereabouts of her wife. Jackie knew something was going on, but when she asked Jessie about things, nothing was adding up. Lies upon lies, for her stories did not make sense. On the surface, there was proof that she had been telling the truth, but the stories were told differently to each person. Later on that day, Jessie kissed her wife goodbye, for she had a meeting with some politicians who were in town this week. At least that's what she said. Jackie had taken the day off from the Winston Nellens Hospital, where she had worked. When she got home, she searched the bed but found nothing. She searched all over the house until one room was left. Jessie's office. Since they left frantically, the room was how they had left it earlier. Her laptop was opened. She wanted to believe her wife was being honest with her. However, the facts were too inconsistent. Jessie's laptop was open, but something caught her eye. It was an email to Max, and the subject title read, Media, for you. When she opened it up, a message box appeared, and it required a password. Jackie came from a long line of witches, so magic would be her only option here. Of course, this exhibit did not know this. They only saw her eyes turn a light purple. They said it was a lighting issue, and nobody was the wiser. When Jackie opened the media email content, it showed pictures and videos of Jessie and some other kids, including Max. In the photos and videos, it was Jessie tutoring these kids. A feeling of relief washed over Jackie until the end. It was her taking off her clothes till she only had a black bra and purple satin panties on. The boys in the room stripped down to their white underwear and they began kissing her. Later in the video, they would have sex. 15 minutes turned into an hour. The boys seemed to be seduced into giving her oral sex, and you could hear the moaning and screams of lust in the air. The boys would suck Jessie, and Jessie would sing their praises. She would suck on their genitals and even whip them as if this was foreplay. She even would make these boys put their penises into her butt. At some point in the video, a boy was heard.
Please stop, Mrs. Brownfield. You are pretty, but I want to actually pass my class. You promised to teach us. Please.
The boy begged and begged, but was only met with a taser to the stomach. The boy was only 14 years old. As he lay there on the ground, she ripped off his white underwear and threw it under the sofa.
I know you want me, and want to devour my very essence. Make me come. Make me explode. Make me feel something, for I feel nothing with my wife. You see, I am lonely.
Jessie told the boys she loved them and they said they loved her. Jackie was paralyzed with immense fear and hatred and was broken. How could her beloved wife cheat on her and molest underage kids, who seemed not even to know what was going on? Jessie defiled these young boys and told them not to tell anyone, for she could ruin their parents' lives. She promised to love them. Nobody ever knew of Jessie's dark urges to sexually assault young boys, for she always loved boys. Jessie would later cook them a meal after they had sex, kissing on their neck, forcing their hands down her pants and telling them repeatedly that she loved them so much. As we returned to the video, tears could be seen in the eyes of Jessie Brownfield, for how could her life turn upside down? The crowd started raging, and it would be the day she was almost killed. In the air was betrayal and deceit. Would she survive this ordeal? However, the final exhibit of Kenny Obama would lead to the act of finding the believed-to-be deceased Robbie Clark. Chapter 11. A Bird in a Cage Sings.
Even a caged robin sings, knowing it might never escape, but still tries and tries, but to no avail. All humans desire freedom, even those undeserving of it. In modern society, one might look past the evils of man, for they see a silver lining of goodness in their souls. Thus they fight and fight for the small glimmer of light in their souls. They fight this senseless war like the gladiators of old, like our great-grandfathers did in the many wars of the nation. I regret to say that, in all honesty, this makes no difference for most humans, despite their pure intentions being vile and evil if left to their own devices. A caged robin will always be a caged robin, if its jailer moves away but keeps it locked. You may think someone will come along and save that robin, but I say to you, that will certainly not happen. If you think otherwise, let me ask you about the last time you were driving to work or an important event. Was it then you stopped and saved the man or woman broken down on the side of the road? When that beggar asked you for some money, did you give him some cash? When your friend lost a loved one, did you tell them it would get better? Nay, you did not search deep within the very depths of purity. If you did anything good, it was because others were watching. You, my friend, are not good. Humans, by nature, are not good. In the words of Albert Einstein, the world is a dangerous place to live, not because of the people who are evil, but because of the people who don't do anything about it. I can say without uncertainty that these are true words, for people have their ideations of good and evil. They complain about the world being evil and those vile humans that inhabit its green and blue surface but do nothing personally to change it. If you hate violence, then show people love always, not just when it's convenient for you. If you find poverty bad, give donations and money to those who benefit from it. It is silly to expect a person to do the good you yourself are not willing to do. Innately being good does not exist, you are a mere puppet. The strings of hope are ripped away when you enter your natural state, and thus, let me tell you, the caged robin does not sing. The vile truth was that Jessie Brownfield seduced young boys. These young boys were exactly that young and easy to be manipulated. These young boys were fragile, but it also broke the trust of our hearts, for she was believed to be a good person. You may judge her actions, but sometimes people are born broken. This is the story of Jessie Brownfield, and raping young boys was not her only sin, for she worked with vile men who would see the world burn and laugh. I would soon sow a seed of doubt in the hearts of the residents of Birmingham, Alabama. Thus, soon, another seed would be planted. My name is Dr. Noah Webster, and what happened to Jackie Brownfield was sad, however. What her wife Jessie did was worse, and the people would judge her before the entire world.
What the fuck are you doing? This woman has been raping boys. Imagine our own children crying to themselves at night for this woman threatened them. All these years pretending to love her wife, but now at dusk her true intentions are known. Residents of Alabama, this is our home and she has defiled the very essence of our safety. We will not stand for this. We will not stand for crime. We will stand for justice in the very face of adversity. We stand united. We stand tall, we stand up, and these vile sinners fall.
A woman screams. Suddenly, the crowd of just mad people became enraged, and not even the police who were there could stop this. Jessie is kicked in her face and blood trickles to the floor. She is scared of what is going to happen to her. She looked frantically at Jackie, who looked as if she did not care. Just then, a man punches her in the face and yells, "Did it feel good when you slapped your own daughter? Was it like this?" Then another person hit her in the head with a chair, and the mob now was raging on. They banded together to kill this sick bitch. She couldn't breathe now, for her lungs were filling up with blood. Where are the cops, you might ask? Well, they were joining in brutally beating her, and soon she had a swollen, blood-filled lip. She had a black eye and bruises all over her. Her suit jacket ripped, her suit pants ripped. Her heels she was wearing broke, and now they finally did it. The mob of angry people strung her up by her throat via a copper industrial wire. How they even did it was beyond me. Now she lay there dangling like a piñata, and death was near. The building we were in had a phone, and the phone rang. This stopped everyone. Kenny Obama answered, and the voice on the other line was what definitely saved Jessie that day.
Hello, is this the City Hall of Birmingham, Alabama? Well, that does not matter. My name is Detective Robbie Wayne Clark. Badge number 9, Charlie 2060 Lima. I am alive, but I have been injured. Please call for backup. I am in Donaldsonville, Louisiana, and the victim who is believed to be missing is now my main suspect. If you come here, search for the village named Bastion of Webbs and Mead. A savage woman has attacked me, and the men here are...
Just then the phone hung up, and only static could be heard from it. Himony Black began to cry. The mob who thought Detective Clark to be dead settled down, and soon an entire squad of police officers would head to Donaldsonville, Louisiana. However, before that happened, let me tell you of the tale of the first 3 missing persons of that mysterious town. This would shed light on some issues. The first couple who disappeared from that quaint town was Christy LeVar and her husband. Buckle in for the start of true madness.
Chapter 12. My Fair Lady. He grew to remember the events of old, but it seemed like forever ago. Once a beautiful soul, in the very words of those who loved him. His mother likened him to an angel in this darkened country. His wife told him he was the very essence of light. But now he was different. You see, the once good man everyone cherished was now tainted by the devil. Even the purest of souls can be painted black and red. The very piece of what made him loved by everyone was gone. The piece of his sanity, a piece of the light in his heart, a piece of his very essence was now shattered. His mind was evolving, and soon the conversations between him and his wife brought him no joy. She never understood anything of meaning, at least to him. The once adventurous wife had now become a shell of her former self as fear settled into the depths of her heart. She was a brainless zombie to this man. For now they shared nothing of value with each other. To the man, she was just a sack of useless data. Zeros and ones were all he cared for now. He would liken people to decimals, fractions, hexadecimals, and numbers. The man soon studied and studied. Late nights turned to early morning, and sleep was now an inconvenience. The man eventually became a doctor, but the curious nature that dwelled in the bowels of his heart would eventually send him back to where he met his wife the second time. Donaldsonville, Louisiana. The man was an iconic figure by 2097, for his mind was far superior to anyone else's. If you felt Sergio Webster was a genius, then compared to this man, Sergio was the dumbest human alive. His intellect was unmatched, and no human would ever reach the great heights he did. You see, he was found after being lost for a while, confused and driven mad. Everything seemed to be devolving, and he shared nothing but disgust at how the human race was receding back to its primal natures. He already heard that woman's voice speak to him and another. The voice he heard was King Forgeron, for he was his avatar, a man who had survived the games of Chad Billings. But what did he have to show for it? What did anyone who participated in those games have to show for it? Later, a Dr. Sean LeVar would be diagnosed with schizophrenia, tripolar disorder. which was a mental disorder that caused extreme mood swings that included emotional highs and thoughts of invincibility. He suffered from delusions due to his God complex nature, which came out due to tripolar disorder. Christy was his wife, who had been searching for Sean for about a month before he finally answered her calls. Call after call. First, she did not worry, but when hours turned to days, she began to panic. Soon days would turn to weeks, and then a month. After spending time saving the small town of Smithfield, Virginia, they returned to Ohio for some time, and life was as normal as one could suspect. However, Sean kept talking about worlds far beyond human understanding, and for 8 years, it was like his wife showed no interest in things. He would later study books and works of people who changed the world, people like David Icke, Stephen Jay Gould, Charles Darwin, and Sergio Webster. Sergio was believed to be a monster. However, what made him that way? For one doesn't suddenly decide to become evil. The days cast a harsh truth that Christy oftentimes commented on. Sean LeVar was growing colder to not just her, but everyone around him. He talked about slaughtering the useless people who he deemed garbage. He talked about how without brains, all humans were mere puppets, and he loathed all people who made excuses. It did not matter if the excuses were valid or not.
You've got to stop this obsession, Sean. You sound literally crazy. I've had enough of this madness. You do and say things that make no sense at all. I miss the old you, Sean. I miss spending time with you under the stars, under the moonlit parks of Ohio. I miss you, the real you.
Christy says to her husband. Sean had been getting irritated lately with her. For how would an average-minded fool even begin to comprehend the very scope of the universe?
A simple-minded fool you are, Christy. Nothing but air invades your very nature. And that is something we can agree to disagree with. After our trip to Virginia, you wanted to act like you were here for me. Oh, Sean, if you need anyone, I got your back. You are nothing but a liar and a stupid bitch. I have seen the horrors of the vent people. I cried every night for who was it that really sacrificed themselves to save everyone. It was me, and I knew that you did not want to hear about my traumatic experiences. You just wished me to get better, like I had a cold. You are a joke, Christy.
Christy yelled at her husband.
You are hurting my feelings. I am not dumb. I do care about what hurts you. You just shut me out before I can even help,
she said with tears in her eyes. However, Sean did not care, for emotions were discarded like trash from his heart long ago. He just laughed at his wife and told her to grow up as he kept reading a book. This lasted for a while until 2091, when the couple met their untimely death, according to witness reports. The two had been missing for 18 months in the city of Donaldsonville, Louisiana, in a county of unknown origins. Many deaths were known to occur here, but nobody ever knew why the police never did anything.
Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Yes! Oh my, oh my! Hello, sir. I want to welcome you to the great city of Donaldsonville, Louisiana. Here you can participate in the local festival. This festival is called the Festival of Webs and Mead. It's fantastic for lovers, children, adults, and basically anything else. My name is Diggy Bowman, and I am here as your city tour guide. May you find peace in the afterlife, for even the caged bird does not sing,
a strange man said to Sean and Christy. Christy seemed to be taken aback by what the last part of Diggy's statement even meant. However, the two soon headed to the festival. The festival happened once a year in the wintertime, and thus, it began in the winter of 2092. Bright lights were all about that evening. Women dressed up as beautiful maidens could be seen about, and there was food and dancing. This excited the two, and for the first time in years, a feeling of love was about in the air. For the first time in a long time, Sean did not talk about vast worlds, works by famous people, or even his own work. He saw Christy and apologized for his demeanor for the past few years. He said he wasn't well, but he would start making an effort to be a better man. This made Christy LeVar shed tears of joy, for she loved Sean more than anything. So, the two kissed during the moonlit festival. However, this would be the last time they embraced each other. Sean had to use the bathroom and promised to be back as soon as possible. Sean soon went to the restroom, and it was here it happened. A tale of madness would begin, and the story of the first missing couple would start. Sean is washing his hands when a woman comes out of the bathroom stall. This surprised Sean, and the two began to talk.
You do know this is the men's restroom. Are you lost or something?
Sean asks the mysterious woman. The woman tells Sean that her boyfriend dumped her, and he is seeing another woman. She then said the two of them came here for a trip, but he left her stranded. She began to cry and cry, but her crocodile tears meant nothing to Sean, for an episode would soon begin. His tripolar disorder soon started, and he began to speak angrily at her.
You think your crocodile tears mean anything to me? I have witnessed vast worlds of zombie-like creatures. I have witnessed the virtual worlds that house Jericho. I saw that strange woman outside, and you were trying to ambush me. Your story is filled with lies, but I have no time for your games. Whoever you are, I do not care.
Then the woman stopped crying and spoke to Sean.
You could see right through me, honey. Let it be known there is no choice for you in this matter. Your wife, Christy LeVar, will soon be abducted by Madame Redcraft, and I have been tasked with dealing with you, Dr. LeVar. You cannot escape this, for all men will be hunted down and killed.
The woman said instantly. Sean tried escaping, for his wife was in danger. Emotions clouded his judgment, so he did not realize the woman had a blade. Sean's back was turned, and this was his chance to escape finally. However, it was too late. The woman stabbed him in the back, one stab, then soon 16. All things that ever made Sean LeVar good now were gone, as his fight-or-flight instincts kicked in. He soon drew a blade made of the wind itself and slit the throat of the vile woman who had attacked him. He gutted her like swine, and soon she lay there seeming lifeless. As this battle ended, he went outside and screamed for his wife, Christy.
Christy, where are you? We have to leave now,
Sean yells. However, he was met with only stares of strangers.
What a fucking basket case. Another man on drugs, no doubt.
A man says. However, he is then touched by a woman and soon passes out. She soon carries him away from the bathroom, away from the crowd, and soon they are in front of a building called the Brothel of Redcraft. For some reason, Christy was there and asked the woman who she was and what she was doing with her husband.
Hello, Mum. My name is Jezebel Quarterstaff. I am one of the only staff equipped with medical expertise. You see, this man had a seizure outside of the men's bathroom. I believe someone found him and alerted me right away. This building is the only place that has medical facilities, and the ambulance has been alerted. They will be here in 10 minutes to take him to the hospital.
Jezebel Quarterstaff tells Christy. Christy insisted on joining them. Jezebel agreed, and they entered the Brothel of Redcraft. However, someone knocked Christy out only moments later, and when she woke up, she was laying on a bed hooked up to IVs with what seemed to be a doctor next to her. The doctor seemed familiar.
Hello, Christy LeVar. Welcome to the Hall of Madame Redcraft. Your husband is no longer with us. You have been selected by Vivi Redcraft, Vicky Armstrong, and Tabitha Redcraft themselves. You won't remember your husband after this procedure, for you will be one of us. We want to create something new, for men are a plague on all of us women. You will be the first lamprey silverviva orimanti, or blood-sucking fish, which adopts the properties of a vampire, leech, and siren. You will be one of a kind. However, you might not be okay with this, so, under the pact of Madame Redcraft, become one with the caged bird. Our beliefs will now be your beliefs. Remember the forgotten song of your husband. Your only love is for the Brothel of Redcraft. Be free, my beloved sister.
The doctor said. As she said this, she touched Christy, and her memories were altered. Christy now always remembered the doctor and her other sisters. Amongst her sisters were the doctor, Madame Redcraft, and even the Joragumo Cirilla Madstone. The sisters of the Brothel of Redcraft were many. The doctor's name was Jezebel Quarterstaff, her beloved older sister. Thus, it was here she soon forgot about her beloved husband. However, love would be a powerful force, for at times she remembered Sean. Her procedure soon started, and soon Christy would forget about her love for Sean, and all men would be her mortal enemy. As for Sean LeVar, he was pronounced missing along with his wife. but soon we would find out what happened to that soul. Madame Redcraft had set her eyes on Sean, for he seemed to be a strong man. She could spot a strong man, and she lived for the chase, so when Sean awoke after being abducted, he was in a snowy field outside. But what was lurking in the grass was not a man, not a woman, but a beast from hell. It had jaws stained with blood and teeth that could rip even cars into shreds. It stood towering over Sean LeVar. It was known as a Knuckleavy. The Knuckleavy was believed to originate from the Orkney Islands. The Orkney Islands was a place in Scotland, and 3 people would know the tale of this beast. The 3 people who encountered this beast were Sean LeVar, Officer Kleindenberger, and a woman called Betty. Up until now, people thought they knew terror, but madness was only beginning. The men would be captured, and some eaten. The men who were eaten were believed to have gone missing. But Madame Redcraft controlled the narrative of this town, and nobody would even begin to search for these missing persons. Madame Redcraft controlled the Donaldsonville Police Department, news stations, and even the local government office. Her claws sunk deep into society and would for some time. Women captured would be brainwashed, and those who resisted would end up missing. The Knuckleavy was on its way to Sean LeVar. Would this poor soul survive this mad tale? Well, we would soon figure that out. This is the story that would never be told until now. This story would turn one's love for the unknown into a nightmare. This is the tale of the beast known as the Knuckleavy. Chapter 13, Knuckleavy, Part 1. Before beginning this tale, you need to understand the wayward. Sure, if you have been following the tales thus far from various people who documented their experiences, you may say, Robbie, I know everything about the wayward. However, I must regrettably inform you that you know nothing about the wayward. For if you did, you would not even be reading this tale. All those affected by the wayward age slower than regular humans. So a 60-year-old man or woman would look like they were still in their 30s. The average lifespan of humans by the 2090s was 110 years old. Due to scientific advancements, a 110-year-old would look like they were 80. So often, the mixtures of the two would seemingly have the results of people living up to 150 years. How was this even possible? Well, thanks to black market drugs, which eventually became legal, extended life and seemingly eternal youth were possible. Or at the very least, slow biological aging. Sean LeVar and Christy LeVar were a young couple during the time of the first documented cases of the vent people in 2024. By the 2090s, they were an older couple. But this explained why, almost 70 years later, they still looked young. Christy was never gifted by the wayward. You may think because Christy was infected by Madame Redcraft and her sisters that made Christy LeVar someone of the wayward. However, most people who were in the ranks of the eldritch shadows of owls did not have anything to do with the wayward. Noah Webster was a special case. Now you know why people who were old enough to be your grandparents still looked young. All the events till now and going further are documented experiences of all who were part of this tale. Kenny Obama, Himani Black Clark and her children, the Brownfields, the Birmingham Police Department, including both Officer Kleindenberger and Chief of Police Veronica Sanders, Dr. LeVar, and his wife Christy LeVar. All those associated with Madame Redcraft, Betty Maroney, Diggy Bowman, countless eyewitness reports, Dr. Noah Webster, Big Belly Joe, Ron Oliver, the Richard twins, Timmy Blastomite, and I, Detective Clark. The events would only get more bizarre. Snow falls on his skin and he shivers from the below-zero temperatures. The harsh winds cut his skin like a sword to butter. He had not felt a pain like this in a while. How did he even get here? He tries to figure it out. However, he sees 2 women approach him. Was this the afterlife? That voice in his head soon speaks to him. No, that wasn't right, for 2 voices began to converse with the man. Run, eat, devour. Those 3 words tormented him as they were screaming his name, telling the man to wake up for the chase was soon to begin. His head was throbbing, but at second glance he wasn't the only one. A woman chained to a pole could be seen. Her ankles were bloody, no doubt from the attempts to escape. Her neck was also bound to the pole, and it seemed like she had a foot of room to try to move. However, When the man soon comes back to reality, he notices he shared the same fate as the woman. The two women soon arrive near a confused man and finally speak. The first woman wore a black and red dress with a black straw hat covering most of her face.
Hello, peasant. I want to see you squirm like the rodent you are. All men share the same fate when up against me. Now prostrate yourself in the only acceptable posture, bowing down to your new goddess. I am Madame Vivi Redcraft,
the woman said as she drove her heels down into the man's chest. The wind blew as he looked up at her, revealing her white undergarments. She looked down at this man in disgust.
Only one man has the right to look upon my body like that, and you are nothing compared to him,
Madame Redcraft shouted. The man had enough of her talking and began to speak.
You stupid bitch, shut the fuck up. My head hurts from your constant talking. Learn your place before you end up like those before you,
the man said. Madame Redcraft went on to kick the man over and over in the head till the snow was stained with his blood.
Big talk for a man about to die. You are nothing more than the other men who have come before you, stupid man.
Just then a harsh wind began to blow, knocking off the woman's hat. As their eyes met, a shift in personality started in the man. The man easily broke his chains, for they eroded quickly. Sand replaced the once snow-filled field. The man had a cane now, and thus a battle began. Madame Redcraft shot fire at the man, who easily blocked her attacks with sand that ate everything it touched. The man's mind was gone, and he used a deafening element of wind to cut through the woman's skin like butter. However, she took a chance and started to attack the woman, who was left weak, broken, and hopeless. For a moment in time, his mind was restored, for the woman being attacked reminded him of someone. Who that woman reminded him of was his wife, Christy LeVar. The man was Dr. Sean LeVar. This lapse of judgment would be his downfall, for as soon as he rushed to save this woman, a beast attacked him. You could hear screams of pain in the air that day. Where was the other woman? Had she vanished? No. The very woman that was next to Madame Redcraft was this beast. This beast was known as the Nukkalavi. A horse demon-like monster. With each step it took, the hellish creature destroyed organic life. With each breath it took, trees and grass would wither into nothingness. A beast that consumes good fortune and bestows that stolen luck on itself. It knew of war, and those ill-equipped would stand no chance. At first glance, it had a normal bite, but it could erode flesh with ease, and soon Sean LeVar would be captured, left seemingly dead by the Nukkalavi.
Hello, my friend. I see I need to bestow the power of kings to you. Let this be the last time. I was born from Jericho's lands. No inferior beast will devour me. Accept the conditions of madness, and my power will be yours again, number 101.
A voice said to Sean. As soon as the voice said this, another voice spoke to the man.
Do you accept the terms of this pact?
Sean whispered yes with his remaining strength. A strong blast knocked all three of them to the ground. You could hear screams of pain on Sean, and what was happening to him sent shivers down the back of the Nukkalavi itself. Sean's bones started to break as his limbs extended. More screams of pain as he transformed into King Forgeron himself. All those memories he had forgotten about the Chad Billings game instantly came back to him. King Forgeron was massive, and the only appropriate posture for inferior beings was begging for mercy.
Prostrate yourself in the dirt, you stupid, weak, inferior peasant,
a voice says to both Madame Redcraft and the beast. King Forgeron stood tall, towering like a beast from hell itself. On his back, he had wings with ice emitting from its tips and fire with electricity circulating about said wings. His wingspan was 27 feet wide. Indeed, a sight to behold. He was fast, nimble, powerful, and destructive. 2 fox spirits could be seen behind him. The foxes were known as kitsune. Soon, the battle shifted, as King Forgeron started attacking the Nukkalavi, slicing, biting, and punching the once scary beast. Now the only thing the monster could do was beg for forgiveness. However, those cries fell on deaf ears. King Forgeron's avatar, Sean LeVar, spared nobody, and in a matter of seconds, the beast lay seemingly dead and defeated. King Forgeron ripped off the beast's skin and began to devour it. Just then, a black hole sucked him in. Where did this black hole come from? A voice from the sky could be heard.
Even the caged bird does not sing. Hear the voice of old. Let your brain be void of all hate, for I am your lover, friend, soulmate, divine light.
Just then everything stopped, for the words of Madame Redcraft affected all men except one. Her words bent reality, and all feral beasts, all savages, and humans born as men had to head the call of the Redcraft bloodline. Thus King Forgeron was defeated, and Sean Lavar was captured. However, I later heard of the tale of the Nukkalavi and who it was. Chapter 14, Nukkalavi, Part 2. The street seemed empty, and the bench I was lying on was deathly cold. I was not sure how the hell I even got here. My head is ringing as I feel a sharp pain in the back of my head. I reach to touch my headache and I feel something wet. Well, it wasn't wet, more like a damp substance, and as I checked my fingers, a strong smell of metal was about in the air. It smelled like iron, or maybe nickel. It was my blood. Slowly, it is coming back to me. I was assaulted while coming out of the cabin after facing off against Cirilla, the Joragumo. A man came running towards me with haste, fire in his very steps, and a sense of importance with each stride he took. I was exhausted from my car crash, fighting the woman called Cirilla, who was a Joragumo, and getting attacked by someone. The man comes up to me and yells,
"You got to escape here, now the Nukkalavi hunts you. A hellish horse-like beast from the pits of hell is here. First, it attacks you from behind, and it begins to hunt you when you awake. It can smell your blood. For the monster, this is just a game, and you are its trophy, my good sir. It wants all men to serve Madame Redcraft. Here, take my phone and call for help if you can. I am tired, mate, of all this darkness. I once served the Eldritch Owl himself, and that same man has put Madame Redcraft in charge of this, but I cannot hurt another soul. It's bloody insane, ain't it? But we have to win this time, for I fear men in this country don't have much time. I have heard of talk and tales of overthrowing the Eldritch Owl himself. My friend, remember me, for I am Timmy Blastamite. Meet me at the Bastion of Webs and Mead. There is a festival tonight. To blend in, buy a voice changer at the map's location. Madame Redcraft has been watching you and will undoubtedly send the Nukkalavi, Jezebel Quarterstaff, the Lamprey, Silva Viva or Imanti, and her other sisters to brainwash you. They live for war, but I will protect you as much as possible. You must use this map for phones. All GPSs will be tracked. Escape with haste and find Diggy Bowman. Don't forget to dress like a woman. They don't trust any man. Trickery is the name of the game.
The man said to me. It was with this phone that I called the town hall phone and Kenny Obama picked it up. However, it would be too late when help came to Donaldsonville, Louisiana. I felt like I had been on a never-ending roller coaster. I needed to find Nancy Brownfield, for she was the key to it all. Somehow, a sweet Alabama girl was driven to violence, and I needed to know why. Unfortunately, before then, I would face off against the Nukkalavi. I was tired of fighting ever since coming to this godless state. My run-in with Diggy, my car accident where Nancy had attacked me, my fight with Cirilla, and even now, after getting attacked for another time. I would never have accepted this missing persons report if I had known how dark this road would be. You never truly know a person. I might say I missed the sweet voices of my loving wife and children. So, after my call, I made it to the annual festival and headed to the Bastion of Webs and Mead. Would the night grace me with good fortune?
Oh my fucking God! We need to save him! Detective Clark is one of the only good ones left. What are we gonna do, House Representative? Kenny Obama! We need to take action before it is too late. We need answers. What will we do with that woman?
A man screams angrily.
Fuck that woman, for she deserves nothing more but to be forever proved from this world. Hang her, give her the death penalty.
An angry mob begins to shout. The people needed the powers to act quickly, for Robbie was coming to an end. Even with haste, the road to Donaldsonville, Louisiana would be a journey of madness. What would happen next before House Representative gave the green light to rush to Louisiana? Just then, the glass falls to the ground from the light fixture above, and glass falls into a man's eye, slashing his eyeball. Blood is leaking to the ground. As you hear his screams, you could also hear other screams as people ask the man if he is all right.
Are you okay, sir? Oh, my fuck! Oh, my lord! What the actual fuck? Your eye is bleeding!
A man screams into the crowd. Glass shatters again and this time falls on a child, slicing open the little girl's shoulder. Splat! Crash! Another scream as even more glass falls on the teenager. It is lodged into his skull, and paramedics would soon be called to save people. However, not before a vile man made his move. During this commotion, we could hear the sound of a horse, the sound of hooves, and soon the sounds of death. You might be wondering who I am. Well, you can call me Kenneth Kleindenberger, or Officer Kleindenberger, if that is easier to say. This was the night we heard the Nuka-Levi for the first time. We never really saw the feral monster. Lights would flicker off for 10 seconds and come back on for 2. Each time the light came back on, another soul would be dead. We heard very vaguely over the horrific screams a voice of a female, and on second thought, she sounded familiar. However, then a portal-like hole appeared, and when the lights came back on, only death was awaiting the paramedics, and those of us who remained.
The people who were no longer here included Nancy Brownfield, Jackie Brownfield, Dillian Black, Dr. Noah Webster and Miranda Clark.
Help is on the way. Please let the paramedics assess the situation and help those injured first.
A stranger says. The paramedics arrived, but nobody would be celebrating, for loved ones were missing. I, the mother of Dillian and little Miranda, would be devastated for her babies were gone. The portal was still open, but a man Alabama knew as Dr. Webster just walked through its gates with a bloody Dillian dangling by his neck from the clutches of Noah. What followed Dr. Webster were 2 sisters, and the 3 of them waved at me, Himony. When they waved at me, I could hear that vile man saying,
"Good luck, Himony. I go now to kill Robbie's bloodline."
Then the portal closed and I passed out from the shock of it all.
In the aftermath, Kenny Obama gave the green light for the Birmingham, Alabama police station to have the permission of God and the country. Code Red Eagle was initiated, which granted law enforcement complete authority in any state governed by the United States of America. Thus, on that fateful night, the police department of Birmingham, Alabama, left for the state of Louisiana. Before the call, the people were ready to kill Nancy Brownfield, but now she and her wife were nowhere to be found. However, after Kenny Obama granted Chief of Police Veronica Sanders authority to lead the charge to save the detective, 20 police officers charged into the night. So how was it that 20 officers went to Louisiana, and only 3 of them would return? It is a strange story, but the nights would get stranger, for those officers would not return for 8 months. Chief of Police Veronica Sanders led her officers to the Festival of Webs. The tale of the Nuka-Levi would only get stranger with time. The next time I would see the Nuka-Levi was at the Bastion of Webs in Mead. Chapter 15. Nuka-Levi, Part 3.
Footsteps could be heard on the pavement, but not a soul was seen for miles. As leather shoes hit the cobblestone, all knew he was a man on a mission. The sky was out, but the sun did not shine on the skin of a soul, for during the day men were sent under the ground to build vast structures for the woman who ran and controlled that hidden county in the city of Donaldsonville, Louisiana. On second thought, there were people, and hundreds to be exact, but they did not talk to men, not branded with the symbol of the Bastion of Webs and Mead. They did not trust outsiders, for Madame Redcraft lauded a crime to converse with any man who wasn't branded. However, this community would spare no excuses, for Madame Vivi Redcraft showed this town of the bloodline of Redcraft. The Redcrafts were a bloodline of witches, some might say. The white folks called us witches. But in the heart of all, we knew that our connection to the earth was strong. Long were the days of picking cotton for masters and plantations, but I'm sure some white folks and their offspring would love for us to be slaves. Up until then, Christians ruled as the most recognized religion. However, 5 years after the world witnessed the COVID-19 epidemic, the belief in that God of old began to die, when the world began to be infected. It started with the Vent people, then the mountain men came for us, but now we are a people united. Now, the only religions acknowledged on this side of the country are Wiccan, Hoodoo, and Voodoo, for Madame Redcraft herself had exposed the evils of men. Popes and pastors were seen to be conducting in sexual activities outside their marriages. Too many times, young children were the victims. So with the help of Vivi Redcraft, we abolished those peoples and religions. Mama always used to instill the beliefs in all her children. Good daughters who instilled the beliefs of the Hall of Webb's creed in their everyday lives would be blessed by Madame Redcraft herself. Marriages were arranged because we still needed men for one thing, to carry our bloodline into the next generations. However, we'd unpicked from the slaves. Oh, y'all, look at what we got here. Another man, another fool, another one for Madame Webb. Ah, send my pickings. Min to Madame Webb, amen to that. Ah, can't wait to ravish myself. But first we need to carry out our bloodline creed. Av tu say few is worthy enough for my body. At sunset, y'all will run and run through fields, as Thunokalavi will chase y'all. I told men I was known as the master of everything shape-shifting. Even though foul creatures known as the Draconians believed to be reptilian, humanoid lizard-like monsters could shapeshift, it was more like messing with the minds of their victims. Among these foul reptilians was Kenny Obama. However, there was only 4 men amongst the stars who could really send our species into extinction. You have met 2 of them, for they were Detective Robbie Wayne Clark and Dr. Sean LeVar. The third man was a god amongst men, and not even Madame Redcraft would dare oppose him. The last man, however, escaped bondage, for he was something else that we never knew. His name was Connor Jason Cummings, a master sergeant in the United States Army. It was that mysterious man, who we won't name, who told us he was a dangerous man. The sun was setting over the county led by Madame Redcraft. Here, the population outside of the city of Donaldsonville, Louisiana, thought this to be a farming county. The county was called the Bastion of Webbs and Mead. Here, farmers would tilt the soil, structures would be established for schools, banks, and much more, and miners would dig for more materials to keep the county thriving. However, that's what we wanted people to believe. The only workers here were men, for men had captured women for decades, and now it was time for the tables to be turned. Men are disgusting because they get away with crime against women. Men rape women, and even little girls. Men sleep around with women that aren't theirs. And worst of all, men would just tell everyone how easy we were to fuck. As if women could not keep a society running. It was Madame Redcraft who started our plunge into the depths of this new society. With her guidance, she created a world that could be driven by women solely. You might say to yourself, "Oh, but not all men are evil." Yes, all men share the same lust and vile tendencies, if given the opportunity. So we created Jasper's Hillgrave root, one of the main roots for brainwashing. We needed the strength of men, and now they were our mere puppets. Men are disgusting because they get away with crime against women. In the very depths of this county, the Bastion of Webbs and Mead, drinks were served to tourists. Men greeted these tourists, and everyone was oblivious, for all of us who worked under Madame Redcraft knew how to play our parts. Men would stare at us, and we knew they only wanted to defile our bodies. However, the truth was that we had plantations for the white men, for our ancestors were sold to white men who used the Bible and their twisted religion of Christianity to beat our people into submission. Long were the days of the Jim Crow laws of 1865. The Jim Crow laws lasted about 100 years. Grandma and Mama always taught us about these. From dusk till dawn, we were instilled with the truth that given the opportunity, some white folks, dem would still go back to slavery, if they could. Thankfully, the 13th Amendment destroyed the allowance of slaves, but even so, as anyone of African descent living in America, I feel it's our duty to teach our offspring about what our peoples had to go through. The 13th Amendment was as follows: neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction. However, what happened afterward was filling up jails and prisons with our darker-skinned brothers and sisters. How we were just cattle still to them, but in the days of the Jim Crow laws, we had black codes. Black codes were strict local and state laws that detailed when, where, and how formerly enslaved blacks could work and for how much compensation. Oftentimes, this compensation was little to nothing. These codes appeared throughout the South, for the South was the very heart of slavery. Blacks were put into a life of being indentured and had to obey their ruthless masters. These folks had no rights to vote, own property, and even their children would be seized for labor purposes. I am under no false delusions that all white Americans are bad, for it was the very Africans who sold their own people into slavery for money. Everyone is to blame. By the 21st century, slavery wasn't an issue, but racism in cities and towns were. But the news will twist the narrative and say, all black peoples are loud, rebellious, and don't adhere to the laws of this country. However, every tale has two sides. White folks, being terrified, would call the police, saying blacks were doing illegal activities. Mothers suffering from mental ailments would be deemed as troublemakers, and judges would find every reason to lock them up. What was a woman supposed to do? Our black men were often locked up for drug possessions, but they weren't hurting anyone. They just needed a way to cope. I feel as long as you are not giving it to minors, it should be tolerated. You should be aware of how this country is dark and needs reform. Black families are torn apart, but the white people don't care because they can still live in wealth off the backs of other races. So soon, racist behavior became normal, and blacks would go from banding together to attacking each other. Now the white man declared all men who had children with a woman to pay child support. Oftentimes it would be a large amount, which they claimed was based on income. However, food and clothes were not the only thing, for if it was $300 to $500, it would suffice. So, the woman saw this as an opportunity to drain the pockets of their fathers, not caring if he had enough to survive on his own. Government assistance was established for mothers. However, they wanted more and more, so soon mothers would lie about who the father was. You see, child support was disguised as for all women, but the government saw this as an opportunity to divide the black families of America. It was said to be for all women, but in reality, it was for the black woman. It was used to divide black mothers and fathers, for fatherless children are more prone to make mistakes, which could lead them into the prison system, which meant more free labor for the white man. Women started standing up against their oppressors, but on July 4, 2030, it happened. The House Representatives passed a law to regulate the child support money to a card. One would put money into it, and only child products could be bought. Things such as diapers, baby food, and children's clothes. They created an entirely online and physical store that only sold these types of products. The women were enraged for what about gas money? What about a place to live? The powers of America deemed it as the mother's sole responsibility to handle that themselves. They said they knew of the consequences of their actions. Abortion was a capital offense, and the only way to get out of raising a child was through putting said child through adoption. Black mothers who had been using the system had no other choice but to live as their male counterparts and actually get a job. However, the wage for women had gone up to 6.2% more for mothers, but still, this wasn't enough. Men were still disgusting. Men still preyed on the emotions of women, and by 2044, it was said that 6 out of 10 men were believed to be predators, serial killers, and rapists. However, thanks to Madame Redcraft, we were saved from America's tyranny. I think it is important to know your country's dark past, for they only want to suck you dry until you die, then say how tragic it is. The sun was setting over the plantation, and white slaves were returning after a long day of work. Some were working the cotton fields, some were miners, some were mechanics, others were chefs, and some even were personal servants of Madame Redcraft and her sisters. They were tired, hungry, and thirsty, but they knew better to complain. A beating of 20 lashes would be the punishment for any man who slacked. I was the overseer. The slave men would call me Nafula the Mad Witch. However, some knew what I was, and soon tales spread how I was the Nokalavi. I was said to be ruthless and cruel, for I whipped and brutally beat any man at the sign of disobedience or laziness. We had a job to fulfill the needs of Madame Redcraft, and I needed to let these filthy vermin know that women were now in charge. Most of these men were kidnapped from 15 years of age, others used to be on vacations with their families. We ripped apart families like the white folks of old did to our ancestors. We had only hate for men. At first, it was only white men, but soon any race of man was our mortal enemy. Among the slaves there was a young man named Connor Jason Cummings, who used to be a master sergeant in the United States Army. The man was 29, who had been traveling with his wife and 3 daughters from Virginia for a family vacation. Tabitha Redcraft wanted this man, and so we captured him. We tried turning his family to our side, but their loyalties were misguided, so we slaughtered those fuckers till only corpses remained. Connor had bright blue eyes, but his eyes cast a darkness about them. We would soon find out. Connor always had a smile and seemed happy. He praised me often, but one day he was falling behind on a task, so I beat him over and over. Even Tabitha and Jezebel said I had taken it too far. However, I kept beating the man. I was furious, but as I beat him one last time for his laziness, what grabbed my whip was not a timid man. It was not a man at all. It was a beast. He easily ripped the whip from my hand and clamped down on my wrist, breaking the bone. Thinking I might die, I transformed into the beast, known as the Nukkalevi, but even my power did nothing, for he had a hard shell that no element, no beast could penetrate. He soon broke my legs as he flung me into the air. However, he still held that sad look he always did. I don't think he ever wanted to hurt me, for he said he admired me often, but I believed those words to be lies. What Connor had turned into was a Krabaguden mens, which could be translated from Norwegian to English as crab god mens. It was a crab monster with an impenetrable defense, and claws that could rip anything. Where Connor originated from I may never know. However, we never saw him again until decades later, I must confess. Out of all my slaves I owned, Connor was my favorite. Some days I was my original brown-skinned and named Nafula, a tall, brown-skinned woman with breasts and a butt that would make any man beg for my body. As I walked, I demanded respect, and all men would soil their loins just thinking about me. However, I still had a job to accomplish. I needed to become a white, fair lady, and my mission was to create offspring powerful enough for Madame Redcraft. In reality, I hoped to find Connor again, so I traveled to Alabama, and there it was. Not Connor, but I found a woman of witch heritage. A Jackie Lovendian was my target, and I would make her mine. However, women did not go through the same treatment as men. So, how would I create the bonds of love without magic and trickery? It was the spring of 2072, when I, Nafula, would shapeshift into Nancy Brownfield, and thus the project to entrap a Jackie Lovendian. You see, not all witches knew of magic, and as far as I, Nafula, knew, Jackie just held witch's blood. Little did she know how powerful of a witch she was. So as I walked up to her, it was an instant connection. I used my charm to eventually seduce this woman, and for a while we would be inseparable. We tried to have children after 8 years of trying. At first I loved my daughter. However, her skin was so light, and she never really listened to me. I grew to hate and loathe Nancy. I never could handle my emotions well, but soon after everything that happened, I decided to go back to the bastion of Webbs and Mead. These people would have killed me, but I could not transform into a Nukkalevi, for Madame Webb always told us never to allow men to know what we really are unless we were willing to kill them. As I go through the portal, I smell something, a man with blood all about him. I would later find out this man was Detective Robbie Wayne Clark. However, my encounter with this man would be the reason why men would never lust after me again. Madame Webb taught us that even a caged robin does not sing, but this little robin sang a song so destructive, it would scar me for a lifetime.
Chapter 16. A Journey into the Godless Lands.
In the air was only fear, but who could blame those scared for what had happened at the town hall events? The events at the Birmingham Summons were dangerous, for we were racing against the very fabrics of time itself to save 2 individuals. Detective Robbie Wayne Clark and Nancy Brownfield were gone as if they never existed. But why did Detective Clark put Nancy as a prime suspect? Only the gods of this planet knew. The air crackled with nervous anticipation inside the once packed and crowded town hall. There were 62 injuries. Luckily, nobody was killed, and those who could muster the strength came the next day to hear the speech given by Chief of Police Veronica Sanders. Chief of Police Veronica Sanders was a beautiful and loved woman, believed to be in her early 40s, but she looked 25. She had beautiful brown skin and walked elegantly with each step, but her presence demanded respect. Her deep hazel eyes told a story of beauty, But underneath those pretty eyes, something else lurked in the shadows. According to the Latin proverb, the face is the portrait of the mind, the eyes, its informers. Words that rang true, even to this day. Veronica got where she is today through hard work and a willingness to perform above and beyond. All police officers swore to protect and serve the people, but Veronica Sanders was a step above the rest. But just like the words from Sergio Webster, I must say that even lilies weep. You see, I never trusted her even with a track record of heroism and many medals from the mayor herself. Nobody is that nice, and nobody can climb through the ranks of a police officer as quickly as she did. Mayor Jesse Brownfield was suspected and wanted in Alabama now for sexual assault against underage boys, but when the commotion died down, she was nowhere to be found. Nancy, two of Detective Clark's children, Dr. Webster, and a few others vanished without a trace. This was a curious case. However, the road to redemption, peace, and recovery would be long. My name is Officer Keith Kleindenberger, and this is my account of our trip to Donaldsonville, Louisiana. Veronica Sanders took the podium that day after our residents had gone missing, but despite the turmoil, she swayed the hearts of the people and promised to find out why people had just vanished.
Hello, everyone. I am no stranger to hard times, for I was tasked with protecting our citizens. I swore to uphold the virtues instilled into every police officer. I know our hearts echo with the traumatizing fear of saving those lost to us. Maybe they were your friends. Maybe they were your family. Maybe they were your neighbors. I promise the Birmingham, Alabama police station will not stop until all our residents are safe. I promise I will do everything I can to safely save and return them to us. In less than 6 hours, we will go to that seemingly godless country. Thank you for holding out this long. May we see the good fruits of our hardships. Thank you.
Chief Deputy of Police Veronica Sanders said at the town hall meeting. With these words, House Representative Kenny Obama gave us full authority to act as grade Alpha law enforcement. There were 4 grades of law enforcement: grades Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and November. Grade Alpha had full jurisdiction in every state, could arrest people deemed as a threat for up to a week without a warrant based on personal conviction, had access to lethal weapons, and had access to confidential files of any government establishment. Grade Beta and Charlie had access to fewer states, could not use lethal force, but still could arrest people deemed as dangerous. Grade November was essentially a regular law enforcement police officer. Mrs. Clark, I promise I will bring back your children and husband. Please stay strong, for I know you are a strong woman. May the gods gift us with a safe and hasty return. I say to Himini. Then we left in squad cars to Donaldsonville, Louisiana. I left, and little did I know that all 20 officers would be faced off against monsters from folklore. This night would only get stranger and stranger. Leading the officers were 4 squads. Squad Alpha was Veronica Sanders. Leading Squad Bravo was me. Leading Squad Charlie was Officer Patty Nixon. Finally, leading Squad Delta was Gideon Frank. Each squad had a total of 5 members. Thus, it began. 6 hours later, we arrived at Donaldsonville. At first glance, it was a normal city. However, when we crossed the city's limit, Officer Gideon Frank said he wanted to check in with HQ and let them know we had arrived. We were to check in every 6 to 8 hours.
HQ, this is Delta 1.
Gideon says.
Delta 1, send it.
A voice from HQ said.
Roger, we have arrived at coordinates 30 degrees 6 feet north, 90 degrees 59 feet, and 39 inches south. Everything is green. Over.
HQ then replied.
Affirmative. Contact HQ when you make contact with contact point B. HQ out.
When Gideon said this, he told us we should mark this location so we knew where we were heading. However, when we went outside the city limits sign, we couldn't leave. We tried and tried, but nothing happened. It was like an invisible barrier was keeping us in. Officer Patty thought we were joking, but the same thing happened when she tried. So, we decided to keep going to contact point B. We would figure this out soon. We arrived in a small village in town, and by this time, the snow had been falling harder and harder. We see men working, So we asked about a place called the Bastion of Webs in Mead. The man just stared at me, and then later he began to talk.
Webs, Redcraft, eyes on us. There is no time for Nafula will see men not working and beat us. If you have come here, make sure the three-eyed sparrow does not see you. Only death awaits all men here. Sir, you have to run. It is too fucking late for me. But please, if you can escape, only 2 men know of a way out of here. That detective or cop was captured by...
Just then, he stops because a man was yelling atop a shop building.
Madam Redcraft, I do this for you. I love you so much, and my heart aches from being unable to see you. May our bodies be returned to your essence after the grave. I am sorry for my many failures this week. May we meet soon.
As the man said this, he dove headfirst off the building. As he was falling, my heart sank, for I knew he would soon die here. Soon, the man splat on the ground. The man's head was bashed in due to the speed of falling. His arms were bent backward, his neck snapped like a twig. Blood was all over the ground, and his brain was on the ground. Just then, the man I had been talking to before this happened hurried away, and a woman approached us.
Hello, welcome to the Great Village. If you need help, please let me know how I can assist you. Down the road there is a place called the Bastion of Webs in Mead. My fellow sisters can help you. Please rest, for a blizzard will come here soon,
the woman said. Thus, soon we headed to that place called the Bastion of Webs in Mead.
Chapter 17. Webs in Mead.
We soon reached the village known as the Bastion of Webs in Mead. The wind was raging, snow began to fall, and you could hear the silent screams of a ghost town at first glance. When we got closer, we did, however, finally see residents. Here, people could be seen serving food and drinks. The chatter of families, men, and women could be heard. Talk about the beverages of this village, and even about a strange man who had come earlier in the week. It seemed like a welcoming town, but something was definitely off. Only men worked here, and women with revealing clothes could be seen about. This woman looked to be part of the adult sexual industry. The times were different for adult entertainment. Once upon a time, it used to be days of Pornhub and OnlyFans. In 2023, due to not verifying the age of minors, Pornhub was shut down in various states and eventually shut down completely. A lot of people were outraged, and others wondered why now, since Pornhub had been around since 2007. It was a way for people to fulfill their desires. Then OnlyFans took over. However, in 2030, it was shut down and replaced with darker urges. In 2032, viewing pornography was allowed for 15-year-olds and up. The USA determined that most children 15 years and older viewed those pornographic sites of their own volition. Recording porn for people under 18 was still illegal, but the age requirement was lowered. Dark Urges was a platform for all, for AI-generated content was made available, and virtual reality games for adult sexual content were made available. Dark Urges made $798 trillion United States dollars annually, a really profitable business. The woman who had told us about this place arrived here and talked about all this place had to offer. However, Squad Alpha could not be found. I just thought they had gone off ahead to tell HQ that we had arrived at the location. However, I wondered where Chief Deputy of Police Veronica Sanders had vanished to in the back of my mind. The woman offered me some mead, and it was here everything changed.
Have some mead, honey. The food and drinks are to die for. If you fancy more adult activities, come down to the Red Root District. Here, all your desires will be met. I know you guys are law enforcement, but you should relax. After a night of rest here, my sisters and I will help you find your missing friend. I assure you this town is safe, and there hasn't been any crime in over 10 years,
the mysterious woman said. Something felt off, and I felt like this woman was trying to separate all the officers, or was this all in my head? We were all on edge because a group of our residents had just vanished. Paranoia was thick in the air, and we did not know what to expect. I thanked the strange woman for the invitation, but told her I should get some rest, for I wanted to start the search early in the morning. Thank you, ma'am, but I am tired and worried about my missing friend. Thank you for your kindness, and I hope this does not offend you, I say to her. She just smiled and took me into my room. The Bastion of Webs in Mead was huge. There were shops about, a brothel to give into men's carnal lusts and fantasies, bars, and so much more. Dark rooms lit with a dull purple and red glow were seen about. Sounds of moans and pleasure could be heard about. There were even theaters and arcades for younger people to visit. It was like an entire underground state by itself. As I enter my room, a woman approaches me and introduces herself.
Hello, officer. My name is Vivi Redcraft, and I run this establishment. My sisters told me of your search for the detective. I actually had the opportunity to meet him. I have an idea where he is. We can discuss that matter in the morning. You are undoubtedly tired from your journey into this snow-filled state, so I will let you rest. How does 9 a.m. sound?
The woman said to me. I told her that would work, and she just smiled and walked away.
Please let us know if you need help with anything. My sisters and I would love to help in any way possible. If you require drink or food, if you need a friend to vent to. Suppose you are lonely and want a warm body next to you. If you need some information, please do not hesitate to reach out. All you need to do is press that red button next to the bed, and we will help you as soon as possible. We are here to serve you, Han.
The woman who had told us about this place said. I went into the room, and it looked cozy. There was a bed next to the corner of the room, a mirror, a bathroom, and it seemed normal. I always checked the rooms I was staying at, and it was here I stopped in front of a picture. The picture depicted many creatures of folktales like mermaids, sirens, and vampires, from what I could tell. However, it looked slightly off. My attention to details was unmatched, and soon I went to fix the painting. It was here a piece of paper dropped to the floor. I picked up the seemingly unimportant piece of paper. As I read this, I would never be the same.
Hello, dear reader. My name is Detective Robbie Wayne Clark, and the horrors I have seen would drive any man mad. Most times I believe I have nightmares for my job is stressful, but this is in fact true. The townspeople of the Bastion of Webbs and Mead are all from Donaldsonville, and inside this town there is a village. At first glance you might notice one or two things off. It is not your mind tricking you, I assure you. You might encounter a man or two screaming frantically to help you. Listen to these men, for all men are captured, brainwashed, and enter a life of a slave. The women are nice and will try to convince you that there is an illness that only affects men, or maybe they won't. Nonetheless, they will be kind to you until your guard is down. Beware, for the women I have encountered are few, but still are a threat. The first woman I met was named Cirilla. She is a Joragumo, a spider-like monster who can rip any human to shreds with her spider legs. She also wields the magic element of ice. She is the one causing these blizzards. She can also turn men into stone. A monster of Japanese origin. Do not put your guard down. The second woman is called Nafula, and she is a horse demon-like monster. I can barely describe her, for she instills only fear in her victims. You may know her as Mayor Nancy Brownfield. You cannot trust her, for she is vile and filled with lies. The last woman I only heard talk about her is known as a lamprey, Silvaviva Orimonti. What she is, I may never know. However, I do know that she is a strong monster from what some of the men told me. It starts with them offering you drink and food. Do not be deceived. Be safe and be careful, fellow reader.
As I read this, I was surprised, but I was falling asleep, so I decided to call it quits for the night. However, I would soon wake up in the middle of the night with two women talking. My visit to this village would soon prove to be the worst mistake of my life. My name is Officer Keith Kleindenberger, and the night had just started.
Chapter 18. The Hotel Room.
Inside a hotel room, I had found Detective Clark's note. It told stories of monsters, men being slaves, and the darkness lurking inside the village. However, I soon drifted to sleep. When I woke up, I felt groggy, like I was drugged or something. The first time I awoke, I saw a woman talking.
How could life turn like this? I can never be in this form again. All of Alabama is probably looking for me. What the fuck? How could life end like this? Who is this mysterious girl? Wait, I know who this mysterious girl was. Well, I will deal with that later. I need to figure out what to do with this man. I can't have anyone looking for that detective.
The voice said. Wait, I knew that voice. I knew exactly who this was. She was Mayor Jessie Brownfield. However, what I would see next would haunt me in my dreams for a while. She ripped off her face and skin like a mask, and what I saw underneath was the woman who had told us about this place. So, Jessie Brownfield could shapeshift? I just thought the night could not get any worse. I finally saw an opening, for Jessie was pacing back and forth the room as if something was wrong. I slowly regained the ability to move, and I sprint out of there. I wasn't going to sit around waiting to be eaten. I ran and ran, of course, and she spotted me, and there was a race against time. I knew I would end up dead if I let her do whatever she wanted to me. As I make it out of the room, she sprints after me. I am gasping for air. I'm shoving and pushing people out of the way. When I run down the hall, I notice something. The further I run, the further away the exit sign is. It was like an endless loop. I started screaming and yelling, but it was all for nothing. The woman was slowly approaching me, and I knew it was my end, for the woman transformed into a horse demon-like creature. The woman would erode the environment with each breath and each step. How could I escape from this monster? All one could hear is demented screams. Just before it finally approached me and slaughtered me, I woke up, and I was back in the room where I could see the woman ripping off her skin. I was in an endless loop. How would I escape this hellhole? Would I escape this hellhole?
Chapter 19. The Infinity Room.
In the eerie silence of the never-ending hallways, shadows danced about as the feeling of death pranced on me like a bird in a cage with a lion. Sweat formed on my forehead as I stumbled through this oppressive darkness. I needed to escape this hellhole, but I had been through this very hallway 6 times already. I screamed and yelled at the top of my lungs. Help! Somebody please help! How the hell do I escape this fucking hallway? However, the people around just avoided me. They looked in my direction and then quickly walked aimlessly like a zombie. This was a room called the Infinity Room. What comes to mind as you think of the Infinity Room? Well, just like the name implies, this room was never ending. A dark, eerie hallway filled with dim, red, glowing candles on its walls. When you entered this room, madness would set in. This would haunt me for years to come. My name is Officer Klindenberger, and this was the worst day of my life. I remember some woman who looked like Mayor Jessie Brownfield transform into the woman we would come to know as Nafula. She was a vile woman and cared not for children or men. Only a few souls saw her true form. I'm talking her form as a seemingly Caucasian woman and her true form, which was the Knuckleavy. Some people called me Kenneth and others Keith, but regardless, I knew I was being trapped in this room. The woman who sent me here did so from magic. She performed a ritual known by those who studied the dark magic of Madame Redcraft. It is derived from Louisiana voodoo and a slight mixture of hoodoo, using roots and plants to create this illusion. However, soon I would realize the only hallucination was this hallway. The injuries Nafula inflicted on me was in fact real. As I, Officer Klindenberger, am running throughout the halls, the very walls seem to be closing in, trapping me inside a nightmarish labyrinth with no escape. Cries of fallen and trapped souls could be heard. Whispers echoed, chilling my spine as the hairs on my arms stood up, as the distant sounds of a horse and footsteps came closer and closer. I looked behind me and saw the shadow of a woman who was contorting, and her appearance swiftly changed into a hellish horse-like monster. I soon am trying to gasp for air, and I look forward. A flickering light ahead offered a false sense of hope, for this light was brighter than the dimly lit candles I had seen thus far. The light revealed a monster who had a gaunt figure, a horse hellish-like creature with a woman riding its body. The woman riding upon this demonic stallion had hollow eyes and a twisted smile. Her laughter echoed through the corridor. Each step hastened my heartbeat. Would this be the place I die? I could not die, for I had made a promise to Himoni Clark. But, with each step, I knew my end was drawing near. I quickened my pace, but the hallway seemed to stretch on endlessly. Desperation clawed at me as I walked faster and faster, which only led to more despair. I had walked for about 10 minutes, but was no closer to the end of the hallway than I was when I started. This was the terror of the Infinity Room. As the beast approached me slowly, she slaughtered the people near her. She laughed, and it was here I knew. No, I felt my end drawing near. The woman and the horse impaled its victims, and the fallen souls turned to ashes. This beast consumed the fallen ash and seemed to get bigger and bigger. Sounds of a galloping steed could be heard, but I knew the only way out was forward. I looked upon the woman's face as it was twisted with madness, always lurking in the shadows. Panic set in, my breathing quickening with each passing second as her laughter grew louder and more clear. That laughter reverberated throughout the never-ending hallway. As hopelessness consumed me, the walls seemed to pulse with a dark feeling. These very walls were painted red with the people she had slain. I am talking about blood and human organs. On one wall, a chunk of brain could be seen slowly sliding down its walls. On another wall, a long, intestine-like object could be seen. This was insane, and I feared I would not make it. I made a choice to run past the creature. The only word I could make out from her was Nukkalevi. She said this over and over like a broken CD player. I run and run, but soon I would be lifted into the air as a sharp pain entered my stomach. I scream and scream, for the pain is too unbearable, but I remember the promise I made to Himoni. I could not stop. I would not stop. A wet liquid feeling went down my body, and I knew I was bleeding. I grabbed the spear-like weapon the beast had impaled me with, and with all my might I broke its long handle. Thus, I ran and ran. When I made it past the Nukkalevi, the hallway I was running through was no longer an endless labyrinth, so I soon escape, and I wake up in my hotel room. Luckily, I was so tired from the night before, I had not changed. I quickly left. As I looked back, I saw the woman get up, but I closed the door and quickly leave this hotel. It was downstairs I met up with Officer Patty Nixon, who was leading Squad Charlie. I soon rounded up my squad and met up with my fellow officers.
Chapter 20. Nunu the False God. So far in this tale of madness, you have learned about various things that would shape the world in the future. You have seen Detective Clark go into that snow-filled, godless state. You have seen the true nature of women. You have heard of Vivi Redcraft as she fought against Sean LeVar. You have heard of Jezebel Quarterstaff as she changed Christy LeVar into a monster known as a Lamprey Silva Viva Orimanti. You have heard of the sins of Mayor Jesse Brownfield. We learned that Nancy Brownfield ran away from home due to her mother, Jessie. Nancy had two mothers. We have introduced familiar names and names you might have never heard of. If you think there is no way this book could get any stranger than this, I am sorry to tell you that you are misguided. Until now, the tale was at its lowest. However, when men not governed by morals arrived, we all would understand that the caged bird does not sing. What does one do when morals, love, compassion, and all good traits are discarded into the trash? The person that Officer Keith Kleindenberger would run into was a vile man. A man so dark and twisted, the families of Sedona, Arizona would remember him forever. This man almost took everything from me, Detective Robbie Wayne Clark. This man took people as he forced them to participate in his little games. Once upon a time, he had no powers. However, he was gifted with powers from a faction nobody knew existed. You see, up till now, there were powers of the wayward, drug-induced powers that were created from a black market drug called Codex 9, and the offspring of a child of the Glimmer who still resided on our green planet. However, the Pact of Nunu, the false god, catalyzed death itself. This pact granted the host power of time, space, life, and death. This power gave the host immunity against all forces weaker than itself. However, the power demanded balance, so if you saved a life, one would have to be given to the false god Nunu as a balance to the world. The man who inherited this dark power was Ron Oliver, who was known as Mr. Goosehead. During the days when Roland James Julian III, an architect and adventurous man, found the hidden tombs of King Solomon, he was found by the beast who stalked him. Mr. Goosehead was asked to kidnap this man and kill him. For the company he worked with hated him and wanted his findings for themselves. Roland was well renowned for his findings of otherworldly artifacts, locations known to be of urban myths, and his other minerals which could fuel humanity's survival. You see, according to the United Research of Health, which was often abbreviated to URH, they predicted the planet would only survive till 2200. If that was the case, we had less than 200 years to figure out how we would survive. However, this tale would be something nobody would be ready for. So let me tell you of the false god Nunu. During the Wise Men's War, 3 factions were fighting all over the world as we know it. The 12 Greek gods, which you probably already know. These gods were Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Hephaestus, Aphrodite, Hermes, and Hestia or Dionysus. They lived on Mount Olympus and were known as Olympians. These gods were lesser gods of this world, and even though they were immortal, they behaved like humans. Humans of the old world used to worship these gods, who often gifted them if they felt they were worshipped adequately enough. The second faction was known as the Kekili Lumiere gods, which was said to be a combination of the languages of Ewe and French. These gods were middle gods and held powers that could easily wipe out the lesser gods. They held 15 gods: Nouveau von Aridon, Lumiere Sepitar, Cori Sepitar, Darius von Delgado, Demetri von Delgado, Pichili Ragnivar, Kali Braxtin Vini, Jarguva Mirda, Bonve Vonde, Arinius von Aridon, Lili Ragnivar, and Suizini Mirda. Together they all were known as the Council of Kekili Lumiere. After the death of the king, they were known as the Council of 12. There was a third faction of gods, however, an ancient and vile group of gods that consisted of 3 souls: Peon Eldergrave, Brafidi Eldergrave, and Nunu Eldergrave. The 3 of them created life as we know it, the creators of all including the gods below them. They loved their children, but one of them held hatred in their hearts, for humanity no longer cared for them, and soon they were only to be believed as a myth. Nunu went to Earth and soon got trapped in the tombs of King Solomon, who was the only human strong enough to hold this god. He stayed there, trapped as stone, until an architect freed him. The man who freed him was Roland Julian. Soon, the eldritch god fused with this man, and chaos would ensue. Only 3 artifacts could stop an elder grave god: a weapon made from King Solomon's tomb, a white lotus flower imbued with the blood of a god, and the mind of someone who came from the Webster's bloodline. Nunu was a parasitic god who latched onto his host's spine and brain. Thus he could control them, and they would have no choice but to obey his will. Nunu was a huge humanoid slug that had a body of a centipede. He sucked on his victims like a leech and had 8 rows of sharp toxic teeth. He bonded with Roland soon after, and Mr. Goosehead, who he had been chasing, soon fled for his life. But not before Nunu, the false god, took his arm for penance. As time passed, Nunu realized he did not share the same goals as his host, and thus, he unbonded with Roland. This action left Roland seemingly dead, and the false god Nunu looked for Mr. Goosehead. Nunu promised the vile Ron Oliver that he would grant him powers. You see, the elder grave gods did not trick people, they only told the truth. Nunu needed life to survive, for he committed the worst taboo while being part of the 3 elder grave gods. He killed and sacrificed 1 elder grave god, 1 Kekili Lumiere god, and 1 Olympian god. Together, he created a spell that would make him the strongest, for humans needed to be erased. However, he did not consider that he would be trapped for over 300 years while going to Earth. In 1792, he came to Earth and got trapped by the altar for Brafidi Eldergrave. He did not think anyone worshipped them, but why wasn't he worshipped? Why did they prefer his sister over him? He was enraged, but after 300 years he escaped and became Roland's host, and later Ron Oliver. I would tell a young Keith about this tale later on in life.
However, soon the Bastion of Webs and Mead would see this creature, and its original host would attack this state. It would take the entire group of us to take him down. Noah Webster, Sean LeVar, Vivi Redcraft and her sisters, the slaved men of this village, Christy LeVar, Detective Robbie Wayne Clark, those who came to save the detective, myself, the wayward lady, and more to stop this god of old. However, before this would happen, I needed to escape this place with my fellow officers. Death lurks in the shadows of man's very heart. Thus we need to deflect the darkness with light. The day would only get more strange as our second day started. So did madness begin.
Chapter 21. The Leviathans.
Officer Nixon, do we have everyone here? I had the craziest night, but we can't talk here. We need to leave this hotel ASAP. There's little time to explain, but that woman who showed us here is coming for us. I say desperately to Officer Patty Nixon. We soon gathered both of our squads and left the hotel. We are walking down the street, and in the air is an eerie feeling. Soon, we are stopped by a man. This man had black bags under his eyes, no doubt from lack of sleep. He was slightly hunched over. His hands looked rough, and he was probably a hard-working man. He introduced himself as Diggy Bowman. He warned us about the women in this city.
You must hide in the shadows, for the woman here enslaves all men. To these women, we are of no use except for manual labor and to help them bear children to fulfill the needs of Madame Redcraft. I can tell one of you has already been branded. Look upon that young man's neck. No, feral beasts lurk within its halls. Sorry, detective, you must wait. There is no time. Time. No, the Leviathan comes for us all. Run,
Diggy said. Diggy made no sense, but he told us that I, Keith Klindenberger, was branded by Madame Redcraft. A marking of a web could be seen on my neck like someone took a heated iron and grafted upon my very skin. He said I would be enslaved in 2 days if I could survive Dr. Quarterstaff. She determined the physical health of all slaves owned by that wicked witch. We prepared ourselves, and Diggy told us we had to disguise ourselves as women. We needed a voice changer and a physical modulator holographic stabilizer, or PMHB, which altered people's physical appearance. This device was only allowed in the entertainment industry, and you needed a letter of approval from the mayor, governor, or local political office. We all walked down the street, and Diggy opened a closed latch that led to the sewers. Thus, we followed this man. In the sewers, shops, and people were gathering and discussing how to defeat Madame Redcraft and her sisters. The sewers seemed like an entire world. I was amazed at how productive and resilient these men were. They did not let anyone female enter, so we left Officer Nixon on the surface with some female squad members. I did not worry, for Officer Nixon could more than survive the harshest climates. Initially, she argued about not trusting Diggy, but I outranked her, and she soon stood down. Here, we disguised ourselves as women, bought perfumes, and the PMHB. I was not sure it would work, but we had to try. We finally returned moments later. We went to the town center where our GPS said Chief Deputy of Police Veronica Sanders was last known to be. However, what greeted us there was Veronica, Jezebel Quarterstaff, Nafula, and Madame Redcraft herself. They were not alone. However, what greeted them was a man with 2 young girls. We saw the man sitting on a bench with a ragged dark brown cloak. The 2 girls seemed to be guarding him. Jezebel and Vivi approached the man until they were close enough. Then they stopped, and Vivi Redcraft spoke to the mysterious figure after introducing herself and Jezebel Quarterstaff.
I don't know who you think you are, but you will be enslaved and forced to work for us. Even the caged bird does not sing. Thus, you will not escape from the hands of Madame Redcraft. All men here share the gift of being enslaved to me. I am your goddess. I am your savior. I am your lord. Prostrate yourself at my feet, you bastard. I am Madame Redcraft, ruler of the halls of webs and ruler of the bastion of webs and mead. This beautiful woman beside me is my right hand, Dr. Jezebel Quarterstaff.
Vivi yelled. However, the mysterious figure said nothing. Not a word, not a peep, and the only thing that could be heard was a deafening silence. His aurora seemed dark and vile, and we were all on the edge of our seats. This enraged Jezebel. How dare this piece of trash not address Madame Redcraft? All men needed to beg and drop to their knees, for women were the apex predator. However, her hatred of men was ill-placed, for this figure was no man, but a beast.
Speak now or be forced to. You insignificant piece of garbage.
Jezebel yelled furiously. What the hell was going on? Who was this mysterious man with the 2 girls guarding him? You could hear a quiet chuckle from the man. It was then that Jezebel completely lost it. Jezebel could control people she touched and suggest they follow her commands like they were robots. She was also well versed in alchemy. However, this man was the second son of chaos, and knowledge fueled his passion for evolution. This could only be done through physical contact. This very tale of the mysterious man and the 2 girls, Madame Vivi Redcraft and her sisters, the officers that came to find Detective Clark, Diggy, and myself would all witness a tale filled with death. Not all heroes wear capes, and not all villains kill innocents. Being good or evil is definitely subjective to your perspective. For example, you may feel like all good people like dogs, and if one does not like dogs, they are bad people. However, the other side of the story is that maybe that person had been attacked by a dog, or maybe even had to put down a dog. Trauma sets the tone for what someone is unwilling to do. Good and evil don't exist, it's just opinions based on emotions. By this time, the street we were on had a different atmosphere than previously. You could hear that figure humming. You could hear bells chiming as they swayed in the wind. Fog and a mist-like air invaded our bodies, hindered our vision, and one could barely see in front of them. You see, Madame Vivi Redcraft and Dr. Jezebel Quarterstaff had already approached this man, and they were getting closer. Heels to the stone. Click, click, click. One could hear those sounds echoing like an endless sound reverberating throughout our ears as anticipation grew bigger and bigger. My body became stiff, and sweat started dripping to the ground. Soon, it would begin. As Jezebel touched the man, she made her last mistake. The very second she made contact with the cloaked figure, an arm fell to the ground. Blood came spewing out, gushing like a waterfall, exploding like bad plumbing pipes. Then a leg fell to the ground, and now the streets were stained with blood. One could hear a deafening scream of pain as Jezebel screamed and screamed. The 2 girls started laughing and laughing. Their laughs would not stop. In their hand, they had a strange-looking knife. At first glance, it was a skinning knife. However, the more one focuses on it, the more you can tell that its handle is made out of some wood. The handle had an eye that wiggled about, and its blade was scarlet. Who were these girls? The 2 girls soon then got behind the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure took off his cloak and grabbed Jezebel by the throat. He was towering above everyone else. He then proceeded to bash her face into the ground. Once, twice, and 3 times, laughing each time he did it. Then he tossed her aside like garbage. He then spoke.
I will be taking back my gift from you. It's obvious you don't deserve it, you wench. Squirm and die, you filth, for you betrayed me. I never gave you the authority to create that creature known as Lamprey Silva Viva, or Amanti. It is truly an abomination. However, did you know that all unnatural creatures created need a balance? Immense strength requires a sacrifice of life itself. You tried surpassing me, but a dumb woman like you will never surpass me. You see, I had my daughters, Pam and Nana, follow you, and they confirmed you were plotting to create a power stronger than me, and then slaughter me. However, do you know anything about Wisdom's edge bark and where it came from?
Dr. Webster said in a deep and vile tone. The weak Jezebel looked confused. Shit, I was confused too. What was this Wisdom's edge bark? Well, that didn't matter, for Dr. Webster just laughed and kicked the broken woman until her teeth were on the ground and she could no longer beg for mercy. Vivi Redcraft shrieked back in surprise, for it was Dr. Noah Webster, the only man who instilled fear in the core of her heart. Dr. Noah Webster was smart, calculated, and intelligent. His mind was evolving, for he studied all of his father's work and surpassed that beast. Noah killed anyone who opposed him, and it didn't matter if you were his friend or not. It did not matter if you were young or old, healthy or sick, and it did not matter of even your gender. Noah suffered from madness, and compared to any Webster that ever existed, his madness was by far the worst. He would start hearing and seeing things and had so many personalities, but one thing was true. The one thing, the one very word, the one very name that could set this man off into a crazed state was Robbie Wayne Clark. When he was finished, he gazed upon Madame Vivi Redcraft, and we all thought he would tear her apart. She looked scared. I had never seen such an intense standoff. He just embraced and kissed her. They started passionately kissing, and we were so shocked. Even though Noah had killed one of Madame Redcraft's sisters, she was too blinded by love. However, soon, a man came walking towards where we were. A man so dark, mentally twisted, and sadistic that not even the gods of the wayward could stop him. He spoke, and soon, we would discover the power of Nunu and his host.
What quacks and quacks, what whacks and whacks. Ha ha hey hey hey. Welcome to the Barn of the Wool Sales. You have been selected to play a game,
the man said. Just as he said this, Noah stared at this man and instantly recognized him. It was Mr. Goosehead. It had been about 40 years since they last met. Ron Oliver spared no soul, but something worse than him was coming.
Chapter 22. A bird in a cage does not sing. Tap, tap, tap. Tapping noises echoed throughout the place I was in. My head was bleeding, it stung, and my entire body was hurting. Time after time, I would be beaten to the verge of death. I tried to get up, but the pain in my legs hurt too damn much. I attempted to get up a second time, but I tripped and hit my elbow on the hard ground. There's a dimly lit candle where I am, so I hold on to the wall as I try to get up for a third time. To my dismay, I realized where I was. Tap, tap, tap. I hear the tapping noises again. Where was I? I see the concrete floor, and I am inside a jail. There were no windows or doors. Where was I? I ask myself for the second time. However, in the corner away from the candle, there was something in the corner. Tap, tap, tap. I slowly crawl to the opposite side of the dark room. However, someone soon grabs me. What grabbed me? I rushed to crawl to the center away from the walls, and I looked back. I saw stone-like hands recede back into the walls. What the hell was this magic? I wasn't sure, but I knew I needed to stand far from the walls. I think to myself, I am safer now. But this was just a false sense of hope. For just moments later, something wet touched my skin. In a matter of seconds, my skin started burning like it was acid. This was strange, for it did not burn the ground. It must have only affected organic tissue. I did not know what to do. However, eventually I heard footsteps approaching me. My heart is now beating, and I feel like my very heart would jump out of my chest. The mysterious, shadowy figure finally approaches me. It was here I met the man who had been missing for some time. As the dimly lit candle showed his body, I saw a man. This man had a long, rough, and scruffy beard. He had long hair and no shirt, but one could see the many burn marks on his body. He had scars, and then soon he finally spoke. The man sat on the ground with his legs crossed and started tapping. Tap, tap, tap. There was a slight pause of 3 seconds, and then he started again, but this time at a faster tempo. Tap, 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 tap. After a while of this, he stopped. There were some rocks on the ground, and he soon flung a rock past my head and at the wall. He stopped and began to speak. This would shed some light on my situation. However, only madness and hopelessness would enter my heart. Chapter 23. Dead Man Walking. The man began to speak in that dark corner of the room. A chilling feeling was about in the room, for this very room was filled with dangers I was ill-equipped to deal with.
We don't have much time. Time. The sky bleeds red with her victims. She walks this road as a bat, a beast, a demon. Monsters lurk in the darkness. There is only 40 minutes a day when they can't hear us. Even the caged bird does not sing. I'm not sure why, but we must find a way out,
the man said to me. He did not make much sense, but after a while I began to understand. He told me what the tapping meant, and soon after what seemed like 3 days, we began speaking only with taps. Tap, tap, tap. Soon the tapping noises would be my lifeline to sanity. Sanity was long discarded from my mind, for only the insane would survive in here. Over the course of the next few days, I learned of the dangers of the room with no windows or doors. The room was deathly cold, and to stay warm, we would flex our muscles in a succession of 15 seconds. Flex for 15 seconds, hold for 8 seconds, then relax for 5 seconds. Over and over again. That man began to speak to me as I struggled to adjust to the dimly lit room. I grew fond of this man, for we were both trapped in this prison. However, who I was became a distant memory. This room would have another guest. After what seemed like a while, the walls opened up like a small door, and a mysterious figure walked through. The room was dark, but my eyes had adjusted well to the darkness as of now. However, one could smell the bloodlust in the air. The creature went straight to the mysterious man. It grabbed the man with sharp teeth. Its jaws could rip anything. The man's body was flailing in the air, as he seemed like a corpse. It had a tongue that leapt towards me and impaled my stomach. As its tongue went through my body, I could feel its teeth rip into me. This was not even the worst, for soon a toxic substance ran throughout my entire body, and I was thrown into the wall next to the man. Soon the walls began to grab us as the unknown creature began to speak.
From the darkness I was born. All men are under the boot of my rage. Once upon a time, I was married to that filthy peasant known as Sean Lavar, but now I have surpassed the limitations all men set upon me. I am the monster you tell your kids about. I am carnage and rage. I am the guardian of Madame Redcraft. Quiver and squirm, you maggot. I am a lamprey, Silva Viva Orimanti. Too many times, men have thought of us as women to be nothing but food. How the turntables. Now you will fade into a forgotten memory. Oh, Sean, I remember you through the cracks of my old self, but now you die here.
The creature said. Blood was everywhere. I felt I would die, but at least I could finally rest. I knew not where I was or what would happen next. Just then, a bright light appeared next to me, and a man began to speak.
Hello, my child. Today is not the day you die. My mother must still be stopped. You may not understand your role in this plan, for the powers of the cosmos are at war for the destruction of your planet. So, Robbie, I need you to remember who you are. I am Yarguva Mirda, the seventh son of the Wayward. I grant you a portion of my power in this world. You were not strong enough during your battle with the offspring of the Son of Chaos, but now you have grown stronger. I do not want to save a creation of my mother. That man was bestowed with the worst power out of all of her creations. His name is Sean Lavar. He has power over life and death. Although, right now, he remains dead longer depending on how many times he dies. After his 100th death, he will no longer be limited, for the true power of my mother's gift will activate. You see, she bestowed the symbol of nouveau upon this poor soul, a power only my late father possessed. With this power one dies, but their strength and wisdom are doubled when they come back. He was also blessed with the artifact, the Cane of Willow Chimere. This gives the wielder power of sand and infinite knowledge. It cannot be unbonded from its users unless they give it up willingly. My mother plans on using him, but we cannot have you both dying. Go forth, my descendant, and touch that man. He will be the reason you guys escape from this hole. However, no element except for light can pierce these walls. I grant you this power, my son. Take my blessing and depart from this prison. A war is coming, and only you can stop the carnage that awaits you.
Yarguva Mirda said to me. Just then my body was filled with immense powers, and I ran quickly to the mysterious man. I easily broke free of the walls that had been grabbing me, and soon the creature screeched at me. That vile creature known as a lamprey. Silva Viva Orimanti, or blood-sucking fish, quickly ran towards me, and the savage monster swung its long tongue and sharp shards out of its body. Would I die here? No. I thought about running past the creature and instantly teleported through the monster. It screamed and screamed, seeming confused, and I soon touched the man who had been my only friend in this prison. I screamed at him. Wake up, remember who you are. Save us from this monster. Wake up, we are going to be killed by this creature. As I touched him, his attitude changed completely, and he wasted no time. A cane appeared in his hands, and sand filled the prison we were in. Soon the walls became sand, the ceiling became sand, and he talked. But not before I shot a blast of light toward the walls and opened a door for our escape.
I remember everything. I'm the man that monsters fear. I know it isn't your fault, Christy, for that vile woman called Jezebel, quarterstaff, has made you this way. Once upon a time, I did love you, But you must awaken and stop this madness. I do not want to kill you, but you must realize this magic of the Redcraft is nothing but brainwashing. I will let you decide for yourself. Meet me in town later if you wish to join us. Remember me, Christie, for I am your husband. Sean Lavar.
Sean Lavar said to the lamprey Silvaviva Orimanti, who was Christie. How did he know what she was? I guess this was the power that my ancestor of the Wayward was talking about. Sean Lavar flew towards the monster, and she tried attacking and attacking, but all her attacks missed. He kissed her, and soon her movement stopped, for he filled her lungs with sand. She reverted back into her human form, coughing up sand and blood. We soon escaped this prison and ran until we made it out of that maze-like prison. However, when we made it out, we saw a group of people. I soon realized that my childhood friend Noah Webster was amongst them, and another. I was filled with rage and hatred, but at the same time I was scared because the man they were talking to was a man who was birthed from the darkest parts of the internet. His name was Ron Curtis Oliver, or Mr. Goosehead. Chapter 24. Jane O'Bloody Jane, Part 1. The raindrops could be felt on one's skin. The warm air could be felt on one's skin. The streets were empty, and families, men, women, and children were fast asleep. The only people out and about were the sluts that men came to see. What a repulsive line of work, one might think. However, times were different in those days. The women gave their services to men who would pay a pretty penny. Other than prostitutes, only beggars and police officers were about. A homeless beggar was walking about the streets trying to find shelter from the rain. Click, click, click. Footsteps could be heard, but what was following him? The man begins to walk faster, almost a jog, for he hears those footsteps behind him. But when he glimpses behind him, he sees nothing. He breathed a sigh of relief, for it was all in his head. All of a sudden, the man is startled by a raven that flies near his head. Then the man turned around and a woman was standing in front of him. He shrieks back in surprise. She was beautiful, a rare gem. Not many darker-skinned women were free in these times. However, her name was Jane Tabitha Corncreed. A last name all men feared, and no slave master would dare put a finger on her. You see, it was 1695, and this fair lady came from a bloodline known to be of powerful heritage. The very mention of the last name Corncreed could make any person soil themselves. The 5 family bloodlines, both feared and respected by all from 1505 to 1988, were Corncreed, Webster, Odesky, Parivian, and Silvertooth. These names soon faded away in history, and by the 21st century the world only knew of the first 2 original families, Webster and Odesky. The woman the beggar saw had hazel eyes. She stood towering at almost 6 feet tall. She had a hat on and a white and yellow dress on. She told the beggar she was lost, for the rain had made her lose her way home. The man said he did not trust strangers, but when they made eye contact with each other, he felt like he needed to help this woman find a way home. So, the 2 vanished down the dark-filled streets and through the dark back alleys. As the 2 conversed, she said her name was Jane Tabitha Corncreed, but there was no need to be formal. The 2 could be heard talking and laughing, and soon, the 2 found her home. She gave the man a kiss on the forehead and wished him the best. The man soon went back but got lost in the heavy rain. It started raining so hard one could not see in front of them. Thunder pounded and knocked through the sky. The man reaches into his pocket and feels for an empty vial. He won this at some festival, and the man who gave it to him told him that it would unlock his true strength. As he starts drinking it, for he feels he wouldn't make it past this raging storm, he then gets struck by lightning. He's knocked down the streets, tumbles down the stairs, and lies there seemingly dead. A man finds him in the morning and alerts the Corncreeds, for the man was lying in front of one of their business buildings. It was here he was rushed to the hospital, and when he awoke, he was in the hospital. He felt strange, for his mind was moving faster and faster. He felt all his senses heightened. All that chattering could drive any man mad, for his hearing picked up signs he never could. The man looked into the mirror and saw his reflection. He was no longer an old-looking man, but now he looked as he did when he was 17. What was going on, and why was he so hungry? Soon after, Jane Tabitha came running in to make sure the man was okay. Jane had not really seen his features in the black of night. She did not realize how handsome he was, but now, during the sunlit morning, one could see that the man was actually young. He was relieved to see her, and she apologized. For it had not begun raining hard at her house. She held and hugged the man. However, her father and brothers came in and told Tabitha to leave, for they needed to talk to the man. The four of them introduced themselves. It was Leroy, Michael, Shimroy, and Adonis Corncreed. They said they hoped me the best, but they would kill me if I did anything to Jane Tabitha. The man instantly had flashbacks of killing and butchering men, women, and children. However, these weren't his memories. What was going on? The man felt like madness was creeping in. However, he soon came out of his trance and told the father and brothers he had no ill intentions toward the family. And thus, they left that man alone. The man's hunger could not be satisfied, so he ran into the cafe in the hospital, and he moved there instantly, almost seeming to teleport. What was going on? Everything and everybody was moving so slowly. He ate meat, chicken, fish, and all the other food. However, this did nothing. So he went back into his room, and it was here a nurse came in. He could feel her pulse beating fast. He heard her blood call out to him. It said, "Drink, drink, drink, drink this blood." And he could not resist, and his teeth grew. His hair turned platinum and his eyes a dark red. He grew claws out his fingers, and he soon bit the woman's neck while she lay dangling in the air in his jaws. He was finally happy, and his hunger vanished. He did not kill the nurse. He took a bandage and wrapped it on her neck wound. He looked her in the eyes and told her to forget who he was. Thus she forgot about him, and he was discharged a few days later. The man found out he could mess with people's minds and memories, and it seemed like life was turning around. However, he always heard that voice in his head telling him to drink, even though blood was the only thing that helped. He could go up to 2 weeks without drinking blood. Unfortunately, the streets would be driven mad as the town was painted red with blood. Chapter 25, Jane O' Bloody Jane, Part 2. The Corncreeds ask the man if he wants or needs a job. The man thanked the family and soon introduced himself as Jack Ripley. He used to be a homeless man after thieves killed his parents and was left to fend for himself. The images of his family gutted and brutally killed left the young Jack crippled with fear for a while. Jack knew this could change his life forever, so he instantly took the job. "Thank you, sir. I promise to work as hard as I can to make your family the best it can be. I promise you won't be disappointed," Jack says to Leroy Corncreed. Leroy just laughs at him, for in his heart, he did not expect much from this man. He only offered Jack this job because his daughter Jane Tabitha was smitten with him. He saw this as an opportunity. Thus Jack began to work for this family. All he needed to do was collect debt from unwilling parties. Essentially a bouncer. The Corncreeds offered up to $5, which was a lot during those times. Thus the man worked for the Corncreeds. Day after day, sun or rain, snow or wind, he collected debts for the family from people who tried to evade their debts. He could easily track these people who owed the family. He smelled their blood and forced them to pay. However, soon Jack realized that the family took 99% of their earnings from debt and left him with the bare minimum. It was better than nothing, but still was no way to treat him. He told himself he had to prove his worth. By this time, he and Jane had been seeing each other for some time. They talked often until one day, Leroy Corncreed told him that if he talked to his daughter again, he would be sorry. Jane Tabitha apologized to Jack and promised nothing would happen, and they kissed each other goodbye. This enraged Leroy, so he took his sons with him while Jack was walking home. You see, Jack had earned enough money to afford a place to live, and life for Jack was getting better. Or so he thought until he closed his door, but who came in after he attempted to close the door? It was Leroy, Michael Shimroy, and Adonis Corncreed. They smashed his home, broke everything, and began beating Jack. However, even after begging for them to stop, they wouldn't, and soon a monster would be born. He looked at his face, and it was bloody. A voice in his head screamed at Jack. Now the yells of the Corn Creed men went silent, and that voice inside him came forth.
Drink their blood, activate, and rise to great heights. They would see you die for finding love. They only mean to use you to make a profit without having to work themselves. You hear that? It's their blood screaming for you to feed. I promise you will feel better.
The voice yelled at Jack. He was tired of always losing, so at this very moment, he gave in to the voice, and soon he ripped into the flesh of Adonis. Jack changed instantly. His eyes were now a deep dark red, his skin pale, his nails grew sharp, and his teeth sharpened like a beast. He ripped and tore Adonis's stomach open till the blood came gushing out, and then he began to eat his insides. He lifted Michael into the air with his very teeth by his neck as his blood poured into his mouth. He snapped the neck of Shimroy and began to feast on his blood. His teeth easily ripped open the skin. Now finally Leroy was left. It happened so fast the man did not know what to do. He was paralyzed with fear and began to scream. Leroy cast a fireball as hot as the sun at Jack, but he dodged. What was going on? Well, the Concreeds were a family of witches, and soon they would be in a death match. What Jack was becoming was a vampire, a pure-blood vampire of the black glow. You see, there were multiple factions of vampires in this world. Purebloods and half-bloods. Purebloods could walk in the sun without burning. Garlic, silver, and wood did not affect them. The black glow was the strongest and could shapeshift into bats, along with any other animal or creature, giving them the power of flight and teleportation. The Red Moon faction could use a weaker tier of witches' magic and could move faster. Then there was the Green Cowls, who were filled with trickery and deceit. However, they weren't as strong or fast. Jack had his first full feast and was now drunk off the blood of not just humans, but witches. When a pure-blood vampire drank the blood of a creature, it gained that person's power. It wasn't their full power, but a portion. However, now that Jack had devoured 3 witches, he was strong and soon changed into a wolf and rushed at the scared Leroy. Leroy was bitten with Jack's teeth and tossed outside through a building. The structure fell down, and people started running for their lives. Leroy used light magic embedded with ice to stop Jack's movement, but it was temporary. Their fight would kill innocent bystanders. A man runs to Jane and tells her that her father is in battle with a beast from hell. As fate would have it, Jane Tabitha Corn Creed would be too late. When she arrived, her father was on the ground in one direction, and the beast was fighting someone else. Whom the beast was fighting was a holy knight of Adnitius. Who did the church send? A knight to eliminate unholy threats was who they sent. The knight easily destroyed the beast, and when Jane came running to her father, she saw the beast revert back to its natural form. It was Jack. Why had it come to this? The holy knight warned the girl to leave right away before the church sent more knights. For be it a monster or witch, all unholy sections of this world had to be purified. She had tears in her eyes and promised to find Jack and get down to what really happened. This was the origins of Tabitha Redcraft, once known as Jane Tabitha Corn Creed, who was believed to be the world's strongest witch. She needed the strength of 2 more witches to free her beloved Jack. Tabitha helped enslave men for her sister Vivi Redcraft, but the end goal was to save Jack. Since then, she learned why Jack attacked her father, an innocent man in her eyes, but now she needed help to fight against the threat of the Church of the Adonisius. In its ranks, it held knights, holy knights, and the Pope. However, soon, the 3rd witch, strong enough to break the Pope's seal, would arrive. That 3rd witch was Jackie Lovendian. Chapter 26. Kidnapped. After I arrived on the scene, I saw a dead body. I'm not sure who it was supposed to be, but I would soon find out. Also, there was Vivi Redcraft, Dr. Noah Webster, 2 girls next to them. A group of other women who I would later find out was my fellow officers, for they had a physical modulator, holographic stabilizer, or PMHB, which changed their appearance. It was led by Keith and fellow officer Patty Nixon. However, there was another man near them. My rage for Noah had to be put on the back burner. Even though Noah was a monster, for he killed his own children in the early 2090s, Reuben, Charlie, and Ava, there was a man I thought to be long gone. He looked slightly different, but I could recognize that mask anywhere. His name was Mr. Goosehead, better known as Ron Curtis Oliver. He was different because he was no longer plump and fat. He now had muscles and seemed different. All of a sudden, 2 women came running towards Dr. Noah and proceeded to scream at him.
What did you do with my children, you fucking bastard?
A woman yells angrily. It was Himony. My wife and I would finally be united, or so I thought. Sean LeVar stepped forward to join the battle. However, I soon fall down, and when I awake, I am imprisoned in what seems like a church. I was standing shackled before Pope Frianagerberg II, a vile man who questioned me time and time again about if I knew anything about the false god Nunu and its host. I struggled, but it was useless for whatever they were using to restrain me. No man could escape. Not even the powers of the wayward could penetrate its chains. Thus, I was forced to watch the battle. With each passing second, I felt my energy being drained. Beside me on the ground to my left was a man they called Jack, known to be the father of all modern-day vampires. He looked terrible, and no doubt he had been locked here for some time. The Pope had the power to see events through the eyes of loved ones he captured. And thus, on his screen, we viewed the following events through the eyes of Tabitha, Dillian, Miranda, and Himony. This road would get only stranger and stranger. Chapter 27. The Bird That Rode Through Hell.
In the depths of the cave, where only silence reigns, a bird tried to fly but quickly became a snack to the 50-foot demonfly and met his death. The bird tried and tried, but it was useless, for the darkness ensnared this poor soul. Locked in the cage of darkness forever, so even the caged bird does not sing. Unknown. That woman, Himony, could not read the room very well, for we were all preparing to fight against the false god, Nunu. She screamed at Dr. Webster, my father. Papa did not care much for her annoying banter about giving her children back to her. She was being ignored, for Noah was a monster, but rarely killed people weaker than himself. Papa felt most of the humans in this world were fake and inferior. Once just a normal, loving, and kind soul, he was driven into madness by his own father and even his childhood friend. He witnessed betrayal, for when he needed a friend, Robbie Clark left him to die. How could his own friend assume the worst in his friend? It was Robbie who tortured my father over and over, driving him to the edge of death time and time again. Robbie ignored all human rights and nothing was off the table. He was ripping off his fingernails, stabbing him with heated molten rock, all because he was trying to find out where his children had gone. Papa's first children were not humans, so he told his children to return to the Glimmer's pocket. They were children of Glimmer Prime. He only wanted to save these kids from the demon lurking in the woods. He knew Robbie would not understand, so Robbie performed inhumane things on his own friend. Imagine what he would do to his enemies. You may have your ideas that Detective Clark is the innocent hero of this story, but to our family, he was nothing short of a villain. Thus, I must say that even the caged robin does not sing. My name is Pam J. Richards. That was my birth name, but the world knew me as the first daughter of Dr. Noah Webster or Pam Webster. The world of crimes and the black market knew me and my sister as the Bodian killers of Suffolk, Virginia. This would test the very fabrics of our fragile world.
You must return my children. How could you hurt my babies? You are a monster, a beast, and full of lies. You should have died at birth, you feral caveman.
Hymony said to Noah. Noah was struggling with all his power not to hurt Hymony, for she was powerless. But there was a greater beast on the horizon. She kept talking and talking until Papa finally reached his breaking point. As she got ready to slap him, he bit off her hand and finally spoke.
If I am a beast, do you think slapping me would prove useful? You are powerless to save Robbie. You will be killed before you accomplish anything. The Church of the Adonitias kidnapped Robbie. This church used to hunt vile unholy monsters such as witches, vampires, sirens, werewolves, and other monsters believed to be myths. However, I have shown them the true unholy things of this world, and now Robbie, and those unholy relics of humanity's past will be sentenced to death. There is no hope for your husband. There is no help for his seed, for I will purge that unholy bloodline of Clark. If you cannot see reason, then let me be the first to show you the new world.
Noah said. Just then, a black cage opened up and a person dropped out to the ground. The cage had black bars and a wooden casing about it. On its lock, it held an eye. This boxed cage was called the Kekali Lumiere grave box. This could imprison anyone weaker than the holder of this item. It slowly warped the mind of the prisoner, and madness would take effect if they did not die of insanity. Suddenly, Dillian Black came flying to the ground. He seemed weak and helpless. Noah then grabbed a knife imbued with wisdom's edge bark and stabbed the boy in the head, chest, and head several times. His blood trickled to the ground, and silence could be heard as his mother began to sob. Noah soon absorbed the boy back into the cage, and everyone knew this was the world's greatest foe. Well, we did until that man, Ron Curtis Oliver, began to speak.
Hello, my friends. Once upon a time, humans squirmed in fear to worship me. Nunu, now they know not of my great power. I will take these silly wayward afflictions and bury them into the very ground. Churches, strange cosmos-grade weapons, and powers no human should possess are all wielded like you are doing something. Wither and die, you maggots. Fear my host, Ron Curtis Oliver, or, as you know him, Mr. Goosehead. Fear me, Nunu Eldergrave. Beg and beg, then die as the dirt and bugs you were created to be.
Mr. Goosehead said. Just then, a large, thick, and disgusting-looking tentacle came and latched onto Papa. It gouged out his left eye like it was eating candy. Crunch, crunch, crunch. His eye was gone and only a hole was left. This started the battle of the false god Nunu versus Earth.
Chapter 28. The Death of Dr. Noah Webster.
You could hear crunching sounds, and what followed was agonizing screams of fear and pain. His eye was decaying as that tentacle with razor-sharp teeth ate his eyeball. Everyone shrieked back in disgust, for this man was no man. He was no beast, he was no fable, he was Nunu, the strongest entity known to man. Once a forgotten god, now a menacing tale of terror. He smacked his tentacles into my father's stomach, sending Noah flying into a building. Then, slowly, Nunu walked over to Noah and picked him up by his throat and spoke one word. Nunu said,
"Rot and die."
When he said this, Papa's skin began to rot and seemed to fade away. Soon afterward, my father was nothing but bones. He had no skin, no muscles, and his organs turned to ash. No words were spoken, for the strongest amongst us had been crushed effortlessly. Vivi Redcraft threw a barrage of magic, each spell being bigger and more destructive than the last. Barrage after barrage. Those who had been disguised as women unleashed lethal rounds against this monster, shots to the head, chest, and neck. My sister Nana and I, Pam, used our gifts from our father to impale Nunu. However, when all was said and done, he just ate our attacks. He then shot a blast at us, and it was here that we knew of the power of an elder grave god. The blast destroyed buildings and caused earthquakes, and now the sun had turned a deep dark green. However, Nunu could not predict what would happen next. A woman came walking towards the battlefield with tears in her eyes.
I promised I would not use this unless someone really needed it. Resurrect into greatness, my friend. Your wounds are healed. Nunu is nothing more than a regular man. Until you defeat this man, remember my words. You created the 3 elder grave gods. Their powers do not affect you. I grant you King Solomon's protection. You have the blessing of the Lovenian Bell.
The woman said. It was none other than Jackie Lovendian. Just then, my father, Noah Webster, was resurrected, and the tide of battle shifted. However, he would not be the one who stopped this monster. We all heard a scream.
No, you fucking idiot, how could you resist Nunu? He is our god and savior. I wanted to feed Robbie to this great god, but Noah got in the way. This narrative would have worked. and no men should be allowed to live except the great god Nunu. You should be kissing his feet.
A girl says. Her name was Nancy. This story would get even more bizarre. However, we weren't prepared for this tale of how a seemingly nobody became a world destroyer, the one organism deprived of light. He knew all, and all would soon know of his power. A man who discarded all light from his heart and went down a path of destruction to boost human evolution. His name was Dr. Sean LeVar.
Chapter 29. The Evolution of Man.
Nunu felt invincible, but the power of Sean LeVar was far superior. The symbol of Nouveau came from the first king of Lumiere, which was now known as the Wayward. The first king and queen of Lumiere were created and molded from a white lotus imbued with the blood of all three elder grave gods. This was one way to create life forms just in case one of them had went down a path of darkness. The Kekili Lumiere gods radiated with hope, healing, and light. More of a guardian than anything else they protected, earth, heaven, and the elder grave high temple. However, the creations of the lesser Olympian gods proved to be fatal. Their creations were known as humans, and they were just like their creators, but held absolutely no powers other than intellect. This race was smart, cunning, and soon Pion Eldergrave, the first god, allowed a pact between Nunu and humans. For their allowed existence, they must let Nunu feed on the minds of humans. At first, this only lessened their minds a small portion, but later, Nunu became addicted to devouring minds, and soon began eating humans whole. Countless decades and centuries later, his appearance changed completely to what he is today. In the days of a man called Jesus Christ, who was a man born of Nazareth, he was believed to live from 4 BC to 33 AD. This seemingly nobody began to restore humans' minds slowly and slowly. The only people who could do this was men and women birthed out of the bloodline of King Solomon. Jesus was believed to hold powers of the Wayward. However, this seemingly good man cursed the god Nunu forever, giving him the title, the false god, Nunu. After feeding for so long, the effects could not be reverted. Thus, the great battle of Nunu versus the son of Nazareth, Jesus Christ, commenced. Jesus created another faction called Christians. Within its ranks, people were blessed with powers to dispel anything from Nunu. However, soon Jesus fell at the hands of Nunu when he corrupted the minds of public figures who then sought out to crucify him. This was an insane story, but now Nunu finally had a host which he could easily live off of. His host wanted to kill everyone, and that was perfect. If the host's ideals aligned with Nunu, his full potential could be used. After Dr. Noah was revived, a man stepped forward and did the unthinkable. He ate the flesh of Noah and devoured it. Then he ran towards Nunu and ate a piece of his flesh. Nunu was a parasitic god, so part of him was inside this man. However, madness could no longer affect this man. He was as insane as anyone could get. His brain had been devoid of rational logic weeks ago. He lived for one purpose, the evolution of mankind. He looked at Noah Webster and it was like they were in sync now. They attacked and attacked, punching Nunu, slicing his skin clean off, using elements from King Forgeron, using the powers they both had and more. They would not stop. The police officers saw this as an opportunity and began shooting that vile monster. Now there were attacks from all angles. Finally, Vivi Redcraft combined with Tabitha used magic spells to inflict damage. Anything from fire hotter than the sun, ice colder than the Arctic, wind that slice metal structures, light and darkness creating a black hole. Attack after attack, nobody would give up. It seemed like it would work until Nunu became stronger, and now he threw his man-eating, flesh-eating pods that created 4-foot-tall man-eating slugs, and they began to eat and eat. Nana got attacked as it ripped through her skin like butter. Next was Officer Patty Nixon. She laid on the ground bleeding, and all hope was lost. 9 of these slugs attacked Tabitha, and she shrieked in pain. Suddenly, Nunu's voice changed, and he began to scream.
Submit to your god, you maggots! Ha 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 ha! You really thought you could beat me?
An elder god? I am Nunus!
Your beloved Jesus Christ could not beat me. The bloodline of King Solomon could not beat me. Your precious gods of light, the Kekili Lumiere gods, could not even beat me.
Old gods, new gods, and all gods submit beneath me. Squirm and die, you peasants of the lesser gods. I am your god now. Not even the spawn of the world's strongest man could beat me. How did this weak Noah Webster beat the man called Sergio? It must have been old age,
Nunu said. However, his speech was cut short because a portal opened and 3 dead people came flying out, and then a beam of light came and Robbie Clark came flying out. He shot heavy chains at Nunu, and now he was captured. Robbie yelled for everyone to attack this god while he was subdued, and everyone did. For Robbie cast a healing light on everyone and they were healed. Nana J. Richards, Tabitha, and Officer Nixon were now healed, and we all decided to attack and attack. Sean LeVar saw this as an opportunity and slid open his wrist so blood would pour out and forced Nunu to drink it. For he had the symbol of Nouveau. Along with his blood, he encased the beast in sand, and soon he stopped moving. Then finally, he was weak enough to be considered as the weaker than Noah. So Dr. Noah Webster used the Kekili Lumiere grave box, and thus the false god Nunu had been defeated. Both sides had casualties, but nothing as grim as death. It was a victory. Well, that's what we thought. In the midst of victory, time stopped as Robbie and Noah locked eyes. The next few minutes would determine the course of events.
Chapter 30. Kekili Lumiere, Gravebox. The 2 souls were locked in a never-ending battle. 2 birds birthed from madness, but one had light in its heart. All knew that this battle would lead to death, connected through bloodlines, and they never knew of the effects their battle would have on later generations. They just stared at each other then, and everyone knew the 2 strongest people here would be fighting. It blows my very mind that once upon a time, I would consider Noah my closest friend. However, the days of Bethel Heights for the youth were long gone. Long were the days of supporting my best friend as he opened his clinic for the first time. Long were the days when he had helped me with my case of Mr. Goosehead. And finally, long were the days of the kindest soul I knew. Maybe it was the death of his beloved mother, Esther. Maybe it was the death of his wife, Naomi Juniper. Maybe it was the death of his father. We had heard tales of Sergio's death in the 2050s. We could speculate, but that would not help now. Noah rushed me. I could see it coming and quickly dodged. Blow after blow with neither side letting up. I shot bullets imbued with the wayward's light. However, this did nothing to Noah. The more I attacked Noah, the more he transformed. This was the Webster's curse. Noah grew talon-like claws, like a bird. He grew sharp teeth that had an evil smile from one earlobe to another. He grew wings made of decaying arms. He grew and grew, towering over me. He seemed to be at least 8 feet tall. He became grotesque-looking and like a decaying human. I could no longer recognize him. As our battle continued and seemed not to let up, I knew I would beat this monster once and for all. However, a man came running towards us.
You must stop this. You must free us from our lives as slaves. You must do what's right, Robbie. You must realize what Madame Redcraft really is doing, Noah. Time, lies, flies. She eats us all, please.
The man named Diggy said, but in mid-sentence he stopped, for his head was rolling on the ground. His lifeless body was seen kicked down. Blood stained the already blood-filled streets, and now she stepped forward. She was believed to be lost to history, however, she had seen the battle against Nunu, and she decided that she would wait it out.
Hello, maggots. Men should squirm and die before our beloved Madame Redcraft. Sure, some men are stronger than others, but I'll tell you today. All men meet the fate of death. Slaves of the bastion of Webs and Mead, hear my cry. Banish and subdue the following men for their crimes: Robbie Clark, Sean LeVar, Keith Klindenberger, and finally, kill that man, Noah Webster. Your love for me is your passion. We must show the entire world. Let the waters rise and my dear men fight for us. If death comes as a result, give thyself to the craft, for even the caged bird does not sing. Remember the song of the caged robin. Under the warmth of fire, a red robin flew into safety from the spider's net, but at midnight, the robin did forget. The spider lurked within the very shadows of the net, and soon, the little robin forgot about the danger that was beset. He was captivated by the fire which sung and sung. When the clock struck 1, the spider pranced on the robin. Now the robin is a caged bird, forever stuck in the spider's webs, dear Lady Spider. The robin is caught. Dear Lady Spider, he was caught in the net. Dear little robin is now a wingless bird, stuck forever in her net. Be free, and for my sisters devour their very flesh. Once a man so vile and strong, however, Noah is now locked in battle with Robbie. Here is our chance to kill them all. Go forth.
And Veronica Sanders said, "How could Madame Redcraft have her claws deep into other states?" This made sense now why Chief Deputy of Police Veronica Sanders went missing soon after finding this place. Soon waters came flooding, high pillars of water that were raging about. Men charging at us, Madame Redcraft shot spells at us, for she wanted to end Noah once and for all, to be free of the fear he caused.
Charge! We must give flight in this final battle. This is for our freedom. This is for our people. This is for our family. We fight now. We stand strong.
Men said as they charged, however, a man lurked in the shadows. Click, 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 tap, crunch, snap. One man was soon decapitated. Then we heard a noise again. Click, 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 tap, crunch, snap. Now Veronica Sanders was flung into the air. Her neck was quickly snapped completely around. He then dug his fingers into her back, penetrating her skin. He then reached for her spine and ripped it out. He created a massive fire-imbued bone sword. Men began to quiver and burn, but just as he started swinging, killing the crazed men that attacked, the man was swallowed by a massive creature who jumped out of the water that Veronica made. This creature was the Lamprey Silvaviva Orimonti, and soon, the creature and the man who had killed Veronica Sanders were fighting. However, this mattered not. For a split second, Noah looked the man straight in the eyes and used the Kekili Lumiere gravebox, and absorbed both the man and the creature. The man was Sean Lavar. This box was a dangerous tool, for it gave the wielder access to the abilities of all who were trapped in its box. It was here I used the one weapon that I would eventually regret using. However, this power needed time to work. I was so exhausted, for since coming to this godless state, I was fighting for my life. Noah soon starts yelling at me.
How fucking dare you? You talk about being a hero, but you tortured me thinking I killed my own children. I think of Reuben, Charlie, and Ava every single day. They were my light during the darkness. I am no monster, Robbie, or at least I wasn't. You are the monster, for who even tortures their friends? You did not believe me, and instead, you went down a dark path, void of anything legal and good. You are no hero of this story. However, this is where you die. Goodbye, you wicked Robin.
Noah said, but now the spell was ready. I shot the spell in the air. I would soon regret this, but we needed to stop this mad tale. The blast knocked everyone to the ground. A man appears in the distance, and those who knew of this demon could recognize that shadowy outline anywhere. This was the rebirth of Sergio Webster. The following tale would tell of a story that would be the start of how I vowed to kill Noah finally, and his entire bloodline. Chapter 31. Nancy's Tales and Travel. Nancy was shocked at how the hell things turned out like this. She began to cry and cry until her eyes locked with Jackie Brownfield. Jackie was no longer a shy, timid person. She had shown us her power of suggestion and other cosmic powers. Nancy only wanted to be loved by someone, and she felt that her mother, Jessie, wanted her to die. She also thought her mother, Jackie, shared the same ideals, for Nancy Brownfield tried and tried to please Jessie, but would only be met with hatred and violence. Nancy looked ashamed as she met the gaze of her mother. However, Jackie did not hate her daughter. She always loved Nancy and thought the world of her. It was here the two started crying.
Oh my God, what have I done? I can't reverse what I have done. I got entrapped by that woman's words and the words of Nunu. How will I atone for my sins?
Nancy cried and cried, but her mother just held her in her arms and told her that she could only move forward from now. By now, Jesse had been defeated by Detective Clark, for Robbie spared nobody who preyed on children. Jesse defiled boys and men and treated all men as mere property. Robbie cared not for unredeemable people. He soon disfigured her and left her paralyzed, for she thought Robbie to be her prey, all the while Robbie was the predator. Nancy told us of two tales. The first tale was about how Robbie destroyed the lying Jessie forever. He bestowed her with a fate worse than death itself. The second tale was how she came to meet Nunu.
The night was cold. The blizzard had already set in. The temperatures were freezing, and Robbie was left injured on a bench. He was soon warned by Timmy Blastomite that the creature known as the Nukkalevi sought to hunt him. Hunting was her sport of choice. However, Robbie was ready. He vowed in his heart that these women had to be stopped, and he would do anything to get back home to his family. Robbie entered the bastion of Webbs and Mead. He soon found himself in a hallway in a hotel. Noises could be heard as he tried to find his bearings. The detective looked lost and scared. However, when the Nukkalevi pranced on him, he swiftly dodged her and threw a can of acid at her. You see, Robbie had bought homemade ingredients when he first arrived in Donaldsonville and kept it in a small case in his pocket. Even with his car crash, fight against Cirilla, the Jorogumo, and being attacked twice by an unknown woman, this chemical mixture had not been destroyed. He imbued this mixture with the powers of the wayward. Robbie threw this mixture on the beast, and she was blinded, for it was thrown in her eyes and soon her legs. Her skin soon rotted away, quickly exposing the bones. Robbie quickly shot her until her bones were fragile enough, and then he broke the beast's legs. She tried crawling away, but she had gotten what she deserved as he shot her 14 times in the back of the head. Then he poured the chemical mixture on her head. By this time, she had reverted back into her human form. Once a beautiful woman, now she was deformed with scars, gashes, wounds, blisters, and boils. Now, no man or child would want to gaze upon her. He went into a room, dragged her to a window, and threw her seemingly lifeless corpse into a trash bin. I saw this unfold before my eyes. Once a loving, kind soul. Now he was on a mission. However, it was then I saw a man in clergy attire come and pick her up, and soon she vanished into nothingness along with that man. Robbie learned about her strange powers, her stories, and how she came to be through the tales of the slaves that she owned. However, now she was defeated. However, shortly after I vanished outside of town into the cemetery. Folks and ancestors of witches of old came here to the altar of Peon Eldergrave. It was here I saw a man with a mask on. First I thought him to be strange, but he amused me with stories of the gods. He told me of the history of all the gods. He seemed nice and told me the god Nunu wanted to show me the expanse of the universe. He told me that Robbie's death would bring the world into peace, and that if he was revived in this world, my mother, Jackie, would love me. I fell for the words of this man, Ron Curtis Oliver. Ron was Nunu's avatar and only sought peace, but now I realize it was a lie. Although the Eldergrave gods did not lie, Ron Oliver did. There was a power about Ron. He could sway the hearts of people with his very words. Similar to Madame Redcraft, she told me that men were the problem and told me I had to feed her the villain called Robbie Wayne Clark. So now 2 people told me that Robbie was no hero, and I believed them. Oh, how I was wrong.
As Nancy said this, Jackie just held her. She promised that it would be okay, and that was why it is important to have a loving person next to you. However, soon Jackie told us of how she came here. The tale of Jackie Lovendian was long, but the road to chaos was approaching slowly. Chapter 32, A Lovendian Story. Jackie disappeared through that portal that was created after Jessie Brownfield was proven guilty of the crimes of molesting young boys. She defiled, raped, and used these young boys for her own lustful desires. House Representative Kenny Obama had proved this with facts, and unless she had concrete facts to disprove the video evidence, then she would no doubt be locked away for some time. However, she left through that portal with Dr. Webster and his 2 daughters. Jessie soon took Jackie with her. Jackie had vowed her entire life she would not use magic, but the lies of her own wife proved to her that humans could not be trusted. Jackie told herself that she would break free of her love for Jesse. It was soon when they came out of the portal that she saw the creature known as the Nuka-Levi. Jesse apologized and said she was sorry, but soon got violent when Jackie refused to forgive her. This triggered the Lovendian magic circle. This circle awakened the true power of all witches of the Lovendian bloodline. The Lovendian bloodline of witches was something unrivaled. A witch would pass down all their spells, magic, and power to their firstborn offspring. It had been 947 years since this bloodline started passing down their magic. Jessie tried attacking Jackie but was met with a blast that ripped off her ear. She quickly fled, and it was now time to find Nancy and Robbie. Jackie opened a portal to where Himini was, and through telepathy she spoke to Himini. She told Robbie's wife that she needed his help finding him. Together, they had to find the people they loved. However, Jackie saw when Robbie was taken. The person who had abducted me was none other than Pope Frinager Berg II. Jackie's eyes met Tabitha, who was somewhere nearby, and they started to converse. Tabitha said she needed to find her beloved Jack, who the Church of the Adnitius took. Tabitha said she needed the help of 2 other witches to break through the barrier of the church. At first, Jackie said no, but then felt the life force of Robbie when she projected her mind to where he was at using a location spell. Jackie told Tabitha she did not need other witches, just one witch to find her way back when she had rescued the 2 who had been trapped. It was here she stopped the Pope and freed the 2. They rescued the 2, and later, a Jackie Lavendian revived a dead Noah Webster. This was the tale of Jackie. However, now, the first son of chaos approached. Chapter 33. The first son of chaos. He walked closer and closer. Had I made the right choice in reviving this man who was the most dangerous man in the world? Once a normal human, he was forced into insanity by his family and the man called Darius von Delgado. He surpassed human evolution. He surpassed all gods of the wayward. He was known as the first Nabuxian god. This race of gods was artificially made through science and magic, the only person who surpassed life and death completely. He did not need to have vast knowledge like Sean LeVar did, for he knew the human mind and knew what they would do before they even knew it. His very steps would crush the hope and light in your heart. However, would Sergio Webster help me stop his son? I was hoping that since his son killed him, he harbored some hatred towards him. Sergio stops and looks at me. He instantly cut off my head. It fell to the ground and I lay seemingly dead. It happened so fast that when I fell to the ground, I could still see for a moment. Then I blinked and I was okay. However, repeatedly over and over 500 times he did this. Then he laughed at me. Then he rushed past me and bit off the arm wings of Noah. He did not stop, and soon broke his legs, and yanked the Kekili Lumiere gravebox from his son. Then he began to speak.
I see you have both grown stronger, but let me show you that neither one of you will ever surpass me. You are filthy, weak, and soft. Even in death, you cannot beat me. You have captured the false god Nunu, along with a child created by Lumiere Sepitar, a foul creature born of dark magic, and 2 children. You guys fight amongst yourselves. However, I must end this silly squabble. Fortunately, Robbie's power only lets me temporarily be revived. However, my son Noah, you must get stronger and more ruthless. Robbie seems to have surpassed you in strength. Go to planet Glimmer Prime and learn about the Nabuxian gods. Learn of god-tier alchemy. Learn about our bloodline and what you can do. Surpass this caged bird. Go to this little robin and clip his wings. I go now until we meet again.
As Sergio said this, he started to wither away into nothingness. The people from the box came out, but before he left, Sergio said that in one day, I would be hunted down by Jack the Ripper. He soon vanished. I saw my son Dillian and my daughter, little Miranda. Sean LeVar and his wife were there too. They had been reverted to their human forms. I finally saw my wife. She had been restored after Noah bit her arm off, and my kids came to hug their mother and I joined them. Unfortunately, soon little Miranda dropped to the floor dead. She had a huge hole in her chest. You could see fear in her eyes and her heart beating. Thump, thump, thump. My body stopped moving and my legs began to shake. What was going on? I scream and scream. Tears flood my eyes and I am broken. Just then, a hand grabs my daughter's heart and rips it out. The figure slowly walks next to the dead Miranda. As she falls to the ground, he eats her heart and begins to laugh. He laughs and my vision becomes red with rage. I hated this bastard and would never forgive him. The man who killed Miranda was Dr. Noah Webster. His final persona was now activated. A creature so vile, it would take everything I had to beat him. You could still sense he was Noah, but he looked like a rotting bird. A vicious monster, and some might say a vulture. He crushed the 2 bells he usually had on him, and now he donned the new name Vulture. He soon opened a portal and left with his daughters. I run and chase after Noah, but I am tackled and thrown into the sky. My neck is bitten, and my skin comes clean off. The mysterious creature then bites my arms and legs. While we are in the air, he kicks me into the woods nearby, and I soon pass out. I wake up soon, and I see deep, dark red eyes glaring at me.
Hello, weak child of man. I am Jack Ripley, but you can call me Jack the Ripper.
Chapter 34. A Different Time.
After Detective Robbie Wayne Clark and his family witnessed the death of Miranda, we all lowered our heads in grief. How much could one man take? We witnessed something throw Robbie into the air and vanish. We searched and searched all day but could not find him. However, with the help of Sean LeVar and the remaining officers, we shut down the bastion of Webbs and Meade. Sean LeVar stopped Vivi Redcraft. She might have been freed from Noah now, but she and her bloodline would never see the light again. Sean had the power to stop her, and a year later, he would create a material that could stop the power of magical beasts and witches. However, not every story is filled with tragedy, for Dr. Sean LeVar reversed the effects of Christie, and now she was no longer a beast known as a lamprey, Silva Viva or Imanti. Himoni was devastated, along with her children. Miranda was dead, and Robbie was missing. Officer Gideon was found dead, ripped with his organs missing. There was another faction on the horizon, a black market organization that people forgot about. Next to Officer Gideon's body was a card that read, Dandelions. This story would leave long-lasting trauma to those who witnessed it. It was the year 2096, and we finally did it. We found a person who had been discarded like trash in the snow-filled place of Donaldsonville, and DNA matches confirmed she was Jessie Brownfield. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Jackie and Nancy soon left Alabama and started a new life in Florida. Cirilla Madstone was never found. I'm not sure if she ever existed, but Robbie's note in the hotel seemed to depict that she did. Maybe Cirilla, the Jorogumo, was just in his head. It was soon the summer of 2097, and some people forgot about Detective Clark. However, the Clark family and I refused. I won't lie. After this case officially closed when we never found Robbie's body, the police station of Birmingham, Alabama was reluctant to hire any woman. However, we did, for now. All females had to go through hypnosis, and a lie detector test for one could not be too safe. It was hot as hell that summer, and this was when a seemingly crazed man came running into the station.
Fight! The night is drawing to an end. Tap, tap, run. Oh, crap. The caged robin does not sing. Oh, my dear. The ragged robin is here. I do not know why vampires attack at night, but I will rip his throat, kill his children. All purebloods beg for mercy. But now I won't be stopped, for I am him. Noah, I come for you. I will kill your daughters. I will skin them alive. I will burn them at the stake. Anyone you have ever allied yourself with will die,"
the crazed man said as he passed out. He was quickly rushed to the hospital and DNA showed he was Robbie Wayne Clark. He sounded different, but I was glad he was not dead. Eventually he was sedated and recovered, but Robbie was never the same as he once was. That smile vanished from his face, and now, when he did smile, you could tell it was forced. He began to be obsessed with finding Noah and would brutally attack anyone with any ties to that monster. Robbie Clark was forced to take a leave of absence for a year to get the mental help he needed. During this era of time, he reached his breaking point and became the world's most vile villain. My name is Officer Kleindenberger, and I pray that my hero, Robbie Clark, can be saved from this insanity and darkness. Until next time.
Chapter 35. Experiment 10,125.
Welcome to another banger. Here at Seeking the Truth, we are here to interview a man called Dr. Noah Webster, who claims he's created a water source to stop and even reverse aging completely. I won't lie, I think he is full of shit, but hey, you guys seem to believe him. So, Dr. Webster, tell us of the great water you are talking about in your research.
Dr. Noah Webster just glared at the man and then chuckled before speaking.
Yes, my friend, I'm sure you are skeptical, but this has proven facts that this does in fact work. Never fear, for I will try it now on myself.
Noah begins to drink and it seems like he starts looking younger. The host for Seeking the Truth yells at Noah.
So, you're drinking regular water. You can't fool us. Another fraud, another piece of shit. Movie makeup, and we know this isn't true. However, I can look past this. What are your thoughts on you being a fake doctor? A fucking German piece of shit. Stop with this Nazi bullshit. You want to live off the backs of hardworking Americans. I wonder what went through your mind when your father locked you in a mental health loony bin. Ha ha! Not even doctors are safe. To be honest.
Noah was slowly starting to lose his calm, and as soon as the host brought up his father, the lights started to flicker and soon cut off. When the lights went off, you heard a creature and soon noises of bones tearing and screams from the host. When the lights came back on, Noah was the only one in the chair, and what was left of the host was a half-bitten face exposing his skeleton bone structure. His arm was ripped off, and his organs were exposed. Noah began to laugh and laugh, then his eyes glowed orange and he disappeared. The co-host saw this video and said it had to be CGI and fake. However, the events would only get more bizarre when the co-host interviewed the same doctor. Book 9. The Exorcism of Aaron Galanis.
The Exorcism of Aaron Galanis. About the author. This book was created by Dylan Herbert, who created and wrote many other titles. These titles include Jingleman Vol.1, The Wayward Lady, Dearly Beloved Vol.1, Sergio Even Lilies Weep, The Vent People, Mr. Goosehead, The Chad Billings Game Parts 1 and 2, Brothel of Redcraft, and Willie O. Stitches. All works by Dylan thus far relate to each book, diving deeper to create a world of horror as you learn more of the world of the Websters, Detective Robbie Wayne Clark, the Wayward Earth, and those affected by the various characters. You will be captivated as you go down this rabbit hole. The Galanis family is stricken with grief when the youngest son Aaron Galanis finds a strange board in his recently deceased grandmother's belongings. Grandma Galanis was strange the last year before her passing. She would be found talking to the walls, walking around the yard at night, and claiming that a fat man was coming to feed her to his hungry wife. The man's name was Baba Hoogie. Thinking their grandma was mentally unwell and suffering from dementia, they ignore her, but she told her grandchildren never to dabble with spiritual tools, and that when she dies they were to burn the Ouija board, but above all else they were never to open the box with the board in it, for it was a gateway to the other side. When the grandmother passed away, Aaron heard that he could talk to his grandmother online through a Ouija board, but soon he regrets his actions. At first it seemed like his grandmother, until he saw the spirit's true form. It was the Baba Hoogie. All works by Dylan Herbert are based on experiences he has had in his lifetime. Most characters describe people he has met. Although the stories are exaggerated, they are still true experiences he has had during his lifetime or experiences others have told him. In 2022, Dylan began this journey. This book is in the same universe as Willie O. Stitches. This book has topics not suitable for younger audiences. It has language, violence, topics on assault, and other topics that may trigger or offend some viewers. If you do not like graphic depictions, are sensitive to foul language, or easily offended, do not read this title. This book is a horror book and has topics that are not suitable for younger audiences. If you do not like horror-based topics, please do not read. If you are suffering from trauma, depression, or any other mental illnesses, please do not read this title. This title has strong language that may be deemed as offensive to some. This book is not part of the other books, and you do not need any prior knowledge of Dylan's other works to read and follow along with this book. The Exorcism of Aaron Galanis is a book full of horror and dark-themed subjects. This book introduces new characters to the series. This book can be found on YouTube, Spotify, Wattpad, Goodreads, Apple's iBooks, the Kindle Bookstore, and Amazon. Thanks for reading. Chapter 1, The Gateway to Baba Hoogie. Part 1, A Grandmother's Tale in Delaware. A young Vivian Galanis set down roots in the state of Delaware in a time of social segregation. Delaware was a beautiful place to have a family by the year 2015, but those who grew up here in the 1900s knew of harder times and the blood their peoples shed. A time where young minds could not function as freely as they could now. A time where the segregation of black and whites were commonplace, racism was high, and the color of your skin mattered. You see, Vivian's mother was a black woman who was all for equal rights, for the white man had taken so much from her. Mama Brown, which was Vivian's maiden name, often told her daughter of the horrors black folk dealt with from the 20s, 30s, and even now in the 40s. See, the truth is, dear, that black folks have been enslaved for year upon year. The white man has come to tear apart families through indoctrination. It is through brainwashing not the adults, but the children. They say Jesus will lead us to the light, but what about the African religions that have been passed down through the generations as if our gods are no good? I cannot follow the white man, for he neglects his own children, treats his wife as if she were nothing, sleeps around like a savage beast with woman, and not any woman but mixing his demonic seed with us, forcing us to raise his offspring as he tears down the structure of the black folks, Shaquanda Brown, who was Vivian's mother, said angrily. Vivian's partner's father was Mexican. Their love was forbidden, for both their parents saw no benefit of dating outside their race. There is no place in our hearts for those Negroes, Hector. We must not taint our lineage with those violent folk. You understand, don't you, honey? The mother of Hector Galanis often said in a stern tone. It was no different from the father of Vivian, who made it be known that no daughter of his would ever date a non-black man. During this time, more riots in the streets could be seen. Business burned to ash because of the injustice America was facing. Were the black folks just supposed to roll over and let the bad seeds who had sprouted into racist tyrants walk over them? It might have been all America knew, But it was time for change. The radio could be heard. The world for the Negroes was changing, but still the whites had a crippling grip on the black community. It was Jackie Robinson changing the world for black people, and they knew that if Jackie could accomplish such an amazing feat, the rest could follow. The world slowly began to change, and soon Delaware would be known for its welcoming nature to folks of all backgrounds. It might have taken decades, but eventually it got there. That is the story that Grandma Galanis often told me and Aaron before her health started declining. I wish I could have heard more stories about Grandma before she became almost a different person. She taught us about the world she came from, but we thought it was just ramblings of an old woman. She also said that we had no business dabbling in the darkness of Ouija boards, that they were bad omens. However, Aaron was so fascinated with dark games, crazy challenges online, and the occult. However, the same man who Grandma said stalked her would be the same entity that latched onto our family, for it fed off grief, sadness, and curiosity. My name is Loranda Galanis, the oldest grandchild. This story would see many crossroads, but at its core, Grandma wove all things together. Then it was Aaron who made all pathways that would never connect into this insane world of humanity, spirits, and demons. Part 2. What's Wrong with Grandma? The night was cold, as shivers could be felt on the body. As the harsh elements of the winter could be felt, I grabbed my blanket and pulled it over my cold body. We had just come from visiting Uncle Dalton in Virginia. Long trips always drained Grandma Galanis, and to be honest, it drained Mama and Papa as well. Suddenly, I heard footsteps outside my door, and a raspy voice could be heard. "Grandma wants you, baby. Come to Grandma Galanis, won't you, dear? When you see the crows, time is almost up. When the Baba Hoogie finds you, he sips your veins like a cup." "Don't let him get you, darling," the voice said in a soft whisper. I rubbed my eyes, for it was obvious that I was still asleep. My ears were playing tricks on me. It was moments later, I heard the front door open, then it loudly shut. As the noise sharply pierced my eardrums, I got up in a panic. What was going on? What was that door slam I had heard earlier? I heard Aaron rush down the stairs, and soon the voices of Mama and Papa. "What was that sound, Aaron?" Papa asked angrily. Aaron said he did not understand what could have made that sound that late at night. "Maybe we forgot to close the door?" "Oh my, honey, what if there's an intruder inside the house?" Mama asked in a scared tone. I got up, opened the door, checked my grandma's room, and then rushed downstairs to where my family was, as I saw them trying to figure out what had happened. "Where is Grandma at? Have you seen her? She is not in her room," I shouted, as fear gripped my soul. Nobody had seen Grandma anywhere. Soon we all heard a scream from outside. "Baba Hoogie, I have had enough of you. Leave this house. Leave me alone. No, I won't play your sick games. I know not where your wife is gone," Grandma Galanis said. Suddenly, I saw it in the distance in the front yard. A man was behind Grandma Galanis, smiling and waving. He seemed like a huge man who wore a t-shirt and jeans, with boots on. "Get away from her! Stay away!" I say, as I rushed out to the aid of my grandmother alongside of my brother, Aaron. This confused my parents, who later wondered what me and my brother were doing, for they saw nothing. As the heartbeat quickened in my chest, a sense of fear and a boost of adrenaline entered my body. When we got to her, she looked to be in a trance. She whispered, "Baba Hoogie wants you, dear. He cooks and stirs as he hunts us all for his sickly wife who is hungry. Loranda, won't you let him in? Loranda Galanis, let the Baba Hoogie eat you. He will consume you as he feeds his wife." Grandma shouted at the two of us. In a matter of seconds, she just looked at me and asked how she got out of bed. "You were sleepwalking again, Grandma. Let's get you back inside," Aaron said. The family was just relieved that she was safe, but as the week continued, things would get stranger and stranger. It would be a month later, we would attend the funeral of Grandma Galanis. Part 3. The Baba Hoogie. The events following the night where we all saw Grandma acting strange haunted my dreams, invaded my mind, and I spiraled into thoughts of madness. Who was the Baba Hoogie? Why was my brother and I the only people who saw the man standing behind Grandma? All questions which would be left unanswered for a while. Grandma was deteriorating as dementia claimed her life as its own. We did not know what to do, but our parents said we needed to give Grandma the most comfortable life we could before she passed away. It was a Sunday morning. The birds could be heard happily chirping as the cold breeze chilled the bone. As cold as the air was, it was nothing compared to what happened in the kitchen that morning. "Hey, Grandma, a friend was telling me it's possible to contact the dead through a Ouija board. Is it a hoax or is that game real?" Aaron said as he drank some orange juice. Aaron was always asking bizarre questions, but this question would change the mood of Grandma Galanis. You see, our parents were out getting groceries, and we were left to care for our lovely grandmother. "Listen here, child. Never use any type of spiritual tools disguised as games. Ouija boards, tarot cards, crystals, and such are a gateway to him, he who walks the earth to find those who are curious. The crows grow mad when the Baba Hoogie comes. He drains the life out of all the bad ones. The Baba Hoogie seeks food for his sickly wife. You must never use them, my grandchild. Promise me, promise Grandma, that you will forget about those demonic practices," Grandma shouted angrily. Aaron just laughed and said he was joking. Now Grandma was in a mood, for she scolded Aaron about how demons are not a joke. She talked about how they were real, and it's foolish to open doors to the dead, for once they had a taste of life, they would do anything to snuff your life out. The room grew silent as superstition, madness, and confusion filled the air. Aaron looked in my direction and giggled. Then he asked our grandmother something that none would forget. "Grandma is the fat man with the t-shirt, jeans, and boots, the Baba Hoogie. Where does he come from and when did you meet him?" Suddenly, Grandma stared at the walls for a minute or two. What had my brother done to her? She began her tale of meeting the Baba Hoogie and why she wanted us never to use spiritual games, tools, and objects. "It happened a while ago. Your mother was 6 years old, and back when Grandpa Hector Galanis was still alive, I opened a door to the other side. At first it was an innocent game me and my friends all played, but soon the Baba Hoogie would lay claim to the lives of all my friends, and later in life he would take your grandfather. Oh, how I miss him so. I was 24 at the time, and I was doing what all young adults did at the time. Nobody believed in demons, gateways to hell, or even spiritual forces. So in the summer of that year, a group of my friends and I got drunk and found an old Ouija board at the edge of the woods inside a cabin. We were so drunk and did not remember in full detail what happened until later that week. "Hey, Vivian, don't be like that. Let's have some fun. You and Hector need to relax," Dorothy, my friend, said to me. So after some persuasion and liquor in my body, we began to play with the board. It was Hector, Dorothy, Rick, and Iris who created a portal on the other side, and something walked through that night. As we played, nothing happened, and we thought nothing would happen. We asked the board if anyone was there. Can anything show us a sign, and even if it was real? All our hands were on the planchette, which was like a chip used for the spirits to communicate with the living. It had wooden carvings on it which said Uvarenia Lava Baba, which translates to English as the brood head of Baba. This was Slovak, a language not familiar with many who live in the United States of America. Iris got up angrily and shouted at the board, "Hey, you useless piece of trash, show us something. Do I need to read what's on the darn planchette? Okay, how about this? Uvarena Lava Baba, Uvarena Lava Baba, Uvarena Lava Baba," Iris said as Hector, Dorothy, and even I laughed. "Oh my, I think you need to say it again, Iris," I say mockingly to Iris, and this made her even more upset, so she kicked the board, and this was when it started. Fog enveloped the group, as a menacing clicking noise and the smell of stew could be heard. Those clicking noises became louder as crows flew above our heads. A man approached Iris from a distance and spoke. "Baba Hoogie wants to eat. The little babies taps their feet. My wife is hungry when they play. Don't let the Baba Hoogie out too late. Crows they race, friends they pace. If you hear the Baba Hoogie, he ate and ate. Let me out, let's be friends, let him cook your flesh it bends. Make her food, his wife is sick. Human flesh was picked at 6. As the man said that, Rick laughed and told the big man to leave. The man just stared at Rick as if he did not hear him, so Rick screamed at the man angrily. "Leave now. You are not welcomed here, or are you too dumb to understand English, you nerd?" We were too drunk, and definitely were seeing things. However, this was no hallucination, for the man grabbed Rick by the head and bit into his jaw. The blood of our friend trickled down the fat man's mouth as he smiled. He even started dancing as he held Rick Sanchez close to his body until he seemingly devoured our friend. The sounds of bones breaking could be heard. The sounds of our friends screaming could be heard. Rick screamed and begged for us to help, but we just stood there frozen in fear. The Baba Hoogie laughed as we saw his brown stained white shirt and blue jeans. It was here we realized those stains were dried blood. He wobbled as he walked and left into the woods. The only thing left of Rick's was his arms, which were crushed when the body of the Baba Hoogie ate him. His body was too big, thus they tore off and dropped to the ground. After that, we called the police, who did an investigation, but Rick never turned up. We needed to say goodbye to this evil entity that was haunting us, but the board was split down the middle, and the goodbye section of the board was cut out. Would we be forever haunted by this spirit? A day later, Iris met the same fate, and then 2 days after that, Dorothy met the same exact fate. Hector would be stalked for 8 long years before the Baba Hoogie finally caught him. You see, it starts with only seeing him far away. The closer he is to you, the closer your death is. He stuffs you into his stomach as he then walks away to feed you to his wife. This wasn't a nightmare, but a terrifying reality we all had to escape. I eventually dove into the occult, dark practices, and learned a way to mend the board back to eventually say goodbye. However, by this time your grandfather was long gone. Your mother never believed this tale and often thought me to be a crazy old lady, but if you see him you must purify your souls in a cleansing bath before it is too late, Grandma Galanis said. Aaron scoffed at the story, for he had not used any Ouija boards, so how could he be seeing this so-called spirit? Well, that was easy. He touched the Predstavenstvo Baba, which was now in the possession of his friend, Richie Horn. Grandma thought she destroyed the board, but it just resurfaced after being found in a pawnshop in Delaware. Suddenly, Grandma starts smacking herself in the head. "No, the Baba Hoogie is here. He wants you, dear. He wants him. He wants her too. The Baba Hoogie." We rushed to stop her, but just before we reached her, she smiled and began talking to me in a whisper. "Loranda, be a dear and put Aaron in the oven. Bake that boy till he pops. Cook the head of the boys. Cook the face of your brother. The Baba Hoogie won't stop. He cooks the children in his pot." Suddenly, Grandma walked to her room and took a nap. I put the covers over my grandmother, kissed her forehead, and wished her a nice nap, after praying for her. In the end, this made Aaron even more curious about the board. However, in the following weeks, he became busy with his new job, friends, and life, that he almost forgot about the story Grandma Galanis told us. Part 4. The Last Days of Vivian Galanis. Grandma had lost almost all motor functions as she was seen in a vegetable state. Her skin pale, flaky, and dry could make anyone cry. Her voice, when she did utter words, which were more of sounds, was raspy, dull, and dead. The once funny woman who could make you laugh was gone. The amazing cooking she did once upon a time was gone. She was the tether binding the family together. But her last night with us, we would all remember, for Aaron, Papa, Mama, and I heard her last words before she was taken from this earth. The night was chilling to the bone, and all were fast asleep, all but me. I could not sleep. Why did I have to go through this? I remember all the joy Grandma Galanis gave to the family, and I knew when she passed our family's close bonds would crack. As I laid there, I heard a conversation from my brother's room, which I would confront him about after the passing of our grandmother. "Hey, Richie, show me more of that Ouija board and how does it work? Isn't it just something to scare people? There is no way it's real, right?" Aaron asked curiously to Richie Horn. His friend on the phone showed him the rules and how it's played. Then you could hear laughing in the room from the 2 boys. Suddenly, Aaron's mood changed as he began to speak, but the more closer I listened, the more I realized that was not the voice of my brother.
"You have taken my wife from me. You are the reason my sweet Baba Yaga is sick, but don't worry, Richie, as I cook you in my pot. You will give nourishment to my darling Yaga. As your body breaks and bends in my stomach, know that God has left your side. When the full moon shines on your skin, be bathed in the agony of your destruction.
Aaron said in a whisper. This scared Richie and he just laughed at his friend. Yo, dude, you are crazy. Look, I got to wake up early tomorrow to do something with my sisters. I will catch you later, man, Richie said, and the two soon hung up. I soon heard nothing, and I figured Aaron had gone to sleep for the night. Moments later, he rushes into my room. It's Grandma. She's outside walking in the yard. Get Mama. I will meet you outside, Aaron shouted, then vanishes out the room. I had no idea what was going on, but I swiftly ran to our parents' room and told them what Aaron had told me. As the three of us rush outside, I could hear someone talking.
Baba Hoogie wants Vivian Galanis.
I looked to my left and right, and nobody was there. I asked Papa and Mama if they heard someone talking. However, they just said no and that we needed to focus on Grandma. When we got there, Aaron was holding Grandma and asking her what was wrong over and over. She finally spoke, and this would be the last thing she said before passing away. My grandchildren, beware of the Baba Hoogie. My whole adult life I have been dealing with that evil man. Your parents won't be able to see him, and I am glad for that, but leave Ouija boards alone. Do not gamble with your life, my sweet angels. Grandma has fought as long as she could. I am tired, weak, and I know that I am dying. Always protect your parents and brother, Loranda Galanis. I love you all deeply. The Baba Hoogie cannot be stopped, but you can pass it off by giving the Ouija board you summoned him on to another. I broke the board only for it to resurface. It cannot be burned. Thus I gave it to a family, and that child who held it happened to be Richie Horn, the friend of Aaron. Aaron touched it, and whoever he touched that night was affected just like him. My sweet grandbabies, be careful of the man who is watching us, Grandma Galanis said. Then she closed her eyes and never woke up. Grandma told us of the gateway to the Baba Hoogie. However, our parents thought this was all foolishness until strange things started happening after the funeral. 3 days later, we attended Grandma's funeral, and all hearts were heavy, for we had lost not only our grandmother, but our hero. Chapter 2, The Tainted Heart of Aaron Galanis. Part 1, Family Feud. The funeral of Grandma Galanis was over, but my chest was heavy, my mind a blur as that fog infected my mood, and my mental state devolved. Grandma was gone, and that grief I felt made me weak, sad, and teary-eyed. I could not bring myself to even eat. Days passed by, and I did not come out of my room. No doubt Mama was worried about me, for she would check on me, giving me hugs as I cried in her loving arms. Our grandma brightened everyone's days with her lightheartedness. Sure, she was a strange woman, but she still made all she came in contact with smile. It was as if she was everyone's hero. It was about 2 weeks after Grandma's funeral that I went into Aaron's room to check if he was doing okay. I told myself I needed to be strong for Aaron, but what I saw him doing set me into a fit of uncontrollable rage. I walked down the wooden hallway of our house and opened my brother's door. His room was once bright with superhero, Transformers, and anime posters all about, but now his room was dark, dull, and creepy with posters of heavy metal bands, pentagrams, and dimly lit candles. What was going on? In front of his desk was a picture of some lady with a long pointed nose. She had warts on her skin, but even though it was just a picture, I felt she was watching me. In the corner of the room was my brother, kneeling down facing the corner. I walked up to Aaron slowly and whisper out to him, "Brother, what is going on? Why does your room look like this?" I asked him. But he seemed not to even notice I was here. Then, as I approached him, I realized he was playing with a Ouija board. My concern for him soon vaporized as anger swelled up in my chest. "How dare you mess with the very thing that Grandma told us not to mess with? It was her dying wish, Aaron. You better throw them out, now!" I yelled angrily at Aaron, who just slowly turned to me with a look of disgust. "Now you want to act like a sister, Loranda? You make me sick. For weeks you pretend I don't exist. For days you ignore me, and now you're mad because of this. You're so full of crap. I am grieving, Loranda, for the same woman you love to death is the same woman I lost and loved equally. Get out of my room. I will do whatever I want." I don't tell you how to cope with Grandma's passing, so don't tell me what to do to cope the way I need to cope, Aaron yelled at me. The tension between us was high, and I did not want whatever Grandma warned us about to come inside the house to terrorize us. Thus, I told Papa and Mama what Aaron was doing, and they barged into his room yelling at him. What the hell do you think you are doing, Aaron? Your grandma just died and now you want to bring demons into our house? You better throw all this crap away, young man, our father screamed at Aaron. Aaron was broken and you could see it in his eyes. He felt betrayed, alone, and defeated. All Aaron wanted to do is talk to Grandma, and he would do it by any means. Aaron yelled at his father that he just wanted to talk to Grandma again, and he knew he could if he got better at this. Don't you talk back to me, Aaron. Better know whose house you are in. You want to be the man, huh? I got something for that, Father said. Suddenly, Father smacked Aaron in the face, grabbed him by his shirt, and threw him on the ground. He took his Ouija board and broke it in half. As he did that, you could see Aaron scream. Father just walked out mad, and his wife followed her husband, but not before saying she was disappointed in Aaron. Aaron would never talk to me again after that. He became closed off, quiet, and reserved. I admit I should have never have told my parents, but I did not want to see Aaron dabble with the things that caused Grandma to pass away. It was a few weeks later, I decided to talk to Aaron to apologize, but I found him sitting on his bed, with his door slightly cracked. He was talking, but he wasn't on his phone, for Father had taken it away from him. The room was deathly cold, but I could vaguely see a shadow in the corner of the bed, where the light did not shine for the blinds were closed. I don't understand why it's okay for my sister to act like what I am doing is wrong, but she doesn't even try to understand me before she goes running to snitch on me. She can lock herself away for weeks and act like I don't matter. I do matter. Mama and Papa might not care about me anymore, but I miss Grandma so much. Please, I don't want to feel this way anymore, Aaron said as he cried. This broke my heart, for I did not realize that Aaron felt this way. However, I heard a voice on the other side of the bed, and as it spoke, Aaron's mood and personality would change.
I will feed your sister to my wife. She will lick the flesh off her spine. I will eat your sister soon at night. She will be devoured. She might cry. I placed her in a tomb. I am hungry, for my wife eats and eats. Let me in, Aaron. Let us sin, Aaron. Be Baba Hoogie's friend, won't you?
The voice said. I instantly opened the door and demanded who Aaron was talking to, but he ignored me and walked out the room. Aaron, talk to me. Aaron, I pleaded, but he turned around and told me he had nothing to say to a girl who doesn't care how he feels. He walked to me and said he hoped I died horribly and that I would not stop him from talking to Grandma. Aaron was hurt beyond words, and soon he would vanish for 5 days without a trace. Part 2. Days later. A concerned mother could be seen at the dinner table that night, pacing back and forth as her husband was tapping his feet impatiently. A daughter, confused on what was happening, asked what was going on, for she felt something heavy in the hearts of her parents. Hello, Mama and Papa? What is going on? I asked, but was met with the silence. Something had happened, but my parents were not saying anything. The daunting and eerie feeling could be felt in the air until my mother broke the silence. Aaron never came back home. I do not know where he could have gone. No doubt he was upset on the events that unfolded after you told us what he was up to. I wish we had not drove him so far that he felt that he could not come to us about how he was feeling, Mama said in a sad tone. Our hearts were racing, for what if something had happened to Aaron? We just wanted him to be okay. We had just lost Grandma Galanis. We could not take another death in the family. Suddenly the doorbell rings, and our hearts start racing again. Knocks follow the doorbell, then soon banging. We rushed to the door to see who was at the door. It must have been Aaron finally coming home. As we opened the door, a boy was standing outside. We were so relieved. Aaron had found his way back home. We could now rest our worried hearts, but when reality set in, we realized that the boy was Richie Horn. His head was bleeding, and he was struggling to breathe. The only thing he managed to say before passing out was, "Save Aaron from the crazy man. Aaron will die if he doesn't escape." Grief turns to curiosity, then curiosity turns to gambling. Gambling turns into practice, and practice to oppression. Oppression then possession, After that, only death. Aaron is not safe with that thing, Richie said in a soft tone before he passed out. Papa and I rushed him to the hospital, and thankfully we did, for the doctor said if we waited any longer then we would have lost him. We waited for Richie to recover and would ask him what happened to him and Aaron, but before then Mama would hear from Aaron herself. The house was silent as Rhonda Galanis was in the kitchen, waiting for her daughter and husband to return from their trip to the hospital. One could hear the house's sounds as floorboards creaked and the walls seemed to hum. Rhonda was in a seeming trance as the thought of her only son and his friend flooded her mind with wandering thoughts, which soon became an obsession. Suddenly she was shocked out of her racing thoughts when her phone began to ring. She did not recognize the number. Maybe it was her husband or Loranda trying to call from the hospital, which was strange for they could have used their cell phones. Reluctantly, she picked up the phone and accepted the call. "Hello, this is Rhonda Galanis," she said as she tried to wipe the tears off her face. "Mama, please save me. That man is after me. I'm on Old Marsh County Road. I don't know how I got here. All I remember was leaving the house, going to Richie's, and then a man was chasing us. It doesn't matter where I run to, he is always the same distance behind me. I don't want to die," Aaron Galanis yelled to his mother. Mama said she would call Papa on the house phone and get her son some help, and that she was coming straight there. However, how did Aaron get there? That was almost 30 miles away. Rhonda called her husband and told him what was going on, so Papa left me at the hospital to talk to Richie when he awoke, gave me the keys to the car and said he would be back as soon as he could, for Mama was coming to pick him up. My parents raced to Old Marsh County Road, but as they got closer, the conversation between Mama, Papa, and Aaron changed. "Papa, I am sorry. I just wanted to see Grandma and talk to her again. I did not mean to scream," Aaron said, and our father said he was sorry for hitting Aaron, and it seemed like things would get better. However, when Mama asked what happened at Richie's house, Aaron began to scream and yell. Aaron suddenly stopped, laughed, and as he started to speak, his voice got deeper and deeper. "He broke the board. Grandma is trapped. Do you hear the tapping? His flesh and skin cracks. You thought you could escape the fat man. You cannot escape, you bad man. I will tear into your bones, cook your skin on the stove. Give Aaron to my wife. Send your son to the hole. I want your boy. He is my friend. Friendo for friends, though. Let us be friends, though. Baba Hoogie wants a snack. The Baba Hoogie eats and snaps. Baba Yaga was so sick, so the Baba Hoogie found the kids. You better hurry, Rhonda and Joseph Galanis. Your son's body is mine. Oh, how fun it is to control the mind of the weak. Like Vivian Galanis, I will use this boy to collect more souls to put in my pot. Goodbye." As Aaron said this, they could hear the boy screaming in pain. Then the phone hung up. What was going on? Someone had murdered Grandma Galanis? Who or what? Our parents were confused, but that night they never found Aaron. However, Richie Horn would soon wake up, and maybe he had the answers we all needed. What exactly happened was a story filled with insanity. The story wasn't a long one, but it was a troubling one. I never knew that my actions towards my brother would end like this. I wish I could take it all back, for my brother was grieving just as we all were, but I did not care about that at the time. I miss you every day, my sweet brother. May you find peace, Aaron Galanis. Part 3. The Curious Tale That Richie Horn Told. Richie Horn was the childhood best friend of Aaron, and they were inseparable. Two boys who could be seen riding down the streets on their bicycles laughing and joking constantly, up until the passing of Grandma Galanis would soon grow apart, when the Baba Hoogie came knocking. What happened to Aaron would shed light on what was about to unfold in the later months. A once bright and happy boy would become dark and violent. An injured boy wakes up to see me, Loranda Galanis, next to him. He is greeted with the looks of concern, confusion, and sadness, as my parents never found Aaron the night he called. Richie begins to look around confused on how he got here, so we asked Richie what happened the night Aaron visited him. Richie Horn told us in full detail after he calmed down what happened to Aaron. The story he told us would send terror to the bones of anyone who heard this darkened tale. The evening was like any other evening, I guess. Aaron knocked on my door, but something seemed off. Something felt wrong. Something in the air was heavy, and my best friend had tears in his eyes. I have never known Aaron to cry, but he had just lost his lovely grandmother, and I know that had to take a toll on him. He had a black eye, cuts on his face, and his eyes told a story of extreme sadness. He said that his sister was a hypocrite, for he heard her over the phone talking about how he was doing dark magic, witchcraft, and dabbling with satanic things. My friend said that instead of snitching to their parents, she should have listened to why he wanted to try these things. Oh, my sister wants things how she wants them, when she wants them, and screw anyone who has a difference of opinion. Papa always spoiled her rotten, and in the eyes of our parents, she can do no wrong. Aaron said to me, as his voice began to sound angry. However, he also explained how she would watch horror movies with family and friends. How was this any different? In the mind of Aaron, he saw no difference between watching someone perform these dark rituals and someone actually doing it. The brother grew to resent and hate his sister. He said his father was garbage, and instead of seeing why he thought this way, he tried physical assault, because in the mind of my brother he lacked common sense. Papa is a brute, a monster, and incapable of seeing things beyond black and white, and Mama just follows him like a mindless slave. It's okay, though, at the end I will do whatever I have to. I will find a way to talk to Grandma again. Do you have that Ouija board, Richie? Aaron asked. Why was he so obsessed with the board recently? Well, that did not matter, for the more we used the board, the more things started to happen. I got the board as a joke, not knowing that it was really haunted. We asked the board who it was and if it had good intentions. It said it was Grandma Vivian Galanis, and the two of us leapt backwards in surprise. It knew things I felt that only people who knew her would know about her. It was a sense of relief for something good was happening, and maybe, just maybe, Aaron could move on. However, he acted strange, saying he needed to go. I tried stopping him, but Aaron shoved me to the ground and yelled angrily, "He wants her! Loranda is next to cook. Dead mice make the brood stew of Yaga. Hoogie tiptoes through the Uga Walla. Baba Hoogie wants to eat. Aaron's soul was a yummy treat." As he said this, fear paralyzed my body, and as I saw his nose bleeding, I knew something latched on to Aaron that day. He ran outside past the woodline and soon disappeared. I could not let this thing have my friend, so I chased him. However, as I ran and ran, I saw a big fat man in the distance waving at Aaron. Aaron waved back, and soon before I knew it was night. The moon was hidden by the trees. I walked through swampy waters that reached up to my knees. Bugs were buzzing around, but faintly I could smell stew cooking in the pot. I later stumbled on a family that was camping near the Old Marsh County Road. "Hello, honey. Are you lost or are you camping as well?" a sweet woman asked as she saw me approach. I frantically told her to stop my friend, for he is in danger. She laughed and said I was silly. However, by this time Aaron stopped, turned around and pointed at the family. He walked slowly towards them with a smile so wide it sent shivers down my spine. His eyes were wide, his posture crooked, and his laugh dark. "Oh yes, that is the next meal for her. Feast on the bones of the wicked who laughed at you, calling you silly. We must protect your wife at all times. It is sad that people make fun of her, is it not?" Aaron said, and suddenly the fat man ran towards the family. "Get out of here! He is chasing you! Can't you see him?" I shouted at the woman, who was now annoyed. "Listen here, if this is a joke, I am going to ask you to leave. George, this boy is trying to disturb us," she said, but she was swiftly grabbed and stuffed into the belly of the fat man. All I could hear was bones crushing, her crying and screaming, her blood oozing out of her body, and I saw her neck twist backwards before her body was devoured. The only thing that was left was the shoes she had been wearing. "What the hell? Where did Amy go? Huh, are you the boy she was yelling about? Get out of here before—" Suddenly he was cut off, and soon met the same fate as his wife. I saw their young child come out asking for her parents. I was shaken with fear as I felt the cold breeze hit my face. "Oh no, oh my God, he is going to eat a baby," I said to myself as I began to panic. However, the fat man did not. The air got thick as madness set in the mind of my friend Aaron Galanis. He walked towards the fat man and put his hand on his shoulder. The fat man just grunted and whispered, "Moja tora zena, musi bit zivena. Dajte jedź to Dievka. Baba Hugi wants to eat. Baba Yaga wants to feast.
Baba Aaron, Baba Utun, devour and put her in my pan. My sick wife must be fed. Give that girl to her.
I was broken as what happened next would send me into madness and make me vomit. Aaron walks to the little girl and choked her to death. I scream and scream, but my body wouldn't move. He smacks her with a cooking pan until her head is wobbling from a broken neck and stuffs her into the fat man's belly. He turns around and beats me with a pan over my head and throws me down to the ground, and proceeds to stomping my head in until I saw black spots. Then he vanishes. I know in my heart that is not Aaron. It couldn't be. I asked for a ride to my house to passing vehicles, and soon a man gives me a ride. I tried to make it to your house, and that is when you found me. Please, we must save Aaron before that man forces him to do vile, criminal, and insane things. When he was taking the life of that girl, he looked to be in a trance, the same way he looked after we used the Ouija board called Predstavenstvo Baba, and after saying the words, Uvarena Hlava Baba, 3 times everything started. The board is evil. Aaron has taken the board, but we should go back, for just before I passed out briefly after Aaron attacked me, I saw an old-looking cabin in the distance. Richie Horn told us. We were all traumatized by the thought that our sweet Aaron would even attack a little girl. Richie's story seemed true to me, for Grandma Galanis had told us of some of the board secrets which supported Richie's story. In the following days, we would make sure Richie Horn was okay. Papa and Mama submitted a missing persons report, and for the next couple of days the town we lived in would know that Aaron was taken, maybe even kidnapped. Neighbors prayed that Aaron was still alive, but he eventually showed up and was found by a local pastor who was cleaning up for the night. The pastor said he was covered in blood, disoriented, and definitely confused. Aaron passed out and would wake up in the hospital that Richie was recovering in. Aaron opened his eyes and smiled. When he was questioned by nurses, police officers, and even his loved ones, it was strange. Aaron said he remembers talking to a man, but his memory was cloudy, and he did not remember anything before that pastor found him. In the upcoming days, our family's lives would change for the worse. When the devil came knocking on the Galanis' family's home, he would demand all to kneel before his reign. That loving, sweet, and joy-filled boy was gone, and in my heart I did not feel this was really Aaron. My brother would talk to people, but not me. At first I thought he was talking to me until I realized he never was, really. Aaron would never talk to me after I did what I did, to send him to the edge. Chapter 3. Bad Omens of the Wicked. Part 1. The Night Hag Comes to Play. We had finally got Aaron back, but he was vastly different. He did things that were odd. He said things that made no sense. He stayed in his room and hummed all day. He was never outside like he used to be. He did not join the family in watching movies, playing games, or just talking. I did not realize this until the 3rd day of my brother being back. We were eating lunch with Mama and Papa. The 3 of us were overjoyed and happy that Aaron was safely at home. Papa was drinking beer when Mama told him that he might want to take a break till after everyone ate lunch. He snapped at his wife angrily. "Don't tell me what to do, Rhonda," Papa said. Mama grew silent along with me. Papa was nice when he wasn't drinking, but ever since the passing of Grandma, he was always drinking. "Hey, you drunken fool! How will you keep your house in order when you can't even control your urges to drink, you fat cow?" Aaron said in a whisper. This shocked us all, for Aaron rarely talked back to his father and never initiated anger from him. "What did you say, boy?" Papa yelled. "You heard me, you foolish twat. You did not believe Grandma when she told you of the Baba Hoogie, and now his wife seeks to collect your testicles. She wants to keep them as trophies and gobble you up. She will feast on your flesh, bite off your neck, and when she is full, Mother Yaga will feed you to him. The Baba Hoogie wants you, you drunken silly man," Aaron said. Papa lunged at Aaron, but Aaron picked up a fork and stabbed him in the hands. He then grabbed the beer bottle Papa was drinking from and broke it on his head. "Sit down, you fool! His body is almost ready. The boy will lead me to my next meal. I cook and bake. I eat the babes. I bite and rip.
Goodbye, dear. The Galanis family is mine. I have eaten Hector, Vivian, and soon LaRonda will be mine forever. How can a silly man who doesn't believe in demons win against something like me?
Aaron said. We were all in shock. For what did Aaron just do? Forget that. What was he even talking about? Seconds later, he turned to Mama and asked her why Papa was hurt. Who did this to Papa? Who hurt him? We have to get them. Now, he said with tears in his eyes. Aaron rushed to the aid of his father and demanded someone tell him who hurt him. I reluctantly said it was him, and he grew silent, but muttered that he did not remember doing that. He said he would never inflict harm on his family. Mama cried as she took care of Papa. She took him into the room and later left me with my brother. When my parents had left, I asked my brother if he was feeling okay. He did not reply to my question. So, I changed the subject, but every time I would ask him something, he would not reply. There were times I thought he was talking to me, but it did not make any sense. I love cooking. Don't let Mama in. Don't let Papa win. When it's done, we will go home, Aaron said. I just ignored it and went into my room. As I was sleeping that night, I could hear the never-ending humming of my brother. I wished he would give it a rest. It was all day long. It was growing annoying. I walked into his room, but when I opened the door, I did not see him. His room was dark, as if he removed all the candles in his room. I did, however, hear a woman's voice. It whispered to me.
LaRonda, come to me. I have been watching you. Come to where Grandma's life was snuffed out like a dying flame of a candle. You stupid, foolish, silly girl. Come to Yaga. Come to Mama.
I screamed, for I felt the hand of a person touch my hair. As I looked behind me, a tall woman with warts on her face and a pointy nose was there screaming at me. Her mouth was wide open, and a long tongue came shooting out. I screamed for Mama and Papa. I prayed and prayed. However, when my mother came rushing in, she was met by Aaron, who was asking Mom to tell me to go to my own room. Aaron said I just barged in and started screaming. I would never forget that woman, and as fate would have it, she would visit me that same night when I went to sleep. That night was different, for I felt sleep would relax me from the stress of my life. In the course of not even 6 months, I witnessed the passing of my grandmother, my brother being taken, and my father being stabbed by my own brother. I needed a good night's sleep, but good sleep was not what I would get. As I am drifting to sleep, I see a shadow walk across my room and into the closet. As I focused, I saw the shadow in a cloak, and it was towering above the bed. A sense of fear crept into my heart as the room grew darker and colder. It was the shadow of a woman. She waved at me and chuckled. I tried to wake myself up, but I could not. I hear chattering and whispering.
Don't wake her, Mama Baba Yaga. She won't understand. That girl doesn't understand anything.
A voice said. A raspy, deep, and grotesque voice chuckles and speaks.
LaRonda Galanis will know true fear when she sleeps. Sleep, my little roasted pot pie. Sleep and know never-ending peace. As you become part of my belly, dear.
As the voice said this, I drifted into blissful sleep, until I was awoken by something sitting on my chest and choking me. My chest was collapsing. I could not move, and this was the first time I witnessed sleep paralysis. Part 2. Baba Yaga and the Flies. Sweet, blissful dreams soon turn into a daunting, dark, and blood-curdling nightmare. I sensed a shadow looming in my room, but my body could not move. What woke me up was a voice calling my name. As if one was whispering, it called my name.
LaRonda, won't you let me in? LaRonda, won't you let Mama inside to play a day? LaRonda,
it said repeatedly until I was awake. I soon am able to open my eyes, and as I do, the air in my lungs disappears completely. It was odd and scary. At the same time, because my window was open, I could feel the cold air on my skin. Something sharp scrapes against my skin, and a stinging pain soon holds me captive. It started as I saw a large figure crawl from the foot of my bed. It smelled rancid, like those homeless folk who haven't showered in days or maybe weeks. It soon crawls on top of the bed, and it was soon I saw it. Even to this day, I remember the long pointed nose it had. I remember the demonic eyes, as it had nothing but malice, hate, and sinister intentions. Warts, boils, and other deformities were on this person's face. It hunched over and soon lay on top of my chest. It felt like it was huge. I struggle and try to move in an act of desperation, but nothing works. My eyes were wide as she leaned over to my face.
I come from the Ugawala, my dear. I am so hungry, Loranda. Let him cook you fast. Let him bake you too. I ate Grandma Galanis when the light it passed through. Dark and darker. Mama Yaga is sick. Aaron is mine. That boy is mine.
I haven't had a young soul in so long, honey. Your brother has opened the gateway to the Baba Hugi, and my husband will do anything to see me well. The board cannot be destroyed, only passed, but do you have what it takes to pass this game, this curse, this dark spell to someone else? You did not even have what it took to make sure your own brother was okay after that pitiful old lady Vivian Galanis was taken from the land of the living.
She cries and cries, even now like a prisoner who can never escape. My husband haunts the folk who dabble with the predstavenstvo Baba. He makes sure they are filled with terror, confusion, and paranoia, for the more scared they are, the tastier they are to snack on. He haunts and creeps and possesses the damned. He then cooks those wretched souls in the cooking pan. He feeds them to me, and I give him the leftovers. Lorana Galanis, you cannot save your brother. You cannot save yourself. You cannot win. I cannot wait to eat you, you pretty girl. I am the Baba Yaga.
The entity said to me. She laughed and cackled, but suddenly stopped. As she said this, she used her long nails and cut my cheek, then proceeded to lick my cuts with her tongue. When her mouth opened, flies could be seen flying around inside her mouth, small gnats, and the worst part about it was that it was as if her tongue were actually a knife, for it hurt and pierced my flesh. She told me she had to go because her husband was outside, and he would scold her for getting out of bed without his aid, for she was sick. She left, and soon air came back into my lungs, and I could move. Ever since then I slept with the lights on. I was scared. I was afraid. I was terrified to be in my own room. In the morning it started small, but I started seeing a gnat here and there, but I soon in the following days realized there were many of them, and they were coming from my brother's room. Mama soon told me that Papa and she were going to visit Uncle Dalton's house. She said to treat Aaron nicely, and she hoped I was okay. They left that evening, and when they came back, everything would be different. The night was no different from any other night, but the TV was on, and Aaron was staring at the television, but did not seem like he was even watching it. "Hi, Aaron, if you're not watching the TV, turn it off, please," I said to my brother, who did not respond to me. "Aaron, did you hear me?" I asked, for now this silent treatment was getting old. "Aaron!" I shout at my brother, but he did not answer. Why was he ignoring me? I figured he was still upset about me telling our parents he was dabbling with Ouija boards, and who would blame him? I just missed how close the two of us used to be. I walk over to him, and several gnats are crawling on his back and even inside his ears. I was worried, and fear crawled into my heart that night. I slowly walk in front of him, and what I saw would make me sick to my stomach. Gnats were crawling on his eyeballs, and he was whispering to himself. In a whisper, Aaron said something I would never forget. "Cook Loranda in a pot. Don't tell Mama, she will rot. Don't wake Papa, for he knocks."
The Baba Hugi wants to roast. Mama Yaga ate some toast. Spread her flesh like some jam. Aaron's gone back to sleep. Never wake up, my lovely seed.
Aaron said over and over. I tried to shake the gnats off my brother's body, but he harshly grabbed my wrists to stop me. In his eyes, it did not even look as if he were here with me.
"Dear sweet girl, you will die at the Ugawala. He will cook you, the Baba Hoogie will. She will eat you, Mama Yaga will. Your grandmother failed to stop me, and through the curiosity of the heart, I lured Aaron Galanis to me. He will not suffer, but when his use has ran out, he will suffer.
It is through the Predstavenstvo Baba I was reborn into this world.
It was through the Stare Karti Ugawala, which are the old cards of the Ugawala. I was summoned into the land of the living. I am he who will feast on the weak.
As you cry for your God, no, he does not care.
You might scream for Mama,
but she will be dead.
Just like you.
You may scream for Papa, but his flesh is already cooking in the pot.
Your time is running out, my dear. Loranda, won't you let us in? Aaron said in a demonic tone. I instantly ran to pack my bags, get my keys, and drove away to our church. I needed to talk to Pastor Miles, who was the same pastor who found Aaron when he had left for days. I needed a house cleansing and spiritual rebirth. I was terrified of my own house, my own room, my own brother. However, when I got there, I would find the doors of our church covered in red. As I walked closer to the door, it had a smell of slight metal about. It smelled like blood as it dripped to the ground. The doors of the church were opened, and on the altar I saw Pastor Miles, but he was getting stuffed in the body of a large man. My heart sank, for it was the Baba Hoogie. The Baba Hoogie looked in my direction as it did its strange wobble and charged at me. I ran back into my car and went to my friend's house. His name was Alonso Michael Alvarez, who I just called Al. It would be a long week, for my parents would not return until next week. This story would see so much death, so much pain, and so much suffering. It was my faith in God that kept me together, I felt. Oh, Grandma Galanis, I am so sorry you had to deal with this demon. I do not know how to beat this couple who seeks me and my bloodline gone. Part 3. The devil creeped that night. Loud banging could be heard at the doorsteps of a young boy's house. It was probably his annoying neighbor who always had something to complain about, so he ignored the knocking, but when the knocking continued, he decided to check who was knocking so loud at this time of night. He walks to the door and opens it, and a girl flies into his arms, crying hysterically. The girl was his girlfriend, and her name was Loranda Galanis. Loranda, what is going on? You are shaking. Did something happen? Alonso Michael Alvarez said to his terrified girlfriend. Loranda explained everything, for she did not know who to tell. You see, Alonso and his aunt were psychics, spiritual mediums, and spiritual guides. Ever since she was younger, she would have her boyfriend read her fortune, do blessings on her life, and more. If anyone would understand about the demon haunting and hunting her family, it would be him. Listen, baby, it sounds like you are dealing with spirits, entities, and demons that originate from the old world of people who speak the Slovak tongue. Baba can translate into old woman or grandmother. However, I am deeply concerned about the Baba Hoogie, for if it is a man, then he uses trickery and deception to lure folks to him. According to the Uga Bagados Lientian, which is a book full of evil spirits, demons, and fallen angels from the old world, and inside this book, it talks about the Baba Hoogie and the Baba Yaga. The tale of the Baba Hoogie and Baba Yaga goes back to 106 BC. It is terrifying, and to be honest, it's dark. If these demons have latched on to your family, we must purify all the members in your household with sage, cinnamon, holy oils, and water, along with a spell of protection. Alonso said to me, the story of the Baba Hoogie and Yaga was more than just a child's nightmare. It would grip the strings of sanity, for when the devil and her husband came knocking, lives would be snuffed out quickly. It was a chilling winter in a small village in Russia. A girl and her brother were bored, for Mother told them it was too cold to play outside. Mother kept warm by drinking, and by now she was on her 7th bottle of vodka. The front door, and even some of the hallway, was frozen. Icicles formed on the ceiling of the kitchen, and the harsh whistling of the heavy snowstorm made it hard to hear anything. With a knife, the boy carved symbols onto a board, for they found a book, an old book from their great-grand-uncle, that spoke how to bridge the world of humanity and spirits.
Of course, the children did not believe this tale. Belinskov wrote carved letters, numbers, the words, hello and goodbye. On the board it was called Predstavenstvo Baba, on the chip that was the connection to the spirit world. His sister Lyubov, which in Russian sometimes means love, wrote on the ground in goat blood Uvarena, Hlava Baba. In their uncle's journal it said Baba Yaga helped children, that she lived to bring joy in the hearts of all, and one could be granted with many blessings if they called out to her with the purest intentions. This was 83 years ago. Belinskov and Lyubov did not believe this story and giggled. They began chanting that sentence over and over again until they grew tired. Uvarena Hlava Baba, Uvarena Hlava Baba, Uvarena Hlava Baba. They said over and over. Then they made up a tale of her, not knowing that she granted wishes, and the words spoken after summoning her would happen, and not until one said goodbye would her blessings cease to manifest. They made a story how Baba Yaga had a loving husband, which was something profound, for who would love a hideous ogre and a witch? Hugi would, he was a fat man, but made her smile every day. She was once a really beautiful woman, but dabbling with dark magics, the Predstavenstvo Hlava Uga Vestitov corrupted her, making her sick. Eventually, the people who called out to her would start demanding things like riches, fame, and things corrupted souls driven by greed would do. This made Yaga Baba even more sickly. Her husband was sad and just wanted Yaga to get better, so he read the entire Predstavenstvo Hlava Uga Vestitov, and this changed him forever. His mind twisted and grew dark. He grew a mouth inside his belly to eat the flesh of bad children, corrupt adults, and all who would use Baba Yaga as merely a tool. It was here soon that people would make fun of Yaga now, for she looked disfigured, old, and like a hag. People soon gave her the name, the Night Hag, for she only came out at night due to her appearance. She cried to Baba Hugi every night, until he told her he loved her no matter what, and if these people saw her as ugly, their flesh would be consumed, their bodies boneless, and their souls eaten. Hugi, why do they treat me so badly? I don't want to be ugly. Yaga wants no ugly, no more. I am sad, darling. Please help the pain in my chest, for they laugh and mock me, throw stones and hit me. I am tired of my face. I am broken in death's very face. Yaga said to Hugi, but as always, Hugi said he loved her so much and that she was the most beautiful of God's creation that he has ever saw. Hugi said eating of wicked boys, girls, and adults would restore her health. However, the eating of a human was a taboo and would warp the mind of the two. No longer were they just Hugi and Yaga, but they became mad demons known as Baba. They lived deep inside the woods, inside a cabin, and Baba Hugi would find wandering souls, chase them, hunt them, haunt them, kill them, then cook them for his lovely wife. The book twisted their souls until there was nothing left to take, and they died. The skin eroded, the organs turned to liquid, and a dark spell was activated. One who uses the Predstavenstvo Baba could summon them back into this world. Baba Yaga would visit the children she once blessed and afflict them with unimaginable pain. The children could not move, they were paralyzed, and doctors did not know what was happening, so the birth of sleep paralysis and the paralysis demon was birthed. Her husband, Baba Hugi, hunted his victims, and the closer he was to you meant the closer your death was. He started off with being far away, but he slowly haunted his victims, and when he was next to you, he would stuff you into his stomach, by any means, and cook you at home, making a meal out of your flesh, blood, and organs for his sickly wife. Then the two of them would feast. The children of those Baba Hugi hunted would be attacked by Baba Yaga. When the siblings said this, they heard a knock at the door. They told their mother, but when they got into her room, a woman was sitting on top of her. The woman was tall, hunched over, and had a black, tattered cloak. They saw her standing on chicken legs, or maybe she had chicken legs. Her nose was pointy and long, and she cackled and giggled as she licked the face of their mother. In the corner of the room, loud shaking could be heard, and a fat man wobbled in, Soon he stuffed the mother in his stomach and left with the woman. A week later, the arms, legs, and head of the children were found by the aunt who came to visit. The children played with things they did not understand, created a wish that was dark, and ever since that day Yaga and Hugi have been haunting families with their unquenchable hunger. When Alonso finished the story, I was shaken with even more fear. But he said according to the Uga Bagidos Lientian, we could escape them by protective spells, cleansing and purifying the soul, and the rebuking of the demons out of the house they were haunting, but the entire household must perform it at the same time. I had a plan. We were going to purify Aaron, Mama, Papa, myself, and the house. I had enough of these demons that took Grandma Galanis. However, when I returned home the following day, a darker tale would be told. Chapter 4. The Possession of the Galanis Family. Part 1. The Collapse of Sanity. Things were never the same as they once were, or maybe it was the people that were different. My once loving and kind brother seemed like a different person entirely as he became violent, heartless, and a shell of his former self. The house was dead silent, but strange sounds were coming from the basement. My parents would not be home for some days, so it was just me and Aaron having to cope with the madness we unleashed after the death of Grandma Galanis. My boyfriend said he would keep me company until the morning. Then we would meet up at school. As we walked in the kitchen, it was dark, and an eerie feeling was about in the air. Faint footsteps could be heard as we searched for the lights. However, when Alonso flipped the switch, we saw a silhouette washing dishes at the sink. Seconds later, the lights turned off by themselves. Candles and black trash bags were on the counter, and a strange smell could be smelled as a dripping sound invaded the eardrums. Alonso walks up to the kitchen sink and asks who is there. It was a woman wearing an apron. Then, in a low tone, she spoke.
"Hello, dear. Welcome to where you will die. Say your little prayers to your make-believe God. How I can't wait to snap your limbs like a twig, Alonso. Oh, how I can't wait to cook your flesh in my pot, Loranda. He is almost here. Aaron will send you to the gates of purgatory, and as you wake up, dangling like swine, I will cut your damn throat. All kids are bad, and all parents don't believe in the night hag. Baba Yaga wants a treat. Baba Hugi wants to feast. Baba Put, Baba Ut, Baba Descrato Neblo Uga Friendo. I will gut you like Grandma Galanis. I will eat you like a little snack. Die in my belly, for Mama and Papa are never coming back."
The voice said. I was beyond scared and knew not what to do. Alonso begins to say words to fend off the evil voice. From the Uga Bagidos Lientian, go back to the Uga Wala. I rebuke you in the name of the Holy Mother Mary, Saint John, and God the Father himself. You have no power against God, demon. Baba Uga Yaga, I banish you back to your swampy cabin filled with your victims. Baba Uga Hugi, I banish you to never set foot inside this loving home. May you be forever returned to the Ugawala. As long as the Holy Spirit blesses this family's home, you are not welcomed. I reject your invitation. Leave now. Alonso screamed at the demon. Suddenly the voice shrieked and cried, a cry that would pierce the ears, and all the cabinet doors swung open as a harsh, cold gust of wind blew into the house. The sink was frozen as the water froze in midair. The woman grew taller as her legs and arms stretched, bent, and grew bigger. Her voice deeper as her hunch grew more severe. Her legs were chicken legs, and as the lights flickered, she cursed at us.
"Stupid boy, I will gobble your heart in my pot. I will eat you ears and your brain. Your God is nothing, and I will be back to feast again. I will be invited in, and next time your girlfriend will pay the price. I refuse to lose to a silly man. Silly damn brat. Baba Yaga wants you, dear."
As she said this, she charged at the both of us and then vanished. The wind stopped, and the ice disappeared. Everything was normal until later that night. We heard a voice in the basement of the house. Nobody had ever gone here before unless it was Papa working on some kind of project. She wants you gone, Mother. I will bring you back. Loranda is just a snack. Loranda wants you gone, Mother. I will bring you both back. Papa Hugi and Mama Yaga, may you be reborn and set free. The voice of Aaron could be heard. We rushed into the basement and saw a large pentagram drawn on the floor in what seemed like blood. The same black trash bags were all around, and it was then I realized that the trash bags were stuffed with something. Aaron laughed at me, and he looked terrible. He had black bags underneath his eyes. The color of his eyes were fading as darkness claimed his soul. He had a terrible rash around his lips and disgusting blood-filled pimples on his face. He took out a knife and what was in the black trash bag next to him. It was a puppy. He stabbed that helpless animal in the head and drank its blood. We were disgusted and filled with fear. He then cut off the head off the puppy and dripped it in the middle of the pentagram-shaped circle he drew. It was now I realized the blood was the animals he had killed in cold blood. Alonzo rushed my brother, for he knew if he completed this ritual, it would be too late. The soul of my brother was being tainted. He wasn't Aaron anymore, but now he was possessed by Baba Hugi and Baba Yaga. However, Aaron broke 2 of his fingers in front of Alonzo and said if he tried anything, he would kill Aaron in front of me. I begged Alonzo to stop, and so he did. However, Alonzo was soon stabbed in the stomach by what possessed Aaron, and in a blink of an eye, Aaron jumped into a vent, breaking his limbs as he climbed, and vanished from the house. I rushed Alonzo to the hospital, and luckily he recovered. When my parents came back, they suspected nothing, for the house was clean, and were greeted by Aaron. However, I knew that this was not Aaron. When I came back home, Mama asked if our week went well, but was soon cut off by Aaron, who asked if they could talk alone. I begged Mama not to, but she laughed and said she would talk to me soon. She hugged me and my brother, and she went into her bedroom where Papa was. What would happen next, the family was not ready for. Part 2. The door to the Ugawala. A mother is swiftly grabbed by the throat as her screams echoes throughout the house. A father tried to stop the assailant, but is harshly bitten in the neck. As his neck is pierced with sharp teeth, his flesh is ripped open, and now his injury is oozing with blood. The parents recognize who the assailant is, and to their great terror, it is their beloved son, Aaron Galanis. "Aaron, what the hell do you think you're doing? Stop!" Mama could be heard screaming. I race into the room, but it is closed. Suddenly, the door comes crashing down, and Papa has wooden splinters in his neck and underneath his eyes. Pain shoots into his body as his brain realized his injuries are severe. He is leaking blood out his neck and begins to have body spasms. I quickly call Al on the phone. I scream into the phone. "Al, Aaron is back and is attacking Mama and Papa. Oh my God, please, baby, help us," I yelled. Suddenly, I saw Aaron's eyes roll in the back of his head, and he speaks.
"Enter the Ugawala, my dear. I promise it is sweet and a treat. Give us little Loranda as we eat upon the flesh of that wicked duck." "Fried Loranda. Sounds good. And Mama Yaga wants her toes. Papa Hugi cooks her nose. You won't escape. We have Aaron as he is begging for death, for help, for hope. However, he will not get that. Burn in your despair,"
Aaron said, as he threw up blood in Mama's mouth. Suddenly, Mama was just as Aaron was, and they began kicking and biting Papa. The two ripped into the flesh of Papa Galanis as they laughed and giggled.
"You have been such a bad boy, Mr. Galanis. May you know only death as I rip out the throat of your family, for it is your very family that is in shambles, you godless man. I am sure that bite from your neck hurts, but don't worry, you will enter the Ugawala soon with dear wifey and son,"
Mama said. Aaron went inside their room, grabbed a pencil and jammed it into the eyeball of Papa, and as he screamed, he lost consciousness. The bedroom door had a dark purple glow as vines and weeds grew from the cracks of the door. Mama opened it, and I saw a swampy region with a cabin in the middle. Two strange figures walked closely to the opened door and waved happily at me with their eccentric-looking smiles and evil faces. It was Baba Yaga and Hugi. The fat man races towards the door, and his wife follows. One grabs Mama and the other Aaron, and they are dragged into the door before it closes behind them. As it is closing, I hear Baba Yaga speak.
Our door is always open to you, dear. Come save Mama, Papa, and your little snot-nosed brother if you dare. Here there is no God to save you, and you will meet your end here, Loranda. Goodbye, honey.
I was riddled with crippling fear as Al comes in, but he was too late. My mother, father, and brother were gone forever. All I could do was cry. However, Al asked why I was crying, and I told him. He said that made no sense, for they were all downstairs in the living room, but when I followed my boyfriend downstairs and saw my family, something was wrong. Mama was smiling as she was staring at the clock. She twitched her neck and soon peed herself. Papa began drinking her pee and smacking himself in the head. However, Aaron looked at me, but his body wasn't facing me. His head turned like an owl, and you could hear his bones snap as he pointed at me.
Loranda, come to the Ugawala. Your precious boyfriend cannot stop what is to come. Aaron has touched the predstavenstvo Baba. Aaron has seen the Stare Karti Ugawala. Your brother cannot be saved by the Uga Bagido Slientien, and now he is forever trapped in the Ugawala. May your family rot in the agony of a boy's mistakes.
As he said that, I ran out the house. However, when I did, a bright light appeared, and I was back in the room. Mother was now hanging by her neck from a vine as blood trickled down her body. Father was standing on the wall, but not falling down as he smiled at me, and Aaron was laying on top of the ceiling. What on earth was going on? Al told me that this must have been the dark magic of the demons who were haunting my family, so he said he would go into the Ugawala with me. Thus, we entered the gateway that had been made in my parents' room. As we entered, we heard vultures flying above us, and they dove to peck our skulls, eyes, and flesh. Fish that had legs came with their monstrous teeth to eat us, but we warded them off by singing the songs of Mother Mary and the Holy Apostles. Everything was dark, and the smell of hundreds of dead people could be smelled, for the shallow swamp had dead bodies floating about everywhere. Suddenly the fat man screamed, but where was he? He came out of the mouth of a dead woman who was floating about the swamp. This was absurd, but we needed to save my family, and I would do anything to save my family. Part 3. The Ugawala. Al was like my guardian angel, for he knew prayers, spells, and other things that could ward off the demons lurking in the shadows. We would need that if we were ever going to escape this satanic place. There was a long wooden pathway from the swamp to the house of Baba Yaga and Hugi. The Baba Hugi seemed to vanish after coming out of the corpse of that woman. Her mouth stretched open, and her jaw ripped, which caused her upper body to rip open. Blood filled the lake, which was so thick one could not see into it. Strange music could be heard throughout the swamp. Walk down the Uvarena Hlava Baba, the brood head, it hollers. Yaga wants to make you stone, Papa Hugi ate his toes. Baba wants children too, but the wicked man took her kids. When you sleep, she bit their knees. If they leave, Hugi is in the trees. From the swamp chomp, their thoughts, God has left, and so will you. Play with the predstavenstvo Baba. Won't you play a day? Good men die and sinners cry. There is no escape from the Uga Walla way. I'm not sure how much madness I could endure. I felt like whatever was in the cabin was going to attack us. As we approached the house, it screeched and wept. It rose to the sky on chicken legs and asked us what was needed to be said. I tried to think, but was met with terrible laughter.
You know for Mama Yaga. You know good for Papa Hugi. Uga, Booga, predstavenstvo Baba,
die a slow, agonizing death. The cabin said to us as it turned its back to us and tried to stomp us to death. We rolled, dodged, and weaved. We tried to escape, but the house stood towering in the sky. It was horrifying, but Al was prepared and whispered, "Ah! Listen to my words, you wretched witch's cabin. Little house, turn your back to the forest, your front to me. Invite the peaceful breeze of two. Al and Loranda are coming through. Friends of Baba, friends of all. Baba Yaga, Hugi. We stand, enthralled. Suddenly the house turned around and reverted to what it was before, and the door opened. How did Alonso know so much about this place and the demons we were fighting? According to him, the Uga Bagidos Lientian held the secrets of evil spirits, fallen angels, and demons. He had been practicing with his aunt for 11 years. We prepared to enter the house, and we saw the couple eating at a table.
Welcome, dear, to my home. May you rest in the agony I felt when the children spread lies upon my good name. May you rest in despair as I take what was taken from me. Die an agonizing death as I slit your eyeballs, gobble your tongue. May you be forever stricken in terror as I rip your family apart.
Baba Yaga said. I demanded to know where my family was, but I was met with laughter. I asked again in a louder tone, and this time Yaga just smirked. I asked a third time, and now Baba Yaga's body grew as it did in the kitchen of my home that night. Her arms were now more toned, but her limbs still thin. Her pointy nose reached far, and her teeth were all now fangs.
Don't command me, girl. I am an ogre. I am the witch. I am she who eats and eats. Forever not satisfied as hunger makes me mad. Your family is upstairs where they are begging for help, but aid they will never get. I have killed many who are connected to this very story. Vivian, Hector, Dorothy, Iris, Rick, and many more. You cannot stop us, and you will be next to die, Alonso and Loranda.
The evil woman said. Al wasted no time and rebuked the Baba demons. I have the Uga Bagidos Lientian, you foul witch. May you be forever unable to enter the living world. I banish you to a fate of blindness, hunger, and death. In the name of the Holy Father, you will never harm a soul again. In the name of the Son, your husband will die swiftly and can no longer corrupt you, you night hag. In the name of the Holy Spirit, you will atone by being swallowed up by the same swamp you used to ensnare others. In the name of the apostles, I rebuke the hold you have on the Galanis family. You grip on their family and those around them will fade. Know your end is nigh. Goodbye, Baba Yaga and Hugi. The air was heavy, and the skin froze as ice appeared about the body. It started storming thick snow, and all we could see was white. All we heard was screeching from the two, but we moved on to save my family. As we got them, the door was locked. I panicked because we had come so far. What would we do? Suddenly, Alonso kicked it down, and we entered. I embraced my family, and we escaped the house. Tears of a happy reunion was shed, and soon we all said we loved each other. The body of the Baba Hugi was melting in blue fire, and as he screamed, his wife cried,
You won't get away with this, you stupid boy,
she said in a raspy tone. However, we found the door we came from and escaped back to my parents' room. We had all made it. We had defeated the night hag and her evil husband, or so, we thought. A burning fat man came through the door and grabbed Alonso, tearing into his chest with its iron-like razor teeth. The flames soon stopped, and the fat man entered the very mouth of Al until he burst open, and his guts flew everywhere about the swamp. I cried and was devastated. Then Baba Yaga, who was next to him, spat and cursed at Aaron.
May you be forever connected to the Ugawela, my dear boy. Your sister Loranda thinks she has won, but find the Predstavenstvo Baba and give the Uga Bagidos Lientian to Mama Yaga. I will await for your return, but know this one thing, boy. The Baba Hugi will possess you to do things you remember not. Loranda, you have lost this dance, you pitiful girl. Rest in agony, crippling fear, and despair, my child.
As she said this, the door closed, and we would never be able to go to the Ugawala the same way again. My heart was burdened with unimaginable grief. My boyfriend, Alonso Michael Alvarez, died the same day when my family was saved. I miss him every day, and words cannot begin to explain. Like Grandma Galanis, Al was my hero. May you find peace in heaven, my lovely boyfriend, until we meet again. Chapter 5. The Exorcism That Led Downstairs. Part 1. Unholy Acts. The atmosphere in the Galanis household held a heavy, dark, and looming sense of fear, as all knew the grief I, Loranda, was suffering from. My boyfriend was ripped out of my very hands as the Baba Hugi tore him apart. There was no body for a funeral like there was for Grandma. Mama and Papa had no words to comfort the wary soul of me. My parents hardly remembered anything, and just like the older folks, they pretended like it never happened, but nobody could forget the sacrifice of Al and all he did for our family. Alonzo was loved, cherished, and looked up to by many. I know his aunt was devastated when she heard the news. Love was ripped apart like a granola bar, and that love was snuffed out in an instant. Aaron at first was becoming his old self, but I would find him sitting in the yard for hours, gazing towards the trees, grass, and woodline. I was worried at first, but soon my concerns were laid to bed when I saw him make a group of friends. But it was strange that every few weeks he would be playing with new kids, and his old friends he made disappeared without a trace. However, I had school, my parents, the loss of Alonzo, and more to worry about. Soon, life passed by, and it had been 6 months since the passing of Grandma Galanis. I was coming home from school one day, and a girl that had been hanging with Aaron recently ran up to me and said there was something seriously wrong with my brother. She yelled to never have Aaron talk to her again. Her hair was wet, her eyes had tears, but I could smell a slight smell of a swamp. I run to find Aaron, for I was afraid that maybe the Baba Hugi had my brother. Suddenly my phone starts to ring, and I pick it up.
Hello, Loranda. I am here with all my new friends. It's a pity that the girl escaped, but that doesn't matter, for when she goes to sleep and wakes up, she will be in the Ugawala. I have old friends, new friends, and Mother Augustine. Oh my, they are crying and trying to tell me the Holy Bible has what my soul needs to be purified. I doubt that. I have the Predstavenstvo Baba. I snatched the Uga Bagido Slientian from the cold hands of your old boyfriend's aunt's hands. I have what is needed for the revival of Baba Yaga and her husband. Come to St. Augustine Baptist Church of the Saints. In an hour or all these children will be burned at the stake for their sins, and dear old Mother Augustine will die. If you tell a soul, I will burn them on the spot. I have found your weakness, Loranda Galanis. It was so easy to possess this boy, for he forgot about all that happened when he was possessed. It was like taking candy from a baby. Aaron is mine, and soon the Galanis family will die.
Aaron said to me before hanging up. I should have noticed that things were too good to be true, or maybe I just wanted some sense of peace for all the losses I had bore witness to in the past year. Aaron kept to himself ever since we all ventured back from the Uga Wala. It was strange, for he had not said a word of anything, and when he did speak, it was as if it were in riddles. But I had my own issues to deal with, along with making sure Mama and Papa were doing okay. I always wondered why objects would appear in different locations. The door to the basement always seemed opened the next day, even after I thought I had closed it, and Aaron would spend countless hours just looking at pictures of Grandma Galanis. Soon, my brother found friends, which now I realized it was because he was performing unholy acts on his friends. He captured many children and forced them to become the sacrifice to Baba Yaga and Hugi. In later times, I heard that Alonzo's aunt had been murdered in cold blood, no doubt from whatever darkness that was attached to Aaron. As I got into the church, things were different. Things were dark, and I could hear the cries of the damned as they begged for God to save them. Aaron, what are you doing? What in the name of the Father are you doing? I asked, only to be greeted by Aaron, who looked vastly different. His eyes were drooping. He had bags underneath his eyes, and even terrible rashes with pimples and boils about his lips, face, and neck. He walked strange as he spoke.
You understand what must be done, Loranda, you helpless seed of the damned. I will come back to the land of the living through your brother who can never escape the madness and darkness of the Ugawala. The Baba Hoogie has his soul, as he plays with it like a little girl might play with a doll. Don't dilly-dally, my dear. God is not here, you twat. Give in to me, Loranda.
However, I throw my hand in the air and scream at the top of my lungs. Father Thomas! Father O'Brien! Help me cast out this demon from the body of my beloved brother. We must fight as Alonso Michael Alvarez did. We must purify this darkness and save those tainted with this demonic presence and rid ourselves of satanic possession. Please guide us and protect us with your radiating light, God, the Father. Protect us, cherubim, as you incinerate the darkness creeping into the lives of all who follow the will of God. Please protect this tainted soul from the Baba Hoogie and the Baba Yaga, that foul witch. I prayed. I screamed. I begged. It was Aaron we performed unholy acts of murder, satanic rituals of summoning, kidnapping the innocent children who sought the light, and the assault of that girl who ran. She would return with police officers, and I wish she just went home. For people who don't follow God would not understand what is happening. The sacrificing of a virgin girl would take place. The eating of a godless man's heart would take place. The death of the innocent children would take place. And the exorcism of Aaron Galanis with the aid of Mother Augustine, Father Thomas, Father O'Brien, and myself would begin. How would we save my brother from the possession of the Baba demons? You see, demons are different from demons. Demons are stronger, more sinister, and darker malevolent creatures that seek death through possession, haunting, and the act of both cannibalism and homicide. It would be a long battle. It would take everything we had to exorcise the two demons which were controlling my brother. Part 2. The Exorcism of Aaron Galanis. The air was deathly cold, as one could see their own breath as they exhaled. If one inhaled, it hurt, because the devil was lurking in the body of the sinful, those who had long abandoned God, and those who walked a path of darkness. The pathway to the altar, where a huge Bible stood, was frozen with ice. However, the power of the cherubim shredded that cursed dark magic of ice that was cast by a vile witch. The form of the angels known as a cherubim was filled with so much holiness that we could do nothing but be in awe at this spectacular and godly sight. The witch that casted this darkness was accompanied by her faithful husband. From a long time ago, they had given into the darkest portions of humanity and now resorted to the possession, oppression, and cannibalism of the innocent. Cries of children could be heard, but also a door which illuminated purple could be seen. As vines grew, thorned roses filled with the blood of those who had met their end in that place void of God, and weeds came out of underneath the cracks it had. "Save me, Mommy! I am scared!" Children voices could be heard, as a boy could be seen laughing. Father Thomas and O'Brien start reading passages from the Holy Bible, but are met with laughter. That laughter is met with an ungodly smile, and sent shivers down to the very soul of a man.
I speak the words of old, you silly whelp. Roast in the oven like a pie, as I gobble up all your fantasies of hope. May you be forever swallowed up by the cage you have set for yourself, you dumb little duck, fried duck, in my kettle, cooked flesh in my skittle, baked humans in my pot. Die and rot, you wicked fox. I have claimed this boy's soul as mine, and he will die in despair, you sinful priest.
Aaron Galanis said to the two men who were priest. However, I join in reciting scriptures and holy songs, but Aaron just laughed. My brother was beyond saving now. His arm twisted as he reached in the satchel he was wearing.
Oh, men of God! Let us play a game and dance to the power of witches' blight. Will you save Aaron or the children? How about Mother Augustine? You cannot save them all. You will have to choose one.
Aaron screamed. I don't negotiate with demons. God will protect all his children, you foul and wicked witch. Submit to the Holy Father. Suddenly loud screaming could be heard, as that sound reverberated throughout the church, piercing the eardrums. Snowmen rose from the ground as large as a man. They were made of ice, snow, and darkness. As they rose, they attacked a child, who instantly turned to ice. The door soon swung open, and the vines soon grabbed that poor child and dragged it through the Ugawala. Now, we all realized that what controlled my brother would do anything to win and get what it wanted. I rebuke you in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. May we be protected by the holy cherubim, the three of us said over and over. However, in the end, Aaron just grabbed Mother Augustine as he ripped off her yellow and blue dress.
I will defile this Mother Virgin and taint her as I tainted Aaron's soul. You cannot win, Father Thomas, Father O'Brien, and little Loranda.
Suddenly the doors of the church swung open, and the girl who had ran away from me saying that she wanted no parts with Aaron came in with a group of police officers. "What the hell is going on here? Stop what you are doing," a police officer could be heard saying. We pleaded to the officer to escape, for Aaron was unstable, and not himself. "What the hell are you crazy religious folks saying? Listen, I don't care what you think is going on, but you need to stop. Come with me and answer some damn questions. You crazy folks have lost your marbles." The police officer, Eddie Lars, yelled at us. He did not understand what was going on was a spiritual battle, and trying to conversate with him led to nothing. The more we begged, the more he got upset, for all he saw was children looking to be kidnapped. A woman whose dress was ripped, exposing her body publicly for all to see. A boy with a satchel on his shoulder, which could have been a weapon, and us gathered around. However, when he told his fellow officers to apprehend Aaron, they were met with an evil smile.
"The Baba Hoogie will see your lovely wife Eleanor Lars dead, officer. Baba Yaga ate her nose and now she cannot breathe. I will butcher these children, eat your heart, and as you are clinging to life, I will force you to watch me kill these lost wicked souls. You are a godless man and will pay the price for your sins. I am beyond what your feeble human mind can fathom. Be like a roasted turkey as I consume you, dear,"
Aaron said, as he swiftly killed and ate the fellow officers. The police tried stopping him and threatened to shoot him, but their threats meant nothing for the Baba demons who were controlling my brother. They screamed to stop, as Aaron bit into the neck of an officer, but he twisted his head completely around and they were met with one sentence.
"Zomriv Ugawala, Prasata Ashwabi. Die in the Ugawala, you pigs and roaches."
Soon their skin melted like cheese in the oven. They screamed and begged God to save them, only for Aaron to laugh, for they only called out to God when their lives were being snuffed out. Eventually, the officers who had been Eddie Lars' backup met their death as their blood poured into the floors and ran to the door of the Ugawala. Eddie drew his firearm and shot Aaron, who swiftly fell to the ground, but like a zombie he came back as his joints popped, twisted, and snapped. He lunged at Eddie, ripping his chest open with what was in his satchel, a knife. Aaron stabbed and stabbed, then soon reached his hand into the man's deep wound and ripped out his beating heart and ate it.
"Oh my Lord, praise be to the holy ones. Your heart is so damn tasty. I want more. Know this, you dumb man. Baba Hoogie will eat your toes. Baba Yaga bakes you like fried dough. Enter madness as your soul will be devoured by the old ones. Be forever stuck in the Ugawala. May you be a spirit wandering as you hope someone touches and uses the Predstavenstvo Baba to release your spirit. And when that day happens, that hope will be snuffed out when I gobble up your pitiful soul. Nobody can save you. Goodbye, Eddie,"
Aaron said as he killed the man. We were all in shock, paralyzed with fear, and darkness crippled our souls. How could one demon be this sinister? How would we win? All was lost, for Aaron went back to where Mother Augustine was and began kissing her lips, rubbing her breast, and speaking of all the ways he would defile that woman of God. It was disturbing, and as he was about to commit unholy acts, it was here that Father Thomas, with all his power, spoke with authority that he needed the power of Jophiel the Archangel. It was Jophiel who commands the cherubim, and it was this prayer and last plead for help that changed the outcome that day. I call upon the holy archangel Jophiel, who commands the holy cherubim, from the ancient texts of the Holy Bible, Zohar, and even the Uga Bagidos Lientian. I seek aid of God, the angels, and all things holy. Use my body to smite this evil darkness from our homes, our lands, our holy sanctuary. That witch and her husband have defiled the innocent, the lost, and the Church of God itself. Please help us, Father Thomas said. Instantly, Father O'Brien screamed not to do it, for any mortal who says it would die for the holy rays of any angel would rip apart any mortal, even if blessings came our way to throw life away. For the saving of hundreds, this was something unimaginable. A light shone on the church as a voice called out, "I have heard your pleas for help, and I will save you. I will protect these innocent children who are left remaining. You sacrifice Thomas will be forever remembered as your name goes into the book of cherished mortals who have God's approval. You have walked your entire life in the light. May you know true peace, my child. I am Jophiel the Archangel, who commands the cherubim, and no evil can escape their wrath. God has judged Baba Hugi and Yaga. I cast you out of this boy," the Archangel said. Suddenly the body of Father Thomas evaporated as only ash was left, and from his body cherubim came out of him. They were magnificent, Father O'Brien, and I gained the blessings from the Archangel, so we were not instantly killed by seeing these holy creatures. It astounded me, and I had no words to speak. Imagine a feeling of bliss, as you wanted to do everything to please the gods. It was like nothing I had ever seen. The cherubim had beautiful wings, as big as buildings, human bodies, but the head of a goat, bull, sheep, and frog. The faces were covered, and on the wings had multiple eyes. As they uncovered their faces, a warm light emitted from them, and all we could hear was screaming from the body of Aaron.
"You cannot win, you foul angel! This body is ours! This body will wither! Your power will kill the boy!"
Aaron shouted, but soon the snowman melted. The air grew quiet as my brother's body fell to the ground. The door opened as the voices of Yaga and Hugi could be heard, and everyone was safe. The Archangel smiled at me as he disappeared back to what I imagine was heaven, and I saw the soul of Grandma Galanis smiling at me, saying she was so proud of the woman I had became. My heart was heavy as my brother wasn't waking up, but eventually he did, and we embraced. I vowed that day to never leave my brother's side. Father O'Brien helped the children back home, and we all thanked each other as finally the devil had lost its grip on us, or so we thought. A week later, when the Galanis family were sound asleep, I was visited by Baba Yaga one last time.
"You thought a damn archangel could stop me. I remember when Jophiel was created. I am from the olden world. Aaron will be mine forever, and Loranda, you will grow into madness as I rip apart that love you have for him. The family will be divided, for you forget I cursed that snot-nosed brat a while back. He is forever connected to the Predstavenstvo Baba and will be drawn into the Uga Wala. Find the Uga Bagidos Lientian that the Archangel and his cherubim have hidden from our eyes to save your brother. This is my final gift to you, as your parents will wonder who took their beloved son, where he is, and how to find him. For each week you linger dear, I will cook a body part in my stove. Aaron is expendable, and I will find many more till I finally have the entire Galanis family in my cooked stew. No despair, grief, and turmoil as I rip away the love of family, kindness of the heart, and hope as mine was ripped from me ages ago."
As Baba Yaga said this, she laughed and cackled before rushing into my brother's room and taking him to the Ugawala. I never found a way back to the Ugawala, but every day I pray I do. Aaron, I am so terribly sorry I wasn't strong enough to save you. I lost Grandma Galanis, and that broke me. Losing you sent me to the edge, but I managed to fight every day. Mama and Papa know not where you have gone, and I know I can never tell them the truth, for it would break them. I know they don't believe the things Grandma would say, and they are not in a spiritual place where they can accept you were taken by a demonic witch. However, I have found a boy who might be able to access the Ugawala. I met him while diving into the world of Reddit. His name is Brandon Clark. His knowledge on Slovak demons, unearthly dimensions, and more fascinate the mind. It is said he lives in Luxor, Egypt. He is my only connection with saving you, my sweet little brother. My name is Loranda Galanis, and this was the story of the exorcism of Aaron Galanis. You may think this is a made-up story from the mind of a mentally ill family, but this tale was very real for the Galanis family as hope, dreams, and love were ripped apart. I just pray God gives me the strength to endure on, for I know my brother is still alive somewhere. Aaron, I won't stop trying to find you. Part 3. A boy who crossed paths with life and death. The sun scorched the skin as hollering from a door deep in the tombs of the kings sent fear down his spine. A boy who was special and had documented strange events from around the world. He proved to the church that strange anomalies were taking place. The year was 2025, and he had opened the church's eyes to a spiritual battle that had started from times of old. He told people of the demon that had haunted the town of Saco Bay, Maine, in the United States. All laughed at him until his research proved it to be a grand scheme dating back almost 250 years ago. He proved that a vampire or ghoul was haunting the town of Middleburg, Virginia, where a black-seeming psychopath had been killing off white folks. He even found a way to another world. Maybe it was a portal to hell? Brandon Clark found a way to a place called the Uga Walla. It was void of light with death looming every corner. He saw Baba Yaga and Baba Hoogie there, and was terrified, but happened to come across a Reddit user who also talked about this place. She said her little brother was trapped there, and she needed to get him out. So the two planned to venture to this newfound world and stop the demons who lurked this swampy cabin forever. However, that tale would see so much madness, I don't know how one could survive. Brandon Clark would be a key component on how we stopped Baba Yaga and Baba Hoogie. The tale of Brandon Clark, Loranda Galanis, and more would open the gateway to both angels and demons. Be careful what you use, and in all things seek the light of God. My name is Loranda, and I miss my brother Aaron every single day.
Book 10. Something Was Wrong with Billy John Petrovi.
Something Was Wrong with Billy John Petrovi. Part 1. Chapter 1. The Class That Year. If you told me zombies, apocalypses, or rabies could infect a small town so rapidly, I would have called you mad. If you told me that Billy was capable of the things he did, I would have called you insane. In the beginning, Billy was my best friend. He was all of our best friends. And those who knew Billy knew him to be the sweetest boy ever to have walked our green planet. Before the U.S. military shut down all access to Lake Freeburg, and before the United States President Donald Trump secretly quarantined this sundown town, our town was peaceful and nothing interesting ever happened. However, strange events would take place on the 51st state in the United States of America. You see, in 1949, the Illuminati, CDC, Center for Disease Control, the White House, and the Mormons all came together to create a state 12,000 miles from the shore of Newport News, Virginia. The only way to get to this state was with the Heliodyny Rock, which was a rock of unknown origins that the United States had accidentally came across when they first officially explored Antarctica in 1845. All secrets hidden, and not even we knew of this, for our education taught us our state was all of America. Billy was the man I looked up to as his very steps commanded peace, love, and tranquility. So, seeing the downfall of the man I was in love with blew my mind. Seeing my best friend turn into the monster that created this madness of our town would traumatize me for life. For at his core, all Billy Petrovi wanted was to escape the town he grew up in. He always told me the things the adults and leaders of Lake Freeburg said were shady and smelled of lies. But so many dangerous conspiracy activists were destroying our nation. It was so often told by news outlets like NOFA 16, News Outlet for America 16, and conspiracies were deemed as illegal in 1999. However, this would not stop Billy, as his obsession with leaving and finding the real America was his goal. So he would create a drug and sell it to the highest bidder. A drug that unlocked enlightenment where humans could use 200% of their brains, which would unlock dormant abilities like telepathy, super strength, and even teleportation. We all grew up with Billy, and he was the best friend anyone could ever dream of. If you needed help, he would not stop until you were helped. He would give his friends even the shirt off his back if he could. But in the spring of 2020, everything changed. We were just kids, so who knew the consequences that Billy's experiment would unleash? This is the full story of Billy Petrovi and the dark lines he would cross to reach his idea of freedom.
Mr. Petrovi! Mr. Petrovi! Mr. Petrovi!
A woman's voice could be heard as a boy was seen daydreaming, as he always did. Despite being called, he did not hear his name until a school textbook was slammed down on his desk.
What happened? What did I miss?
Billy said to the teacher. The class erupted in laughter, but Ms. Yuna-Wo was not laughing.
How about you think of your future, young man? You won't get anywhere if you can't pay attention to the lessons I teach you. You will end up like those conspiracy activist William,
she said as she lectured him. Her face was red with anger, for how could such a smart student be acting like a hoodlum? Out of line, children kept laughing as the classroom was now in disarray. She would not have it. She refused this disrespect. For how could a mere child believe they knew better than her? After all, she was Ms. Yuna-Wo. However, when William replied, all eyes would pay attention, all laughing would stop, as we were all fascinated by the intellectual and comedic mind of William. You probably are wondering why I am using the name William instead of Billy. Well, at this point of the story, Billy never was called Billy until later in his life. It wasn't until he joined the 7th Wumon Apes that he used the name Billy. If you are wondering what that is, well, you will know soon enough.
Ms. Yana-Wo, why would I care about false history? You see, it says, the old America used to have 50 states, and somehow, what they did to fall as a society isn't in any books, as if it was erased by our so-called great nation. We are not free to speak as we like. If you speak your mind, someone will be offended like a child and demand you apologize. We are birds in a cage. You can't find anything other than the beginnings of America, but how did an entire country get wiped out? Not even by wars, but just vanish. There are so many sides to one story. How can we know that what these textbooks say is real? I'm sure if I told you that Cassie was a gorilla, you would need facts. Otherwise, you would not believe me. It's no different with history. You only talk about credible sources, but all the sources listed in school about the old America can't be found. I am seeking one thing, ma'am, freedom, the truth, and to help all citizens unlock true enlightenment through the powers all humans innately have, using 200% of our brains to destroy the mental limiters our bodies naturally put on us. You see, ma'am, it takes more than a pretty face to teach. It takes truth and relentless mental fortitude to teach not what the school principal says, but the history we all deserve to learn.
William said to the teacher. The room was silent. The wind could be heard as if it came through the cracked windows, until William was met with something. What was William met with? Whatever it was whipped through the air and left a red mark on his peach skin. Whack! A hard smack from Ms. Yuna-Wo.
You stupid child! How dare you sleep in my class and call me stupid? You know nothing about anything. You cannot fathom your idiotic assumptions. Maybe if you paid attention in school, you would know that it was famine that erased old America. You will be needed after class in my office, child. The love of God has escaped your heart, and thus order, respect, and duty must be instilled in you, boy.
The teacher said, But William was not a timid boy. He loved with a love none could match. But when something was wrong in his mind, he would confront it.
So you fucking smacked me because I am right then? Your intelligence was questioned, and like a rabid monkey or little puppy, you could not logically explain to me why you felt I was wrong. Tell you what, Ms., I can't control my emotions. I will prove to you in 2 weeks that our history has been reconstructed with lies and deceit, and if I can't, I will do whatever you want me to do in this class for the rest of the year. Does that sound good?
William said, and the teacher agreed. Thus, the next 2 weeks would be filled with drama, insanity, and the line of morality would be questioned. Hey, William, you was really wild for that. You know that. I loved it. You are always so calm and cool. I am curious, though. What were you thinking about? I, Loranda Panidi, said to William.
Yeah, bruv, why were you so dazed? Ms. You-Know-Woe was so pissed off, mate. That was beyond crazy. But what was even more insane is that you think she is a ping-ting. Pretty where?
Stacy Hamilton said. William, Stacy, and I were the best of friends. I always had a hard time talking to William, for I felt he was so smart. So why would he even give me the time of day? Well, that was simple. The three of us grew up together. William said he had already started on a drug that could awaken the human body into enlightenment, and things would change for the worse when William tested the drug out on himself. He would do anything to win this bet. After some talking, we all agreed to meet up after school. But before then, William had to see Ms. You-Know in her office. He hugged me, Loranda, and wished Stacy the best. Then he ran off to see Ms. You-Know. On the surface, Ms. You-Know-Woe claimed to be a God-fearing woman, for this was a Catholic boarding school. But what she would do would not only anger William, but would force him to make a decision. For after her sin, who would believe him over her? She was loved by all the other faculty members, the principal, and the adults. William knocks on her door, and he is told to come in.
Hello, Ms. You-Know-Woe. It's me, William Petrovi,
he said, and she smiled at him.
I am so glad you could come so we can talk. I am so terribly sorry I slapped you. I have just been having the worst week. I should never have let my emotions get so out of control. Won't you please forgive Ms. You-Know-Woe?
She said, and William being William forgave her on the spot. But unbeknownst to him, she had set up a camera and pressed record after her apology. The young man would be trapped, blackmailed, and betrayed because despite all of this, Ms. Woe was his favorite teacher and one of the only other teachers that could challenge his way of thinking. To be honest, the air felt heavy as we trudged back to the dorms that day, for the unsettling absence weighing down our steps. Our friend, missing from our side. My mind raced, tangled in a web of unanswered questions. What had gone so terribly wrong? Why was Ms. You-Know-Woe so angry? Why on God's green planet did she slap William? He just challenged her not to be rude, but to seek more educational knowledge. What secrets had Ms. You-Know-Woe whispered to William in hushed tones? You see, as an entire class at the end, when William John Petrovi had agreed to stopping in 2 weeks if he had lost the bet, she whispered something in his ear. What she whispered made his once beautiful smile disappear completely. I wondered and pondered why things turned out this way, and what on earth Ms. You-Know-Woe was even discussing with William. I am sure by this point you are too. The wind curled around us, as if it knew, for it carried the scent of possibility and unease. The afternoon was picturesque, almost haunting in its beauty, as if it knew we needed a distraction for this insane outcome after class with Ms. You-Know-Woe. Thus, we sank into the lounge area, our safe haven of distractions. We drifted between books, television, sports, and the rich aroma of coffee, as the sounds of happy chatter chimed and reverberated off the eardrums, giving the illusion of time speeding away. But time became a cruel trickster. 1 hour blurred into 3, and sleep clung to our weary eyes as the consumption of snacks, energy drinks, and caffeinated beverages soon laid claim to us when suddenly an abrupt sound snapped us back to reality. Footsteps hit the ground as the wind blew our way. A slow, deliberate approach from behind our chairs sent a chill up my spine, as if we were victims in a predator's radar. You know that dreadful feeling of someone watching you, but you are too afraid to see who or what is lurking behind you? That is exactly how I felt. Even though at first it was a beautiful afternoon, and we decided to wait in the lounge area for students, now I was regretting this choice of venue for paranoia soon gripped at my heart. Yes, there were countless things here and lots to do, but now the words of my mother came ringing in my ears. Loranda, don't get in with bad influences, and when your body says run away from a situation, that is exactly what must be done, no matter how scared you are, she would often say. And now I saw the wisdom in my mother's words. William's voice finally broke the silence.
Hey guys, sorry I took so long getting away from Ms. You-Know-Woe. I gotta say, she is an animated soul. We had an interesting conversation. I have to say, you guys look exhausted. I want to take a walk through the walking trails.
His tone was flat, drained of its usual light-heartedness. Stacy stiffened beside me, his intuition sharpening. Something was wrong. He just knew it. You see, Stacy and William were inseparable and had been friends much longer than me and William. I wondered what had been said to shift his entire demeanor. His usual spark had dulled, replaced by a shadow of something graver, something more sinister, and something I was not used to seeing. In the following seconds, something William said gripped into my mind, as it was very unusual for him to speak like this. His next words sent a ripple of dread through me.
There are things we need to talk about, but not here.
Our friend said to us. We followed him, leaving Lake Freeburg, which was where the academy we all attended was located, as if pulled by an invisible force into the depths of the mountains beyond River Pleasant. All children who attended the academy came here from below the mountain at Havenburg City, which was where all the other citizens lived who were not attending Freeburg's Academy of America lived. We never encountered anything out of place here in the past, but that new eerie feeling gave me goosebumps to say the least. The place held a dark reputation, whispers of disappearances, violence, and the unknown. Strange occurrences took place in this area. The vanishing of people, the place of suicides, and the place for all things paranormal. Few dared venture here willingly, yet for us, it had always been an untouched mystery. But tonight felt different. The trees loomed around us, bending unnaturally, like twisted sentinels welcoming us into their grasp, like a child kidnapper screaming, "I have candies and sweet things for you all." Then at last, William stopped. His eyes carried the weight of something unspeakable. It did seem like we had been walking for hours, but still my heartbeat quickened with what William was about to tell us. It was here where the truth would be spoken. It was the moment he revealed the truth about Ms. You-Know-Woe. I wanted to laugh, to dismiss his words as wild fantasy. But deep down, I knew that William would not lie. I knew we were about to cross a threshold from which there was no return. The room seemed to close in on William as Ms. You-Know-Woe's voice dripped with a sinister sweetness. The air was suffocating, and darkness seemed to rise as an uneasy feeling filled the loving heart of William.
Well, William Petrovi, I find that little bet you made fascinating. Come here for a moment. I have an apology gift for you.
Her words slithered through the air, and William's eyes darted to her bookshelf. Did she grab a camera? His instinct screamed at him to stay back, but curiosity, or perhaps something darker, drew him closer. Maybe it was all in his head. Yes, that had to be it. Ms. You-Know-Woe only wanted to see her students succeed. She was a good woman and loved all her students, even though she was tough on them all. As she got closer to the boy, she embraced him with a warm hug, her arms cold and unyielding, and before he could react, she pressed a kiss to his cheek. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted, searing his vision, as if the devil was laughing at him himself, and in the chaos, they tumbled to the ground. What the hell was she doing? Sure, she was a pretty lady, but he did not think of her that way. But that mattered not, for a blinding flash hit his eyes, and soon the two fell down to the ground. When his sight returned, he found himself in a compromising position, his hand brushing against her chest as if he was groping her like a wild man. Panic surged through him, but before he could recoil, she pulled him closer, her lips meeting his in a calculated move. The camera's relentless flashes captured every damning angle. Her voice, now venomous, cut through his spiraling thoughts. Like a spider, William was ensnared in her deadly web, a very intellectually programmed woman, and like pieces on the board, our friend was just a pawn.
Oh my, Mr. Petrovi. Now I have evidence of what you tried to do to me. Taking advantage of a woman of God is horrid, foul, and very sinful. If the Academy's board sees this, you'll be expelled without question. But if you follow my instructions in class, these will never see the light of day. How will you fare, child? Do you think your feeble mind can outwit me? Do you think God's mighty scholar can be undone by a peasant? You think your mind is capable of beating me? You are only a child.
William left her office, defeated, his spirit fractured but not broken. She thought she had won, but he was already plotting. Those photos had to be destroyed, and he would find a way. He had a goal of getting those pictures and burning them. He knew that unless the experiment he had been brainstorming the past 3 months worked, he would forever be at the mercy of Ms. Yunawo. This story blew my mind. How would we help our friend? Yet, as he recounted the story to us, his words sounded like desperation bled into anger. Maybe he always liked that fucking shithead teacher, Ms. Woe. It was disgusting, for it was apparent to me he would do anything to sleep with her. And here I was, fucking worried for nothing. Not thinking about what I was saying, I blurted out, "I doubt that even happened, William. If you are trying to scare us, then good job it worked. You think we are stupid. You always liked her and are making up lies to try to make what you did okay. It isn't okay." However, I was only met with William shouting angrily,
"Oh, so you think I'm fucking lying? When did you ever know me to lie? Of course, you think that way and you're supposed to be my friend. Typical female, never believing shit but expect the man to instantly believe you. Maybe it's your jealousy, maybe you wish I touched you in that way. You know what? Fuck you. I would believe you if you were in my shoes and would even give you the clothes off my back."
He roared, his voice cracking with fury, rage, and disappointment. For some reason, this made me mad, furious even. He had called me out on my bullshit, and it was true, but anger makes humans oftentimes incapable of seeing truth. His words stung, but my own frustration boiled over. I shot back, mocking him, and the tension between us threatened to erupt. I told William that he already seemingly took off his clothes, and it was for Ms. Yunawo. I called him a man's slut and laughed at him until Stacy intervened, his voice a fragile thread holding us together. Stacy did not want friends arguing. Stacy told William it was all a misunderstanding, so we apologized. And it was here that William told us that he needed help with the project he was working on. He called it Project Petrovi 5 or PP5. His project, Project Petrovi 5, was his only hope. And soon, William's experiment became our shared burden, a Pandora's box we were too naive to leave unopened. We didn't understand the forces we were tampering with. Spirits, science, DNA, all colliding in a volatile mix. Maybe we were just kids who did not understand that messing with spirits, science, and DNA would alter not only our friendships forever, but the world. Class that year was insane, but it all started on March 22nd, 2020. As the months passed, William changed. The experiment consumed him, twisting his mind and body into something monstrous. He would be void of love, and we did not see it until much later in life. He became a tyrant, a monster, and a demon. His newfound power was a parasite, spreading its influence like a plague. The world began to crumble, and we were left with an impossible choice. Stand by our friend or abandon him to the darkness he had unleashed. My name is Loranda Panidi, and this is the story of how Billy Petrovoni became a demon, and how we became his unwitting accomplices. Chapter 2. The Darkest American Night. The room was silent, thick with anticipation. After some time had passed, which seemed like a lifetime, he reached into his bag, fingers steady but slow, as if aware that every motion held the weight of something far greater than mere curiosity. One by one, he pulled out items, each more cryptic, mysterious, and holding darker origins than the last. We watched, breathlessly, trying to make sense of what lay before us. Intricate mechanisms, etched metal, swirling energy sealed within glass. A purple and orange metallic structure encased the box-like case. I cannot lie, it looked so beautiful, as if it captivated us, lured us to its beauty. But the sense of fear loomed the air at the same time. In the dim glow of the overhead light that Stacy was holding so the three of us could see, William revealed it. The Petrovi box, a marvel beyond comprehension, forged by the mind of a genius, perhaps one touched by forces not entirely human, forces deeper, darker, more sinister, and forces touched by true, non-emotional logic. Perhaps the ancient aliens of old, or early humans, or something one could no longer explain, for in the words of William, the human race has devolved into lesser species, dumbed down by social media, television, gossip, and our current educational system. Its design was exquisite, but its purpose? Unfathomable. But still PP5 would be the downfall of not only William, but all who crossed paths with that monster. As he took out the device called the Petrovi box, he spoke in measured tones, his voice trembling ever so slightly as he explained. This device could siphon the spiritual essence of any object, pull forth the energy woven into its very fabric, and transfer it, propelled by the power of a particle accelerator, pushed to the vibrational speed of sound. And when those particles reached their peak velocity, they would tear open something indescribable, the pink Billingskov hole. The concept of the pink Billingskov hole was formulated by the great mind of Charles Darwin and furthered deeper by Thomas Samuel Kuhn. Thomas Samuel Kuhn made great contributions of leaps and bounds from the early 1900s to the year of his death in 1996. It was only perfected by one history may never know, William John Petrovi. My beloved best friend, I can say you will be missed. The real you, not the warped version you became. Pink Billingskov hole was a gateway, a rupture in reality itself. We stared, unable to look away as the box came to life, humming with power. The hole formed before our eyes, a swirling vortex of pink shimmering like liquid dreams. And then we felt it. A pulse, a surge, something beyond words. It reached into our minds, peeling back the layers of doubt, of fear, of chaos, until we were left with only perfect harmony. Psychic, mental, spiritual, physical. We had been opened the four inner gates of the spiritual realm, and there was no turning back. After said person reached perfect harmony within themselves, they would drink a tea called Freya scone tea that was mixed with ayahuasca, cocaine, and lavender. The ayahuasca found only in the Amazon rainforest would unlock the powers of perfect enlightenment. Some call this your third eyes, and give you the power of limitless thought, rapid cell regeneration, and the ability to use telepathy and telekinesis. The cocaine was used for increased harmony, strength, and durability. Finally, the lavender was to put you into a state of pure tranquility, not governed by emotions, but governed by logic and to protect against the negative side effects of the other ingredients. Combined, they would grant a person 200% mental capacity so they would be able to access double of what their brains were capable of. In theory, it created the perfect human. However, in reality, things were much different. Stacy and I were baffled, but this day an anomaly happened after William drank the tea. A lightning storm emerged out of seemingly nothingness, heavy with something unnatural, or maybe it was after we had opened the pink Bylinskov hole. Maybe it was coincidence? Who really knows? Stacy and I stood frozen, watching William take the final sip of the Freyauskone tea, as if we were condemning our friend to his own death. He swallowed, and then the world we knew would shattered, twist, and bend. Lightning tore through the sky, angry and vengeful, as if it was the harbinger of death itself, striking without warning, striking without concern, striking without the thought of repercussions. It slammed into William with a force that sent him convulsing, his body jerking violently, tossing him against the hardened trees before collapsing him into stillness. The impact knocked Stacy and me backward, slamming us onto the cold earth as the Petrovi box hummed, whispering in frequencies our ears could barely register. The tea, dark and glistening, seeped into the ground beneath us, slipping under our fading bodies like ink absorbing into parchment. I prayed and prayed for salvation, as the Academy always taught us to do. For Freiburg's Academy of America was a Roman Catholic school, and prayers was what we did day in and out. However, what I would witness was not God, but a premonition of the future, past, and all things that might occur in one fabric of possible outcomes. Soon I awoke. When I awoke, I was not in the place where we had been conducting the experiment. I was in a strange place. It was beautiful, but tainted with darkness. The sky was a beautiful white and blue. Underneath me was a pathway made of glass. But gazing forward, I saw a massive tree with rope tied about and people dangling from their necks. It was my mother, classmates, and Stacy. Kneeling on the ground was William with his back turned. "Hello? William? Is that you? Please turn around and tell me what is going on." As he turned around slowly, I saw blood on his shirt, and he was eating something as he smiled, that sinister smile. Dripping from his mouth was blood and flesh, as he had an arm in his mouth. His eyes now gray, and that love in his eyes were nowhere to be found. Growls could only be heard, and a faint sound of clicking was heard as he spoke. And then I woke up. I was no longer in the forest filled with those trees, no longer in the world I knew, but one with the facade of peace. Instead, I stood in a place both hauntingly beautiful and undeniably wrong. The sky above me shimmered in surreal blues and whites, too perfect yet tinged with something ominous. Beneath my feet, a translucent path of glass stretched endlessly forward, leading me toward a massive gnarled tree made of thorns. At first the thorns could not be seen, but the closer I got, the more I realized it had thorns about 12 inches long and 4 inches wide. Second, it was just a silhouette against the luminous sky. Then I saw the ropes. Bodies hung from them, swaying ever so gently in the air, their faces frozen in silent screams. As I witnessed these damned souls, I knew in my heart of hearts this was hell. My mother, my classmates, Stacy, and even some teachers could all be seen with snapped necks, broken bodies, and their organs seeping out of their bodies like gas seeping out of a box with a small hole in it. The sight drove the breath from my lungs, a scream dying in my throat before it could escape. Then, finally, I saw him. William knelt at the base of the tree, his back turned to me, rigid and unmoving. My voice cracked as I called out, "William! William? Is that you?" My hands trembled as I stepped closer, my body on the verge of convulsing and my mind a blur. "Please turn around and tell me what's going on." Slowly, agonizingly, he turned. His shirt was stained deep red, and his mouth dripped with blood and torn flesh, as if he was a demon. How could William eat people so easily, as if they were just chicken? His grin stretched wide, splitting the familiar warmth he once carried into something cold and merciless. In his hands, he held an arm, a severed, limp arm that he had been devouring. His teeth did not break, but bones cracking could be heard as he tore into the arm. It was here I realized it was the arm of my mother. I threw up. I was sad, I was broken, I was defeated. His eyes, once filled with love and life, were now gray, empty, hollow. He was no longer William. A guttural growl rumbled from his chest, reverberating through the air. Then came a sound, faint but distinct, a clicking, rhythmic, and unnatural tone. And as he spoke, that terrible sound grew louder.
"I fucking hate you, Loranda. You thought I could not reach godhood. Now the pitiful love we shared in our hearts has been snuffed out. I can't believe I ever dated a weak-spined bitch like you. You're a coward, and you're the real reason Stacy died. I can never forgive you. When your friends needed you, you abandoned us. You ran to Ms. Unawo, even after knowing she tried to brainwash and blackmail me. Just like her, I will send you to the center circle. The 7th Wumon Apes took me in as family after the death of Stacy. You are a parasite, but no longer am I weak and timid, but I have attained godhood. You will look for a slither of hope that you can still reclaim the love I once had in my heart for you, but it has long since been eroded by the lies of you. Here you will die. Here you will cry, but not even God hears the cries of the forever damned. Know that even with your betrayal, I still want the best for you, which is..."
Suddenly I awoke from the seeming nightmare. I was in the hospital. What was William about to say? What the hell just happened? In the words of Stacy, he had dragged the both of us back down to where he could call for help 3 miles from where we were. He said William was strange, and the doctors had sedated him. He also told me he had a nightmare almost identical to the one I had. Maybe William had the same one? The academy was notified, and after our recovery, we were driven back to the academy. However, William's first day back would turn the heads of students, friends, and teachers alike. It wasn't that type of difference you knew right away. It was so subtle that not even his close friends realized what he was becoming until it was too late. Chapter 3: Puberty and the Outcome It Brought. The nightmare refused to let me go. Like the grip of fate, it held me tight like a mother's embrace that it forced and reminded me that it had control over my life. So, who wouldn't be haunted, scared, afraid, and go a little mad by just the notion of this nightmare, which reoccurred time and time again? It lingers in my bones, in the beads of sweat that soak my sheets each night, in the terror that seizes me when my eyes snap open in the suffocating darkness. Even to this day, I can't lie that I was baffled by the nightmare that took place in woods outside of the academy. The woods outside the academy in Lake Freeburg were never supposed to hold secrets that twisted the mind. But now its shadow had crawled beneath my skin, wrapping itself around my very soul, searing into my mind as madness and insanity rose from the bowels of my soul itself. I prayed that Stacy and William were not feeling the same way I was. I would not wish this even on my greatest enemy, let alone my closest friends. Ultimately, in the end, it was thanks to Stacy why we made it out of that experiment alive. That much I know. Without his quick thinking, without his sheer will to survive, without his love for his friends, we would have been swallowed whole by that ghastly experiment. But even as we stumbled back into the light of the waking world, something came with us. Something unseen. Something wrong that held an older, deeper, darker, and ominous connection to not only to the world, but to William John Petrovi. I should have felt relief when I finally worked up the courage to check on William. But instead, dread coiled in my stomach, nausea in my body, and shaking as my anxiety skyrocketed, as an unshakable certainty that something was different took a hold of me. The moment I stepped into his room, the air shifted, thickened, suffocating me with the weight of something unnatural. He wasn't alone, and although Stacy was there, it was not Stacy or me he was talking to. It was bizarre. It was odd, for it was as if he was conversing with not me, but someone else. My breath hitched as I pushed the door open wider, my voice hesitant, trembling as I visited my beloved friend. "Hello, William. How are you feeling today?" I was wondering. I never finished my sentence. The sight before me ripped the breath from my lungs, freezing me where I stood as tears rolled down my face. When he did eventually speak, his voice was hushed, reverent, as if he were answering a question I hadn't asked. His gaze flickered, unfocused, as though he were trying to look at me and someone else. But there was no one else. At least, no one I or Stacy could see. I was petrified, to say the least. William sat hunched over on the bed, no doubt from the pain of his injuries, his face barely illuminated by the glow of the lamp beside him. But it was his neck, oh God, his neck, his fucking neck, that made my stomach lurch. Jagged, branching burns carved a sinister map across his skin. A web of scars tracing the deadly touch of lightning, which folks would have called the Lichtenberg figure, that is seen on people who get struck by lightning. And beneath them, a ring of black stitches encircled his throat, grotesque and precise. It made me want to puke, but at the same time I was immensely worried for my friend. A scream clawed at my throat, but it never escaped. Tears blurred my vision as I stumbled back, pressing a trembling hand to my mouth. Had the storm done this? Had something else? Why was my memory of the events before that nightmare began so blurry? William turned his head slowly, too slowly, his lips curling into a strained attempt at a smile. His eyes gleamed with something foreign, something unholy, and no doubt the teachers in here would have forced a holy prayer, blessed by holy water, and God if they witnessed the smile I did.
"What? You don't like my new look, Loranda?"
His voice was forced, as if he were pushing words past something that didn't want them to come out. "I think it looks pretty cool. Everyone needs a battle mark, right?" His grin stretched, unnatural, eerie, demonic, and dark.
"Larinadora Panidi,"
William said as he glared at me. My blood turned to ice. The name my mother only called me. Nobody ever called me that, even after the countless times I would tell them. So I told everyone my name was Loranda. How did he remember? But before I could utter a word out loud, before I could even think, the whispering started. Soft, deliberate. Not from him, but at the same time, from him, from within. Not from me, from the abyss of madness. My heart thundered in my chest, a frantic drumbeat of disbelief and exhilaration. William remembered my name. Not just the name I used every day, not the name everyone else defaulted to, but the name my mother called me, the name I had whispered to him once, long ago, when it was just the both of us walking down the trail of the snowy, wintry, beautiful garden last winter. Most people forget things I tell them. They always forget. But he hadn't. William had always been different, ever since we were young children. Sure, he and Stacy had a longer friendship, but I felt that what we shared was special, and leaning more into a romantic shape as I told him things I did not even share with Stacy. William was sharp and calculated. William was strange, and that made him amazing. William was wonderful and my peace. He was the man I loved with all of my heart, soul, and body. But I never did manage to confess my love for him in those days. His presence in my life was more than a passing familiarity. It was carved into me, a lingering warmth I refused to name. And now, as his lips parted to say that name, my true name, I felt something unravel and tighten in the same breath. However, before I could say anything, before I could give in to my inner voice, screaming that I loved William Petrovi so much, Stacy arrived. Stacy always bring an energy that could cut through any gloom. Because even through my feelings of love for my beloved friend, it hurt me to see him hurt. And maybe just perhaps, Stacy saw the tears running down my face as I gazed upon our friend. We laughed, we reminisced, and for a fleeting moment, it was almost normal, as if the pain I was feeling for William had vanished, even if but for a time. Everything was good until William stopped speaking. The silence was sudden, like the breath before the scream in a horror film. It snuck up like a thief in the night. Unease slithered between us, the kind that doesn't announce itself outright but settles like dust in the lungs. Stacy, ever the optimist, pushed forward, his voice bright but gentle and ignorant to the storm brewing beneath William's skin.
So, buddy, do you think you'll make a fast recovery? We still got things to do. I'm sure your teachers would be fascinated by that amazing brain of yours.
William blinked. Once, twice. Then suddenly he smiled. No, grinned. His smile sent cold shivers down my spine.
The human race has devolved, Brother William.
His voice was no longer his own, no longer the voice I had known. A raspy, dull, and sinister voice emerged from the darkest places of the planet. Maybe it was a spiritual possession? Maybe it was fear looming about us. But regardless, it was definitely the result of his experiment.
Let us take back what is ours. Friends only last for a while, but a talented mind unhinged by destructive forces lasts to infinity, and yet even past that. Like Jesus lets us resurrect the dead. Like Thomas Edison let us create inventions of a more ancient source. It was because of greed why light bulbs now don't last forever. Let us be free. Free at last. Free at last. Thank God, Almighty, I am free at last.
His head tilted. His grin stretched wider. Too wide.
Don't you see that magnificent tree? It was here the weak died, the ones that showed no promise, so they were hung and eaten. Mothers crying for their babies, but their screams are for naught, for the damned cannot hear. As the lightning struck his mind, he knew he was a free enslaved bird, no longer shackled down by the weakness of the heart, but free by the power of his mind.
My breath stilled. My motion froze, stuck somewhere between terror and a fearful laugh I couldn't let loose. Stacy's hand brushed mine, unintentional, desperate. We were frozen in that moment, anchored by some instinct that told us not to move. William's eyes gleamed, feverish.
Oh, Stacy Hamilton and Larnadora Panidi, you are shackled. The caged bird does not sing. The dead frog does not croak. The chained man is never free.
He leaned forward, voice dipping into something almost playful, almost mocking.
Thus, you must break free.
A shudder tore through me, a cold, searing wave that dragged with it the weight of memory. The weight of that day. The day we first saw them. The day the visions of death first came to us. And somehow, I knew, William saw them too. Or worse. William brought them back. William was a cancer to the planet in the end, and I wish I had known what to do before we had lost so much. The transition from hospital walls to classroom desks should have felt like a relief, a return to normalcy. But normal no longer existed. Not for William, not for any of us. For when his demeanor changed, so did everything around him. What exactly happened that day? What happened to William? Only God may ever know. He had been different since the moment he woke up from the experiment. And after the accident, his words tangled in riddles and restless proclamations. Riddles and mysteries were the name of the game. That day, in his hospital bed, his mouth had moved faster than his thoughts, an unhinged ramble that chilled me to my core.
I see the future,
He murmured, his voice trembling with something I couldn't understand.
What do you mean, Brother William? Why do you keep calling me brother?
He asked, desperate for something solid, something familiar in the erratic, shifting landscape of his mind. But his gaze flickered past me, as if I were translucent, unimportant, and not relevant. This haunted me, for I, along with Stacy, asked repeatedly what did he mean.
What is wrong? Everything. I crave meat, maybe some steak. What time did Stacy promise he would let you talk about the beach?
The questions came at random, like a puzzle with no edges, no solution. And then,
Who was the man that had no nose, a frog tongue, a baseball cap, ripped jeans, green shirt, and ears that had been partially torn off? He croaks, he laughs, he does not want any to survive.
my spine locked in place as the shirt I was wearing was soaked. How much fear could I take? I might have even felt a trickle of pee leak out of me. I could not do this. I wanted to go back in time and never witness this experiment. However, finally the puzzle stopped. I could finally relax and breathe.
Hey guys, I feel okay. Thanks for asking.
He grinned, far too wide, far too bright. I didn't know what to make of him anymore. And soon enough, just 8 hours later, he was released. By the time school resumed, I prayed for some semblance of the familiar. Stacy and I walked through the halls like we were stepping into a dream that had already soured. But something was wrong. Something was off. Something was different. We sat in Ms. Yunawo's history class, trying to tune into the lesson, but a sharp, persistent sound gnawed at the silence. Tap, tap, tap. William's leg shook beneath the desk, his fingers twitching in time. As he chipped his nails on the wood, his teeth clattered together in a rhythm that was anything but ordinary, grinding his teeth to the point that droplets of blood came falling onto his desk. I sat in front of him, close enough to hear the words, low, rasping, drenched in venom.
Oh, now I am being blackmailed?
The phrase slithered past his lips, barely audible.
She thinks me to be inferior? She must die. Make that bitch pay. Make that bitch burn. Set that bitch ablaze.
My body stiffened, icy dread crawling up my spine. Then silence. Ms. Woe turned from the board, her expression calm, oblivious, completely unaware of the madness pooling behind William's eyes. She called on him. In my head, I was screaming for her to stop. For right now was not the time. William was in a fragile state. Shit, we were all in a fragile state.
William, how did the death of John F. Kennedy impact America?
For a heartbeat, there was nothing. As if time stopped completely. But just as quick as time stopped, it started back up again. Then, William smiled. And it was the kind of smile that made the air in my lungs turn solid. Because I knew, without a doubt, his answer wasn't going to be about history. It was going to be about death, about ruin, about something far worse than anything the past had ever known. Suddenly the tapping and mumbling stopped.
The same way your death will impact this school. You are so non-sequential to the planet that only those who love you will mourn your death. The rest of us will go about our days knowing that We have better things to do other than waste time with trivial, meaningless shit.
William said, and now everyone was quiet. Not a sound, not a word, not a peep. How dare he say this to his own teacher? Sure, I know that they did not see eye to eye with Ms. Yuna, but this was out of line. A voice could be heard in William's head.
This boy must have forgotten that I hold the power of his stay here. What a son of a bitch! Men always think they can outwit me. Yuna fucking woe! I will make one last threat and it will be the end of him.
William looked around the room confused, but then his eyes glowed a slight purple and he reached inside his bag.
You mean these recordings, Ms. Woe? You are a disgusting creature who has devolved into trickery, poison, and lies. You will regret that, silly woman.
William said, and all eyes looked confused, but he would not let the silence lay claim to the room. He smashed the camera completely and rushed towards the teacher. He whispered in her ear, and suddenly she began to cry. Class ended early, and in a week, nobody had ever heard from her again. I would confront William on what happened. Stacy and I tried to talk to William, but he was always working on the next experiment. His diet changed to raw meat and uncooked food. I was worried about William, but ever so often the old hymn would come back to us. Chapter 4. Those Who Met God. Part 1. The Seventh Wumon Apes. The dorm room was supposed to be a sanctuary, a place where the hum of fluorescent lights and the faint smell of instant noodles created a fragile sense of comfort. But tonight, that illusion shattered. It vanished as they heard rumbling, doors being kicked in, and loud voices. They walked in like they owned the place, their footsteps heavy, deliberate, echoing through the narrow halls. Their faces were masks of arrogance, twisted with smirks that promised trouble. Cocky, obnoxious, and radiating an aura of menace, they moved as if the world owed them something, and they were here to collect. What the fuck was going on? Well, I just pretended to ignore it because bullshit always happened. So what could I do? The act of kicking students down till their own blood dripped down onto the floor took place. The leader, a tall figure with a scar slicing across his cheek, stopped in the center of the common area. His eyes swept over the room, cold and calculating, before he spoke. We all knew this guy, and our hearts dropped. His name was Johnny Bianchi, and the second in command of the 7th Wumon Apes, a gang in Lake Freeburg.
All right, listen up, you titty-sucking fucks. I am only gonna say this once. Protection costs money, and luckily for you, we're here to make sure you stay safe. So hand over your valuables, phones, jewelry, shoes, money, and no one gets hurt. If it's shiny, pass it up and don't try to be a fucking hero. You will get stabbed if you do. No funny business.
When he said this, everyone would shut up and do what he said. The silence that followed was suffocating. Fear hung in the air like smoke, choking the students who sat frozen in their seats. No one dared to move, to speak, to even breathe too loudly. The threat was unspoken but clear. Refuse, and there would be consequences. However, William was not fazed, for he stared at Johnny. Oh no, I knew that look on William's face. He refused to sit back and let the innocent be taken advantage of. At his core, he was a sucker for saving those who needed to be saved. It was not right. Thus, one by one, trembling hands reached for wallets, phones, jewelry, anything of value. The leader's lackeys snatched the items greedily, their laughter sharp and cruel as they pocketed their loot.
Oh, did mommy buy you this phone, sweetheart? Fuck your mother. Stupid bitch.
A boy said to a girl as he spat in her face. The sound of zippers closing and coins clinking was deafening in the oppressive quiet. Silent crying could be heard, for why the fuck was this even going on? My blood boiled, and soon emotions would boil over. I would lose all sense of reasoning. A girl in the corner tried to hide her necklace, slipping it beneath her shirt. But one of them noticed. Freddie Malono seen the girl try to be sneaky. He strode over, his grin widening as he grabbed her wrist.
What's this? Trying to keep secrets from us? Thought you could steal from the fucking apes. It's going to cost you, you dumb bird-brained bitch.
His voice was a mockery of kindness, dripping with malice. Stop! Stop it, you wild boar! She did nothing wrong. It's not yours to take. I blurted out, and now all eyes stared at me in shock and horror.
Who the fuck are you? You calling me fucking fat, you ugly broad? Don't fuck with me. Everything you guys own is ours, for you pay for our services and we own you. Like a bitch, shut the fuck up, pipe the hell down, and know your place, you fucking pig.
Freddie said with anger in his voice. I won't let you do this. I will tell a teacher, I yelled, but this would be a grave error on my part, because both Johnny and Freddie laughed at me. For the 7th Wumon apes paid off the teachers, so the teacher turned a blind eye. Some even say the faculty worked for the 7th Wumon apes. The girl's scream barely left her throat before Freddie's hand shot out like a viper and smacked the girl repeatedly over and over again, his hand clamping down on her thin arm. His fingers dug into her skin, breaking the skin, twisting, grinding bone against bone until a sickening crackle filled the room. She gasped in pain, her necklace, the one she had tried so desperately to conceal, now glinting mockingly in the grimy light. Freddie's face contorted into something beyond anger, something feral.
You still hiding shit from us? I will make you regret that shit.
He snarled, his voice thick with venom. Without hesitation, he yanked her forward and drove his boot hard into the side of her head. Whack! Smack! She crumpled instantly, her small body folding like paper. But Freddie wasn't done. Again, and again, and again. The sickening thud of his boot colliding with her skull echoed off the concrete walls, each impact duller, wetter than the last. Blood blossomed from her nose in a thick, dark gush, dripping onto the floor in slow, heavy drops. A single, jagged tooth skittered across the room like a grotesque marble, coming to rest at the base of a rusted metal chair. The girl whimpered, a pitiful, broken sound, her body twitching involuntarily. Her wide, tear-glazed eyes darted around the room, pleading silently, begging for someone to intervene. But no one moved. The other kids, the ones who had once cried and begged just like her, now stared blankly, dead-eyed, hollow. Some shifted uncomfortably, but most simply watched. Expressions carved from stone, lips pressed into hard, thin lines. Their silence wasn't loyalty. It was fear, calcified over time into an unbreakable wall. I found courage, although the events left me shaking. I was ignored again and again. Time, over and over, they ignored me. It was then I rushed Freddie, scratching his eyes, biting his arms and kicking his legs. Like a feral animal, a rabbit pet, a madman, I attacked that son of a bitch. Stop it, I said, barely a whisper at first. Then louder. Freddie, stop. Fucking stop. However, I was met with a gun pointed to my head. My heart dropped. It was Johnny. Johnny chuckled, a deep, guttural noise that seemed to reverberate through the floor itself. He stepped forward, his shadow falling across me like a black curtain.
See, this is why you need to do what the fuck we tell you too, sweetheart.
Johnny said, his mouth curling into a sneer. His teeth were sharp, gold, unnatural.
Without protection, you're just prey. And trust me, little girlie, there are worse things out there than us, like a bullet-filled corpse.
He leaned in closer, his breath hot and sour on my face.
Don't be a fucking hero.
Someone else laughed, a dry, cracked sound, and then another, until the room was filled with a chorus of mockery that made my stomach turn. I felt the heat of my own fear rising, a bitter taste flooding my mouth. I wanted to run, to scream, to shove Freddie off her and drag her out of that nightmare, but my legs had locked up, rooted to the spot by terror. However, someone got up, walked over to us, and soon Freddie's arm bent unnaturally as blood came shooting out of his eyes.
What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Oh my god, man!
It was William.
Protection my ass. You need to leave Johnny Bianchi before I kill Freddie Malono. I have no problem breaking his other arm till he is a boneless fuck.
Johnny asked how the fuck William did that. However, his question was never answered. Johnny fell backwards to the ground and started screaming.
What happened to your fucking eyes? Get away. What the fuck do you want?
He asked William. William said he wanted to speak to their leader and for all of them never to bother this dorm when he came in. Johnny left, and soon the insane event ended. What happened would only worsen, but we all went into Stacy's room. It was there we would try to reason with William, but he said, for the experiment, human DNA would need to be consumed. He talked about how he was always starving, and a strange voice would talk to him. I wish I had taken the time to hear William out. Soon William would seek out Bianca Bonetti, the leader of the 7th Woman Apes. Part 2. The Betrayal. For some, William John Petrovi was a local hero, for he was the only one capable of standing up to Johnny and Freddie, but his act of heroism would lead to serious consequences. These consequences would have a ripple effect on our once quiet academy. We made sure everyone was okay, but they needed to rest. Stacy, William, and I went to Stacy's room. We relaxed, ate some ramen noodles, and drank some grape soda. It was bone-chilling to know that we had encountered the infamous 7th Woman Ape Gang. After an eventful night, I walked home, but my night would just get worse. If I had known that Johnny and Freddie would retaliate, I would never have gone home alone. The walk home was quiet, for it was late, and it was Friday night. I was smiling, thinking to myself how amazing William was. Sure, we had our disagreements, but at his core, he was the man I loved. I did not notice the footsteps behind me. Suddenly, I felt a pebble hit the back of my hoodie, and when I turned around, I saw a bat swinging at my head. Whack! When I awoke, I was hanging by rope from the ceiling as I was dangling. Rope tied around my wrists. Blood stung my eyeballs. I was greeted by dark figures, and who could it be? The figure in the middle introduced itself as Bianca Bonetti. The two others were Johnny Bianchi and Freddie Malono. However, there was a final figure that felt familiar. Bianca introduced him. No wonder these gangsters found me out so easily. How the fuck could this happen? It had to be a dream? Wait, his silhouette seemed familiar. It was the one who had hit me in the goddamned head with a baseball bat. When the light shone on his face, my heart dropped, for it was Stacy, my beloved friend. The academy had always been a place of quiet routines and whispered secrets. But William John Petrovi shattered that calm. For many, he was a hero, the only one brave enough to stand against Johnny and Freddie, the ruthless enforcers of the infamous 7th Woman Ape Gang. But heroism, as we would soon learn, comes with a price. Folks oftentimes turned a blind eye, for we all knew the teachers and faculty members paid gangsters to keep their ground safe. Protection money, some might say. The price of safety was rumored to be $2,000 per month. A steep price, but the principal was willing to make that deposit. That night, after the chaos had subsided, Stacy, William, and I retreated to Stacy's room. The air was thick with unease, but we tried to push it aside. We slurped ramen noodles, drank grape soda, and laughed nervously, pretending the shadows of the gang weren't still looming over us. I never understood how Stacy liked his ramen soup-like, but I was just glad my two closest friends were by my side. I knew I could count on them. We would ride till the wheels fell off in my mind. Yet still the chill in my bones refused to fade. We had crossed paths with monsters, and monsters don't forget. When the night ended, I decided to walk home alone. It was late. The streets were deserted, and the quiet felt almost comforting. My thoughts drifted to William, his courage, his flaws which I thought to be flawless, and the undeniable pull he had on my heart. Despite everything, he was the man I loved. I smiled to myself, lost in the warmth of those thoughts. But then, the world shifted. A pebble struck the back of my hoodie, snapping me out of my reverie. I turned, confused, and that's when I saw it, a baseball bat swinging toward my head. The impact was instant, a sickening crack that sent me spiraling into darkness. But before everything went black, I heard a voice. "Fucking stupid girl. Should have never thought she was a hero," it said. But wait, why did it sound so familiar? The rope creaked. Every sway of my body sent shocks of pain through my joints, the fibers burning deeper into my skin like a cruel reminder that I wasn't dreaming. Blood stung my eyes as the excess blood dripped down to the ground, and my wrists burned where the rope bit into them. I was dangling from the ceiling, suspended like a grotesque marionette. The room was dim, the air heavy with the scent of sweat and fear. My heartbeat thudded in my ears, fast, rabid, animalistic. Above me, a single bulb swung slowly back and forth, casting distorted shadows that danced like phantoms across the damp concrete walls. My throat was dry. "What the hell? Oh my fucking God!" I screamed to myself. Every breath was laced with copper. Blood? Yeah, mine. A shadow stepped forward, heels clicking with the rhythm of a judge entering the courtroom of hell. It had a cigarette perched between her fingers, the smoke curling like a serpent around her face.
"Hello, darling. My name is Bianca Bonetti,"
she said, her name slicing through the silence like a blade. Behind her stood Johnny Bianchi and Freddie Malono, their smirks dripping with malice. But still a fourth shadow lurked in the darkness. It sent shivers down my spine, for it felt familiar and gave me a feeling I could trust. Bianca gestured toward the unknown person, her grin widening.
"And this,"
she said, her tone mocking,
"is the one who made it all possible."
I squinted through the haze of blood and tears, trying to make sense of the silhouette. It was familiar, too familiar. It felt friendly. My head started racing, for I prayed to God for Stacy and William to save me from this insanity. God would soon answer my prayer. Why did this unknown person's energy in the darkness feel so familiar? My mind raced, desperate to deny the truth that my body was screaming to me. Truth was slowly unraveling before me. The figure stepped into the light, and my world shattered. It was Stacy, my beloved friend, my confidant, the one who had laughed with me just hours ago, that shared the insane event with me not too long ago, who had shared ramen and soda as if the world wasn't crumbling around us. He promised he would always stay by my side. He had betrayed me. The room spun, the faces of my captors blurring into a nightmare I couldn't escape. Stacy's eyes met mine, and for a moment, I thought I saw regret, for in the corner of his eyes, he cried. But then he smiled, a cold, hollow smile that told me everything I needed to know. This wasn't a dream. He had no regret. This was the beginning of something far worse. His name screamed inside my skull louder than the pain. My friend, my confidant, the one who once shared deep, dark, and traumatic stories with me under a blanket while rain tapped the windows. Now he stood across the room, cold and unreadable. My stomach twisted. Not from fear, but betrayal. Pure, venomous betrayal. Did William know who he really was? Was William part of this as well? My mind was fucked. How could I ever trust anything? Were my friends just liars? Time would reveal the truth.
You're wondering why Stacy betrayed you?
She asked, exhaling smoke straight into my face.
Truth is, everyone breaks. Some just sooner than others. His mother owes us $13,000 still for protection, so here we fucking are.
He volunteered,
Johnny Bianchi added, lips curled in a wicked grin.
Said he was tired of pretending like he was okay with us beating the shit out of his mother. We beat the fuck out that stupid cunt till she lay on the ground almost dead, begging for mercy. Said he wanted to see how the world really worked. How he was even willing to do anything so to test his loyalty. After some months with us, we told him to capture you. Our real goal is William Petrovi.
He was the one who lured you out.
Freddie whispered, circling me. His breath was foul, like spoiled milk and gunpowder.
You think people like us just stumble upon you in the middle of the night? Nah, this was planned. He even picked the damn rope.
Stacy flinched. A tiny gesture, but enough to make my blood boil. My voice cracked from my raw throat. Why, Stacy? Why would you do this? Silence was harsh, deep, long, unending silence as the emotions of my heart rose and rose. He didn't answer at first. Just stared at the floor, like he could find forgiveness between the cracks. Then finally, with no emotion, he said,
Because William isn't who you think he is. He needs to die.
I screamed angrily. What the hell does that? Bianca cut in.
You think he's a hero, but heroes get people killed. He brought this war to your doorstep. You see, we had our eyes on William, for he was saving people who owed us fucking protection money, getting them out of the city. We only found this out when Stacy saw it with his own eyes. He is a thief. So, we did the only thing we could, slaughtering the families of the people who he had helped in escaping. Their blood is on his hands, not ours. What really made us look closer was the experiment that took place. If he has the ability to access otherworldly dimensions, imagine the profits we could make on him. William is our ticket to get rich. So, after we deal with you, he will be next. It would not be possible without Stacy.
Bianca said. The reason why we got to the hospital so fast was due to Stacy letting the Wumon apes know what was going on. However, they explained that the 7th Wumon apes was founded by the Petrovis.
William's older brother was one of us.
Stacy said softly.
Once.
That silenced me. Bianca leaned in, whispering.
He defected, tried to expose us, tried to burn down what we built. But we don't bury traitors. We recycle them. We grinded up that bastard's body, and the students wondered why the steak tasted a little different. You will get us, William fucking Petrovi, or die, just like his brother did.
Then the 4 left the room. Suddenly the lights cut out. Total darkness. My heart seized. I could hear my own breath. Rapid, ragged, and desperate. A scuffle. A grunt. Then, screams of pain. Screams echoed again. Then a body hit the metal door and threw the flickering lights outside the room. I was locked in, I saw it. Freddie's head smashed as he was leaking blood. Then gunfire. Bang! Gunfire! Crash! Something metal clattered to the floor. A scream. Freddie's arm. The lights flickered back on, and William stood in the center of the room, shirt bloody, eyes wild with a tint of purple, blood dripping from his temple, madness in his eyes. In his left hand was a crowbar, slick and red. Who had shot that gun? Freddie was on the floor, coughing blood as he tried to cling to life. It was here my heart would drop. I would never see William the same way again. Or at least it would take some time. Johnny ran towards the room, and now the lights came flickering back on in the room. However, William's back was turned. Johnny drew his pistol, but William moved like a ghost before I could warn him. One swing, crack, and Johnny went down like a sack of bones, his weapon skittering away. He bit into the neck of Johnny like a vampire and lifted him in the air before digging his fingernails into his skin. Johnny screamed and screamed, which caught the attention of Bianca. Bianca reached for her side, but William hurled the crowbar, dropping Johnny as his seemingly lifeless body hit the pavement. The crowbar spun through the air near her face. She fled in fear. Thus soon it would be. Only Stacy remained. He stared at William, mouth trembling.
You weren't supposed to be here. The drugs in your soda were supposed to knock you out cold.
William's voice was thunderous.
You were supposed to be better than this. I loved you as a brother. We grew up together. If your mom needed help, all you had to do was ask Stacy. Your captors are no longer here. Why is Loranda still tied up like an animal?
Then his eyes met mine, and in one quick movement, he was at my side, cutting the ropes. My body fell into his arms, numb, broken, but alive.
Come on, my lovely friend,
he whispered.
We don't have much time. We cannot trust this son of a bitch who is so quick to turn on his friends.
We fled the warehouse of my imprisonment. Sirens wailed in the distance, no doubt because of all the gunshot sounds someone had called into the police. But even as the night swallowed us again, I couldn't shake Stacy's words. What if William wasn't the hero I thought he was? What if his bloodline had deep connections with the founding of the Wumon apes? Who was the reason all of this began? This was all planned, even down to using William. And if so, what exactly had I just been saved by? I wondered if William knew about his older brother. I pondered what the fuck happened to William, and why was he drinking the blood of another human? I convinced myself I was just scared. But the following days, William John Petrovi would die, and what would take his place was Billy. Part 3. The Love That Faded That Day. The mind of Larina Dora Panidi had once been a garden of wildflowers and poetic thoughts, but ever since that day, it felt like a rotting mausoleum of memories and betrayal. The betrayal from my close friend created madness in the mind, hate in the heart, and confusion in the soul. The silence of my room was never truly silent anymore. I could hear whispers when no one spoke, feel eyes watching when I was alone. For the fear of being kidnapped again lingered in my heart. Would the 7th Wumon apes kidnap me again? The walls of my apartment-like dorm room pulsed like lungs, a beating heart, and the vibration of a phone. What a terrible feeling, for the floor groaned with secrets. Stacy. Fucking Stacy. That name was poison on my tongue. For 3 months, I had seethed, my best friend of 4 years, my constant, my confidant, gone in a single act of betrayal. How can one day destroy years of love between friends? I had loved him like a brother, maybe more in a hidden part of my soul, and yet he had chosen to stand by his mother, who orchestrated everything, it would seem, in the mind of the emotionally damaged girl. William said it was not his fault or even mine, but I screamed at him to shut up. I belittled William for maybe, just maybe, if he had been fucking kidnapped and betrayed, he would feel different. So, William shut up. He gave me exactly what I wanted. But why are boys so stupid? I did not actually want him to be quiet. In my soul, I screamed for William to speak, to say something. The event that shattered the bonds of friendship wasn't simple. It was a dark unraveling involving deceit, rituals, dirty money, and something else, something unspeakable. I had screamed inside my inner self every night, trying to make sense of it, to find the moment it all went wrong. William told me once that the 7th Wumon ape gang in Lake Freeburg started off as underground criminals who were caught in 1972 when America had 50 states, before the mainland was said to vanish. The American government, the FBI, CIA, and DEA came together and, like William, created a serum in the form of a pill that unlocked the human mind. In 1972, crime had decreased and America's wealth depended on the prison system. So with the help of both science and God, President Richard Nixon sanctioned and passed a law not known but by those who worked in government capacities to create this diabolical drug. It did expand the mind to new heights, but madness would eventually claim the soul who consumed this. The ingredients of this drug were mescaline, bupropion, heliodiniroc, mixed with an early version of the Freyhaus cone tea. The results were catastrophic, diabolical, and insane. It turned people who were once loving into beings who had spectacular mental powers, so to speak. Their minds expanded, but their personalities vanished as rage crept into their hearts. They brought on the Illuminati and Freemasons to try to expel this dangerous mind possession. But in doing so, they opened a gate to a parallel world. A planet called Glimmer Prime was found. According to their findings, it held creatures called the Vent People, grotesque creatures that ripped apart humans with ease. The queen of the spatial expanse and her offspring would infect them, for at their core they were a parasitic species. A researcher was found there. She claimed to be a time traveler and wanted to rewrite the future, for it was her that infected the human race. A very calculating woman who held jealousy in her heart. Her husband, whose name has somehow never mentioned, was the first intentional victim. He knocked over a glass vial when she was thought to be sleeping, but in reality he had broken her when he called another girl baby, told the other girl he loved her, and eventually that man would die. He was a writer, and she was a scientist. Her name was Alexis Briggs. The researcher was infected with the parasites from these beings, so the government left taking her with them. They eventually did extract the parasites, but it was modified and put into the drug, enhancing it. Eventually, those who consumed this drug would in a sense become zombies, needing human flesh to survive. They were addicted to this drug. The government started arresting these souls, and soon the prisons were making billions of dollars. A conspiracy, and those who found out about these events would be either killed, forcibly required to take the drugs, or exiled to the 51st state. It was a terrible thought, but still scary nonetheless. How did William even know about this? He picked up a hidden frequency one day and searched the hidden world of the dark web and eventually found it out. William had come into her life like a slow-burning match, awkward, intense, and filled with eerie fascination. At first, he was just the weird guy who read from tattered notebooks in corners, mumbling to himself about rifts, conspiracies, hidden truths, and government-hidden frequencies. But after the fallout with Stacy, William was there. Always. He brought me coffee in the mornings. He made love to my soul and body, and I was at peace and had become dependent on what he gave me. William smoked marijuana. Even though I did not want him to do it, he kept doing it, just not around me. He was depressed, for I was not the only one who lost a friend. Stacy and William had been friends for over 8 years. He'd walk me home even in the freezing rain. His presence was soft, his words romantic, filled with poetic longing. I fell in love like moths spiraling toward a flame, but eventually that flame would be snuffed out. But the more I clung to William, the more I suffocated him. I never let him talk about the experiment, about the time he had gone missing earlier in the year and returned, changed. He needed time to deal with his changes after the experiment, but I refused him that. It was all about what I needed, when I needed it, and how I needed it. He tried to open up once, said something about a mirror dimension where your shadows whisper truths, where darkness lives, and where God was dead. But I had rolled my eyes and dismissed him. I dismissed his pain, for I feared it, and deep inside, I still didn't trust him. How could I not trust my own boyfriend? Well, I whispered to myself that if Stacy betrayed me, why wouldn't William? I nagged. I ridiculed him. I twisted his kindness into weakness, calling him obsessed, calling his thoughts sick, calling him a weak-minded child. Our love eventually turned dark, our conversations always ending in tears, for I was bringing out the worst. Women often think because they don't cheat, physically abuse, or show up to the men they are romantically involved with, that they are the best and deserve better. But love like that soon turns into hate. One night, beneath the flickering lights of the pavement outside the dorms, William stood silently, holding a single purple rose. He kissed my lips, cold, trembling. I love you, but I'm not your emotional punching bag. I'm not Stacy, he whispered. He said he would always love me, but I was far too toxic, for he was a person and not a robot. He said I needed time to heal. Therapy, maybe, but distance, definitely. He said he deserved better, and the same friend I lost was the same friend he lost. Then he was gone. I would not see him for 6 weeks. I missed him. He was my drug. I fucked up what we had because I let my racing thoughts, anger, and sadness get the best of me. It was now summer break. The sky hung low like a bruise. Larina Dora, hadn't slept in days, maybe a week. William hadn't answered my calls or messages. No one had seen him. His dorm was cleared out, as if he'd never existed. But that was not possible because his book collections still remained. I remembered better days. I remembered the taste of his kiss. The following evening, a stranger gave me an envelope. It was marked with a deep violet wax seal. Inside was a single note.
You never listened, but you must now. I have seen vast worlds, perfected the experiment. Madness turns into enlightenment. The Church of the Mormons were right. The Illuminati have given me knowledge of the gods. I have found the original Heliodinarok. Meet me where the experiment began. Love, William John Petrovi.
My heart plummeted. That place. The Higgins Woods, the name it was called. As I rushed towards the spot, I see William, but he was different. He was all over the place, sporadic, and was scratching his neck. Hello, my old friend, Loranda Panity. I have brought us all back here. I have witnessed God. I will change this dying planet. My mind is enlightened. My mind is free. Let us all partake, he shouted. I was mad, for he knew how I felt about Stacy, but did not care. Our friendship had deteriorated and evaporated. The experiment had already started, but why were there bones everywhere? Bones and shattered glass. The air was thick and metallic, like blood and ozone. The flashlight on my phone flickered as William descended into a sinister laugh that could not be stopped. Had I broken my friend? I found symbols drawn in chalk. Wait, at closer glance, it was written in blood, a circle with 4 crescents, candles, half melted, chains on the walls, and William. But he wasn't alone. He stood at the center of the circle, eyes closed, lips whispering in tongues. Behind him, a mirror, a reflection, but his reflection was not him. It laughed and waved, but William now stood still. It looked at me, showing its black, long, octopus tentacle-like tongue. I saw the extra row of teeth in its mouth, and behind him was a tree. Wait, it was the same tree from my night terrors. What the fuck was going on? It wasn't reflecting this world either. Maybe what was to come. It showed a corridor lined with flesh-like walls, with versions of William, twisted, broken, and laughing. "William?" I gasped. He then turned to me slowly. His eyes were glowing a dull violet. His face, still his, but cracked like porcelain. His voice was layered with something inhuman.
I needed to see if love could ground me.
He said softly.
But you never let me be seen. You feared the dark parts of me. You dismissed the things I was passionate about, the ones that went to the other side. For you snuffed the light-filled version of me till only the darkness emerged. I hate you. You selfish, self-centered, needy bitch.
Self-centered, needy bitch.
William said in a strange voice. His voice sounded robot-like and dull almost. It was as if it was not him. I stepped back, shaking. I didn't mean to. William, please. What is this? He smiled, eyes glassy with tears.
This mirror. It takes what we suppress. I brought you here because it's your turn to see. Stacy refused, but tomorrow is always an option. To understand what I endured, only then can we truly love again. I would have loved you forever. It is through this perfected tea. I command the power of gods now, you dumb pig.
I screamed as madness reached from the mirror. Stacy looked at me with tears in his eyes, and our eyes locked. He said he was so sorry for all of this, that he loved his mother, and that the gang had forced him to betray his friends. He spoke of how they ripped off his toenails, stabbed him with knives, and even burned him. I did not know what he had endured, and it was here I accepted his apology. Stacy told me he had come with 4 people, but William killed them all, ate them, and burned them till only bones were left. So it was here Stacy and I would plan our escape. However, a woman came to us. How did she find us? She no doubt followed us. It was Ms. Yuna-Wo. How the hell?
William? William? What on earth are you doing here? Medical supplies have been reported stolen, and students say you were seen with a brown bag. What is in the bag, William? I knew you were in a dark place, but we had an agreement. Do what I say, and I won't rat you out,
she said. But William screamed at her that he was not William. He said, call him Billy, and that the only thing that awaited her was death. She took out her phone to try to call for help, but he got on all fours and charged the lady. That day, I saw him tear into the flesh of Ms. Yuna-Wo. She begged for help, but our bodies did not listen. He ripped off her limbs and ate her as he picked up his teacher's arm. Her blood leaked and dripped into his mouth, and a look of happiness and pleasure could be seen. We took this as an opportunity to run, and soon we would be chased after. No longer did he talk, but growls and demonic-like sounds could be heard from him. William died that day, and Billy emerged, forever changing the dynamics of our friendship. Would we escape to freedom, or would we be killed that summer? Part 4. The Academy of Sin. It was as if life itself had become a vicious loop, an endless cycle of betrayal, deceit, and emotional carnage that gnawed at the sinews of my sanity. My heart, already fractured, could not bear another break, but it shattered anyway. The betrayal of Stacy Hamilton turned into friendship, while the reason I became close with William transformed into his betrayal. William was turning into a monster as he craved evolution of the mind. He craved violence as he killed Ms. Yuna-Wo with no second thought. He became what goes bump in the night, a boogeyman, so to speak. First, I lost Stacy, my childhood friend, my brother in arms, when he chose blood ties over truth. He picked blood over loyalty, and that shattered me to my core. Then came William, the strange but beautiful boy who stitched me back together, who whispered the universe's madness into my ears like lullabies. But I ruined that too. I smothered his love, silenced his pain, and now he was gone. Again, I was left with Stacy. And somehow, as the days grew darker, we found each other once more. But nothing was the same, because now I carried the image, the unforgettable image of William tearing into Ms. You-Know-Woe. Maybe fate had damned me into this insanity due to karma? The screams, the blood, the clawing. It was monstrous, inhuman, and it wasn't him. What kind of dark magics did William Petrovi perform? It was as if the mirror reflection of him was not him, but a clone of him. This was not William, I convinced myself. Not the William I knew, not the boy who read me poetry beneath the sycamore tree or left purple roses at my doorstep. And yet, I had stood there, frozen, watching Ms. Una beg for help. I knew the right thing was to stop William. I knew for the cries of her banged on the doorstep of my soul. But we didn't stop him. We just watched. We stood frozen with fear. Maybe it was because it was William, and our hearts refused to let us believe that the sweet William Petrovi would actually do this. What did that make us? We were just monsters, just like our old friend. The days after were twisted. The hallways of Freiburg's Academy of America, a school meant to preach the light of God, now whispered secrets in the dark. Strange events would transpire. I mean, doors swung open, students vanished, and lights often flickered. Students who used to laugh and love walked like husks, smiles too wide, eyes too empty. A girl named Evelyn tried to jump from the steps to her death and survived only because the noose snapped before her neck did. She didn't scream. She only whispered, "He's watching. The dimensions are cracked. He wants us to be our best self. All hail God in the flesh. All hail the devil of the damned. He is majestic, and we must feed him flesh." What the fuck was going on? It did not stop with her. Many other students did bizarre things outside their character. Rumors twisted through the corridors like snakes in smoke, of a new leader rising within the 7th Woman Ape Gang, someone who no one had seen, but all obeyed. They called him the Surgeon. They called him God. They called him the Devil. Whatever they called him, they all said he was birthed from a different dimension. Cold, calculated, sadistic. Yet something deep inside me churned with dread. It was William. I knew it. Stacy felt the same way as me, but we couldn't just assume it was our once beloved friend, could we? Then came that cursed night. A night drenched in silence so thick it choked you. The night we found out the truth. The night we saw Donald Trump controlled by a puppet master. We saw the president as he was now a slave to the creature who would enslave the entire human race. An entity of the darkest magics, who controlled the mind as mental enlightenment was its obsession. An entity far darker than the devil, and one who would kill any without remorse. The scariest day of my life up until now. I noticed the moon was full, bloated like a corpse. Stacy and I were walking back from the dorms. The candles had flickered unnaturally tonight, and crucifix necklace around my neck had insisted we leave early. It was strange it kept turning upside down as it froze in midair. The breeze was icy and motionless, like the breath of something dead. That's when we saw him. Freddie Malono. He stumbled from the shadows, his once imposing figure now broken, hunched, and soaked in blood and bile. He reeked of death, shit, blood, and fear. His eyes darted around like a frightened animal's. He limped, shaking violently. William had broken his arm that night when we found out the truth of Stacy's sin.
"Help! Help me!"
He gasped, collapsing in front of us like a dying child.
It's Billy. He's not human anymore. He runs the gang now. He has Bianca in his demonic grip. He swore to bring an end to both the world And the church, I swear to God, he puts needles in us. He rips into our flesh, injects us with something in a syringe, and then we see visions of our own death. My skin burns. My hunger won't stop. I have to eat something.
Freddy screamed. We exchanged horrified glances. Freddy, who the hell is Billy? Stacy asked. Freddy froze. His eyes went wide.
Billy is the devil,
he hissed.
Billy is William fucking...
Boom! His arm exploded, literally burst into shards of shimmering glass-like flesh. It glistened a grotesque pink as blood sprayed across the concrete. His body convulsed, flesh stretching, tearing, blistering. Teeth rained from his mouth like cracked porcelain. In their place, black fangs tinted with red emerged. His eyes rolled back into his skull. And then... he screamed,
Flesh! I need flesh!
Words turned to noises, and noises to growling. Freddy was a beast. We barely had time to breathe before he charged us, howling like a demon unleashed. My legs wouldn't move. My soul was frozen. And then I heard it. A voice. Software maternal. Like light cracking through darkness. Awaken, Larinadora Lara Pinity. Become one with God and stop this monster. I have seen you fall. But now, rise. Mama loves you, baby. I collapsed, clutching my head. My mother's voice. She had died 5 years ago. I felt her breath on my cheek. Was I going insane? The world began to spin. Suddenly, heat surged through my spine, burning every nerve in my body. I saw flashes, visions of crosses made of bone, a garden of bleeding flowers, and William, standing in a circle of fire, laughing. William laughed at my weakness and said he could never love a broken piece of shit. He said I could not beat God. When I opened my eyes, my body was no longer my own. Stacy asked what was going on with my eyes. He said they glowed a bright green. I felt strong, divine, horrifyingly awake. Freddy lunged, but this time I moved faster as I saw his movement, as if he was now moving in slow motion. I thought about grabbing him mid-leap and slamming him against the building's wall. Thus it happened when I reached my hand out. It was as if I had telekinesis. He snarled, trying to bite me, his mutated arm twitching like a living thing. However, ever so often he would come back to reality saying he was sorry in a whispered tone. However, soon he mutated more and grew more darker. His mind was out of control.
You think you could put me on a leash? I'm sorry you're so weak, and I must escape the tree,
he said. What the hell was Freddy saying? Soon the same thing that happened to me happened to Stacy, and we both crushed Freddy with our newfound powers. Stacy put out his hand, and the blood in his body got sucked up like a vacuum, and soon he would lay on the ground, defeated. His scream echoed through the campus, but it wasn't pain. It was relief. His body collapsed into ash and blood, purple, pink, and ethereal colors filled the air as a mist as Freddy began evaporating in my arms. I turned to Stacy. He was staring at me like I was a stranger.
What the fuck are we?
He asked, his voice shaking. I didn't answer, for deep down, I wasn't sure. All I knew was that the cycle of madness wasn't over. William had become something else, something powerful, something unholy. And if we didn't stop him, I would become just like him. Suddenly we heard a clap and a figure standing in front of us.
Hello, my old friends. I have new friends. It's a setback, but soon I will find out how to make the perfect humans, not governed by emotions, but by the laws of logic. Maybe I put too much cocaine in his veins, but now I am so fucking close to finding out the truth. Do you think you can outwit me? I control rulers. I control the fate of time. Miss Yuna Wo is dead just as Freddy is. We are not much different. You think I am a monster, but I am he who will free the human race. Come to paradise, let me show you.
William said, but he sounded like a lifeless robot. Just then, William opened a portal and went inside, inviting us to join him. This would be the only chance we would have to try to save William. We walked through, and it was here we saw a strange man beside him and Bianca. "William, who is that?" I asked. This made William enraged. He screamed that he was Billy, and only his friends could call him William. Bianca hugged him and then kissed him. She told him he was the perfect man. She fed on his madness, and he fed on her insanity. It was here that I realized that not only did the experiment warp his mind and change him, but so did Bianca Bonetti. The man beside Bianca Bonetti and Billy Petrovi was none other than President Donald Trump. But he seemed off. What the fuck was wrong with him? I mean, I had never seen him in person, but his hair was white and much longer than the videos or pictures. He had muscles of a demon, and the death stare he gave us sent chills down my spine. His voice vastly different from what we had heard on TV.
"I will eat your fucking flesh, you ungrateful bitch. You will die alone, and I will rip into your head, devouring your brain. Oh, the brains! 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 I cannot wait to kill you, Larinadora,"
he said. Would we be able to beat the fucking President of the United States? Only time would tell. Chapter 5. The Dimensional Tree. Part 1. What Goes Bump in the Night. We stood before the President, not the man all once respected, but a warped puppet of something far more sinister. He was controlled by Billy now, the monster who created this insanity, the man I once loved and still did. The one person that was smart and was always a step ahead. How would we escape this madness? Donald's eyes were distant, glassy like windows, to a soul trapped behind layers of madness. Strings of drool hung from his cracked lips, and his once dignified posture now mimicked a beast, hunched and twitching, tendons straining with every movement. He didn't speak. Instead, his mouth opened unnaturally wide, letting out a gurgling hiss that made the room tremble. His neck opened up, exposing strange gill-like bones that spewed out mist. The mist stung the skin. His limbs snapped and twisted, as if something inside him was trying to burst free. Then he dropped on all fours and charged like a rabid dog, bones cracking and limbs contorting. We screamed, not out of fear, but disbelief. This thing had once led a nation, but now it was led by one person, William John Petrovi. "Mr. President," I shouted, my voice trembling. "Please, fight it. Don't give in to this madness. I know you want better."